Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had the ChloroKinesis Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hero name, R-rated hero, Midnight. Real name, Kayama Nimuri. Age, 20 years old. Hero. Quirk, Somnambulist. Status, single, sadly. Kayama Nimuri is a famous hero. Debuted 2 years ago and she had taken the industry by storm using her charm and her skill. Graduated from UA with Ingenium and Present Mic, she was already known to the public as she participated in the famous UA Sport Festival, and she with her fellow comrades always advanced to the finals. On second year she even made it into second place after Aizawa Shoyuta, who later known as Eraserhead. With her image, many people think that she's one of those stereotypical women who use their sexuality to climb the ladder of hero billboard rank, since she climbed it rather quick compared to many newly debuted heroes. However, the reality is far from the assumption of general public. You see, Midnight is very skillful, and despite the character that she portrays on the screen, she gets the job done without much property damage and no casualty at all. Even the character that she sells on public helps her to secure many promotional deals, and it does help her to get famous faster than many of her newly debuted colleagues. Some people even saying that she is the new symbol of powerful female who embraces and owns her sexuality. In fact, many women are looking up to her as a role model. But that is not the real Kayama Nimuri. While Midnight is a character, Kayama Nimuri is a real person with interests and hobbies that somewhat differ from her character as Midnight. For example, many people don't know that Kayama is a nerd. Not just a nerd, a huge one who prefers reading and playing video games than clubbing or going to a fancy party. Well, she does go to those events and she enjoys it, but if she had a choice, she would rather spend her weekend in her little but cozy penthouse, surrounded by her cats, plants, while sipping a cup of tea and watching nature documentary. But nobody needs to know that except her own close friends. She got image to maintain. And there is one more secret that nobody knows about her. Kayama loves children and she actually is planning to adopt one these days. You what? Both Aizawa and Mike are surprised when they heard it. I said, I want to adopt a kid. She grins widely as if she didn't just drop a huge bombshell on top of her two poor friends. Nimuri, are you sure about that? Mike tries to question her once more to make sure that she wasn't delusional. 100%. In fact, I have booked an appointment to go to an orphanage in the city. She shows them an email from the said orphanage, confirming her intention of adopting one of the kids. Aizawa lets out a sigh. Nimuri, having a child is a huge commitment. Are you sure you can handle it? You just made it into top 20, aren't you? He asks with a monotonous tone. That is why it is such a perfect timing. I have decided long ago that once I made it into top 20, I will adopt a child and become a mother. Why are you so set on becoming a mother when you reach top 20? You're still 20 years old, Nimuri. Isn't it too young to have a child? Aizawa still tries to change her mind. Nimuri takes a deep breath. My mother adopted me when she was 20 years old, she answers. Both Mike and Aizawa look at each other. It was horrible living in a system. My first foster parent didn't care about me at all, they just wanted the grants from the government. The second, well, they beat me up when they got angry. Then finally I met my mom, she reminisces her past. Not a good one. She was a 20-year-old nurse and we met on the convenience store. I ran away from my foster parents after they beat me for eating too much. She comforted me and she decided to take me out of that home immediately, she continues. How spontaneous. Both of them hums. Mom has always been spontaneous. It was rough at first since she just started working as a nurse, but we managed and we were really happy. That is why I wanted to be a mother now, she explains. I still think this is a bad idea, Aizawa shakes his head. Come on, Shoyuta. You should put more faith into our friend here. Nimuri likes children, she will be a good mom. Mike Hizashi tries to assure Aizawa, but Nimuri can see that Aizawa is unconvinced. Nimuri knows that both of his friends mean well, but she had made up her mind. Especially since her mother passed away last year, just a year after her graduation. Does Tensei knows about this? Aizawa asks. Namuri flinches when she heard that. Well, the truth is she hasn't told Tensei about it at all, despite both of them are probably the closest among her circle of friends. I haven't. But I will, sooner or later, most likely later. Namuri, you know that if there is someone who will support you unconditionally, it will be him, he continues. And you guys won't? She teases. Of course, we will support you, only if you're not being unrealistic. Gosh, Shoyuta, that was harsh. I'm sorry, but someone has to say it. We're freaking 20 years old, and just 2 years ago, we were a teenager, for God's sake. Aizawa rolls his eyes. He takes another breath. But then again, we know how stubborn you are. Nothing we say will change your mind. Nope. Namuri grins. Aizawa face palms. At least you should tell Tensei. He will be over the moon since he likes children as much as you do. And you don't. Hisashi teases him. Shut up, he deadpants. Ah, little Shoyuta is too shy to admit that he likes children. I was just thinking, if you really want to adopt a child, at least you need to include Tensei since he has a 5-year-old brother. He would be more than happy with helping you taking care of the child. I was thinking maybe you guys can help me too, she says. Well, I would love to. Same as Shoyuta here, no matter what he says, you and I know how much a dadzawa he is, Mike grins. Uzashi, he sneers. Both of them laugh at Mick's joke while Aizawa keeps on rolling his eyes. Yeah, it is true. Tensei will be over the moon. If Namuri decides to have a child, but deep down Namuri feels like she doesn't want to tell him since she has a huge crush on him. She thinks that it is an unrequited love since Tensei probably only sees her as a friend. If she has a child, it will be complicated since he will definitely visit Tgem even more often than now, which is pretty often already. Well, sooner or later she needs to tell him. These two people will tell him first if she doesn't, and she really prefers to tell him directly. Hey, how about we go to orphanage together? She offers. Huh. Think about it, it would be fun to play with the children there, she continues. Both of them look at each other. They do that a lot. Sometimes Namuri thinks that both of them can communicate by telepathy. Well, I don't see why not, Aizawa shrugs. Nice idea, Namuri. Mike beams. Maybe, just maybe, you guys may adopt a kid too, she cheekily teases them. Not a chance. Ooh, that seems fun. Zashi. Come on, another face palms moment for Aizawa. Meanwhile, at St. Mary Orphanage, Tokyo, a purple-haired kid is accompanying a green-haired kid in the garden. Again, Aizu? You really love flowers, aren't you? He monotonously says. The tone is somewhat similar to Aizawa. The greenette smiles at him while begins watering the plants. My quirk is related with plant. That is why I love taking care of them, he says. Still, you can use your quirk to make them grow faster. What is the fun in that? It is more beautiful to see them grow by themselves, he answers. The purple shakes his head while looking at the greenette fondly. Nay, Hito-chan. Do you think anyone would adopt us? The greenette looks at him with a sad expression. Oh, Aizu. They will be many who would love to adopt you. Me, on the other hand. Don't say that, Hito-chan. You are not a bad man. Those kids are stupid, Aizu pouts, ready to cry. Hitoshi pats his head fondly. I know, Aizu. I wish we won't be separated, though. I won't leave this place unless they take you with me, Izuku stubbornly says. Hitoshi chuckles. Oh, Aizu, as he hugs him. T.O.B. Singing chapter text. Izuku and Hitoshi are both outcast. Well, the sisters in the orphanage don't treat them like one, but children around them do. The reason is pretty simple, they are afraid of them. Izuku's quirk is listed as ChloroKinesis, which is the ability to create, shape and manipulate plants, including wood, vines, plants, moss, and parts of the plants, such as leaves, seeds, roots, fruits and flowers. The user can cause plants to grow, move, attack, or even rise from the soil and walk, mutate plants by rearranging DNA structure, and revive withered or dead plants. Which is pretty cool and a powerful quirk on its own. Many people would agree that this quirk is pretty heroic. Sadly, the first thing these children experienced when they met Izuku was when his skill of producing pheromones manifested. With the pheromones, Izuku can manipulate people easily as people will get extremely attracted to him for a PRD of time. It was a winter when he arrived. His family perished as a collateral damage during a villain attack in the city. Izuku used to be part of a loving family with a mother and a father. His quirk is the result of a mutation from his maternal grandmother's quirk, who had the weaker version of his quirk. His dad's fire-breathing quirk makes the plants that he controls fireproof, which makes it a quirk suitable for heroes. Izuku wanted to be a hero, until a hero took away his family from him. He still remembers that day when the said hero was chasing the villain in a crowded shopping arcade, not caring with his surrounding and sending fire after fire to the villains. Some of the fire destroyed the buildings around him, some of it took away his parents from him in an instant. Not even a goodbye. Not a last word remained. They just gone in an instant. Now he had to live in an orphanage, and he manifested a skill that made the children there think that he has villainous quirk. Hi, everyone. Today we will have a new friend joining us. Sister Nariko opened the class cheerfully while a kid was hiding in her back. The children were ecstatic to meet the new addition as they began to make some noises in the class. Alright. Izuku-chan, come on. Don't be shy, she asked him to introduce himself. Izuku was having a flu that day, so he coughed a lot. Cough. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, he introduced shyly while some pink dust came out of his cough and spread throughout the class. The people on his class instantly became dazed. Are you guys okay? He asked as the noises abruptly stopped and they looked at him funny. You're so cute. I will protect you, Izuku-chan. Please be my friend. The kids began to offer him many things, and even Sister Nariko told him if he wanted anything, she would gladly buy it for him. It happened for 30 minutes before they snapped out of the daze. Wait, what just happened? I feel dizzy. Hey, did you just control us? Oh, that is such a villainous quirk. And the kids began to ostracize him despite that was only a part of his quirk. The sisters tried to make them understand that it is not nice to treat him like that, but they wouldn't listen. Only one kid, Shinsou Hitoshi, who were willing to befriend him and later became his protector. Hitoshi was also discriminated by the kids there for having a villainous quirk. Even his parents gave him up for adoption after his quirk manifested. It is both of them against the cruel, unforgiving world, and they wonder if they will ever find happiness. When it comes to heroes, Izuku and Hitoshi have different take. Hitoshi wants to become a hero out of spite. He wants to prove to people that he too can become a hero despite his quirk. While Izuku is not a fan of heroes. Little do they know, fate has interesting twist for both of them. As they are playing with their blocks, suddenly Sister Nariko calls them to give an announcement. Children, today 3 nice people will come to play with you guys. Don't forget to behave nicely, she smiles. Everyone knows that it is the signal that someone might get adopted later. Izuku and Hitoshi look at each other smiling. Today might be the day they can leave this place, as Izuku grabs Hitoshi's hand and Hitoshi squeezes it tightly. Sister Nariko smiles at them before going to the kitchen to check on the breakfast preparation. Seeing that Sister Nariko has left, some of their bullies are looking at them and sneer. They won't take future villains, as they purposely bump into Izuku's shoulder, making him tumbles and falls. Hey! Hitoshi yells. Haha, nobody wants you. You will stay here until you get old and become a real villain. They taunt as they leave them alone to get ready for the potential adopters. Izuku begins to let sniffles and tears out. Hitoshi gazes soften as he helps him to get up. Those Jarkus, he growls. Izuku cries silently and Hitoshi hugs him tightly. He hates seeing Izuku sad. Izuku, Hitoshi, why are you guys not getting ready? Sister Nariko asks after she comes back from the kitchen. Oh, Izuku. What happened? She worriedly asks. Thank heavens, the adults there are nice. The kids are bullying us again, Hitoshi protests. Sister Nariko seems taken aback by his protest and she frowns. That is unacceptable, I will talk to them later. It's okay, sister. Izuku says. Aizu, you can't keep forgiving them. Hitoshi retorts. But, Hito-chan. Izuku tries to rebuttal before being cut off by Hitoshi. No, Aizu. They should learn that it is not nice to call us villains. Sister Noriko takes a deep breath before patting both them on their head. It's okay, kids. I will give them some punishments later, you are right. We can let them off all the time, they won't learn. Thank you, sister, both of them thank her. Now go change, she chuckles. Yes, sister, they both sink in response, it is really cute. Izuku and Hitoshi hurriedly go to their ward while still holding each other hands. St. Mary Orphanage, Tokyo. Here we are. Nemuri cheerfully walks to the entrance of the orphanage. Behind her, Shoyuta and Hizashi are following him, with Hizashi looking as excited as her while Shoyuta looks grumpy as usual. Three of them are wearing their casual clothing, with Nemuri looks practically unrecognizable with her glasses, huge coat, turtleneck sweater and a beanie. Shoyuta looks as usual with his black aesthetic, and Hizashi tones down his loudness with wearing neutral color and put his long blonde hair in a bun. Yeah! Hizashi yells, accidentally activates his quirk, but thankfully Shoyuta activates his too, so there is no casualty. You stupid, loud, blonde, he groans. Sorry, he cheekily apologizes. Nemuri laughs her arses off, clenching her stomach. Guys, I can't believe it is happening, she says enthusiastically. Practically jumping now. Yeah, now just open the door please and put me out of my misery, Shoyuta grumbles. Geez, Shoyuta. You'll scare the children, Hizashi put his arms on Shuta's shoulder. That is exactly my point, he deadpans in response. Nemuri laughs while opening the door, and they are welcomed by Sister Noriko. Welcome to St. Mary Orphanage. I assume you're Miss Kiyama? She asks. Nemuri nods, indeed. I hope you don't mind that I brought my friends with me, as she points to Hizashi and Shoyuta. Yamada Hizashi. Nice to meet you. Maybe you know me more as Present Mike, he introduces himself. Oh, are you a hero too? She asks. Yes. I'm afraid I don't really keep up with heroes these days. I'm sorry, she politely says, but it seems like she's not a fan of his loudness. Hizashi looks disappointed. Nemuri tries to hold her laughter, and Shoyuta pats his shoulder while sending him a grin. And you are? She asks. Aizawa Shoyuta, short and simple. Sister Noriko politely smiles at him before leading them inside the orphanage. They are led into a playroom with many kids are already waiting for them. Good day, kids. Miss Nemuri, Mr. Hizashi and Mr. Shoyuta here came to play with you. Isn't it exciting? She asks. A loud yell of yes can be heard after that. Nemuri looks around the kids there, and her eyes meet a glance with a green-haired kid. He eyes her curiously before hiding behind a kid who reminds her of Shoyuta. She smiles to both of them, and the greenettes sends her a weak smile from behind the taller purple-haired kid. As they start playing, Nemuri can't forget the green-haired kid, and she is looking for him now. The kids have swarmed her for her attention, and she feels bad if she ignores them, so she ends up playing with them. Hizashi is also having fun with the kids while Shoyuta is nowhere to be seen. Time goes quickly, and it is already lunchtime. Nemuri leaves the children to go to the bathroom. As she walks through the corridor, she wonders if she can adopt one of kids. Truth be spoken, she doesn't feel the right chemistry yet with any of the kids she played with. Maybe she needs to look at another orphanage. She's still pretty curious with the green-haired kid. She feels like there is something that makes her want to get to know him more. She brushes off her thought as she enters the toilet. Once she finishes, she looks at the window in the corridor and she sees an interesting view. Shoyuta is talking to the purple-haired kid in the garden, and next to him stands the greenette. Her eyes widen in excitement. There he is. She quickly dashes to the garden, hoping she can talk to the green-haired kid. Shoyuta is not a fan of loud noises, and those kids made lots of noises. Being an underground hero, it is easy for him to sneak away without being recognized, and he did just like that. He found a nice spot to nap on top of a tea branch, and he just slept there without any care to the world before being startled with a noise. Two kids, a green-haired with freckles and a purple-haired who looks like he needs sleep, come to the garden, and both of them begin to tend the plants. Izu, are you sure you don't want to play with them? The taller one asks. I'm too shy, besides the other kids have claimed them anyway. That's stupid, they can't claim people, the taller one chuckles. Well, I know for sure they won't adopt us, Izu retorts as he waters the plants. Shoyuta finds it fascinating to listen to these two banters. It seems like these two are outcast. Something that he personally knows how it feels. The purple suddenly points at him and says, "What are you doing there, mister?" Shoyuta is pleasantly surprised to see this kid is able to recognize his whereabout. Not many adults can even do that. He jumps from the tree and both of the kids are surprised to see him doing that stunts. "I'm impressed, kid. How do you know that I was there?" he asks. "Well, I'm pretty observant for my age," he shrugs. "Brats your age don't know what is observant." "You are an interesting kid," he says. He tilts his head in confusion. I guess. Not long after that, Nemuri is sprinting to their direction. "Shh," she says. "Oh, I didn't know you like kids," she teases. "Shut up, Nemuri," he deadpants. "Anyway, Brett, what do you want to do when you grow up?" he asks randomly. The purple-haired kid raises his eyebrows. "A hero," he says. "Why?" "Because people say that I can't because of my quirk." "I want to prove that I can," he says. "What is your quirk, brat?" Shoyuta asks. The brat flinches a bit. This must have been something interesting." "Well, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to," he says, but suddenly the eye kid answers. "It's brainwash. I can control people who responds to me." He looks hesitant. Shoyuta sends him a soft smile as he pats his head. "That's a great quirk, kid. I'm sure you'll be a great hero." The kid eyes widen in surprise this time. "Oh, looks like Shoyuta has found a kid he likes," Nemuri coos. Shoyuta rolls his eyes. "But most people call us villains." The kid tries to hold back his tears. "But kid, quirk is just a quirk. What you do with it is up to you. You seem like a good kid, you are not villain material at all, and trust me, I've seen plenty of villains to vouch for that statement," he assures. Both of the kids suddenly cry. It seems like they have been treated horribly by people due to their quirk. "Oh my, poor kids," Nemuri rushes to them. "Is it okay if I hug you?" she asks. Both of them nod and Nemuri hugs them tightly while rubbing their backs in order to comfort them. There, she says. Both of them are visibly more relaxed now. "And you, Green, what is yours?" The Green looks down. "I can manipulate plants, but I can also make weird scents or dust." "It makes people weird." "Weird?" Nemuri asks. "Like they suddenly love me or something. They just give me things or do whatever I order them to do." "Only for 30 minutes though." Nemuri eyes widen. Wow, somehow she can feel some connections with this kid. That is a great quirk, kid. Used to make villains surrender or maybe order people to relax during evacuation. "Well, come to think of it, you guys have a similar aspect to your quirk," she explains. The Green nods. "But I'm scared of heroes." "A hero killed my parents," he says. Nemuri hugs him tightly. "Poor kid, I wish I could be hero who saved your parents," she says. Izuku sobs. "Mister, are you a hero?" Purple-haired kid is eyeing him curiously. "I am and she is too." "You are? But you are so nice." Unlike the fire guy, the Green seems surprised. "Well, it is sad that not all heroes are good, but there are some who try their best to protect all of you," she answers. "Even villains?" "Yes, even villains. Heroes who kill instead of capturing villains are bad heroes," Nemuri explains. The Green nods in understanding. "Well, you're nice. I like you." The Green smiles at her and Nemuri squeals on how cute he is. "Oh, we haven't learnt about your name yet," Nemuri realizes. "I'm Shinsou Hitoshi and this is Midoriya Izuku." Hitoshi introduces themselves. "Well, Zuku, I know it is sudden, but do you want to come home with me?" she offers. Izuku beams, but suddenly the smile drops. "But I don't want to leave Hito-chan here alone," he says. "Aizu." "It's okay," Hitoshi tries to reason, but Izuku shakes his head. "No. I refuse to leave you alone with these kids." "Aizu." "It's okay. No problem, I can adopt you too." Nemuri says it nonchalantly. "No, Nemuri. Your boss has said it clearly. Only one kid," Shoyuta strictly says. "Ah, come on, Shoyuta. 1 or 2 won't make any differences," she argues. "It will. I have a better solution anyway." He looks at Hitoshi. "Do you like cats? Do you mind a loud blonde?" he asks. Hitoshi looks confused. I love cats, but what's with Loud Blonde? My boyfriend lives with me. He is a loud idiot, but his heart is in the right place, he explains. Well, I have no problem. I guess, he shrugs. Good, as long as you love cats. You want to come home with me, kid? He offers. Wow, that is a perfect solution. Shoyuta is like my brother and we live nearby. You guys can meet each other every day. Nemuri says. Izuku and Hitoshi look at each other and smile before nodding. Ah, then it is decided. Wait, you don't have to discuss it with Zashi first. I did put the emphasis on cats rather than him. He'll live, Shoyuta deadpants. Geez, you're cold man, but deep down, Nemuri knows that Hizashi will agree in an instant. Speak of the devil. There you guys are, the lunch will begin soon. Oh, you have found the kid you want to adopt? Nice to meet ya. I'm Hizashi, he says it rapidly in one breath and the kids are amazed. Meet the newest addition to our household, Hitoshi and Nemuri's new kid, Izuku. Shoyuta introduces them as if he didn't just drop a bomb. Oh, nice to meet you, kid. Wait. A new addition? You adopted him? Then he realizes. Shoyuta, that is so nice of you. Hi, my son, you can call me Papa, and his attitude changes instantly. Hitoshi shrugs, I rather not. But, why? Shoyuta, he is an exact copy of you, he wails. Nemuri and Izuku laugh. T.O.B. singing chapter text. Everything happened so fast, it was almost a blur. The kind lady, she insists to be called Nemuri or Wani-chan, asked him if he wanted to come with her. He knew exactly what she meant. He hesitated at first since he didn't want to leave Hitoshi alone, but the nice hobo guy offered to adopt him. Hito-chan might be cold and aloof at times, but Izuku knows he must have been over the moon. Especially since they are friends and live nearby. Izuku feels like his dream came true and finally he can start a new life. However, the problem is that his newly adopted mother is a hero. Frankly, Izuku is still traumatized by heroes due to one of them was the cause of his parents' early demise. He wants to trust these nice adults who offer him a home, but it may take time to get used to the new life and to change his mindset about heroes. Not all of them are evil. At least Izuku wants to believe in that. Nemuri and the rest of her gang went to Sister Noriko, who was very joyful when she heard that they decided to adopt Izuku and Hitoshi. Using their privilege as heroes, both Shoyuta and Nemuri passed any requirement for them to adopt the kids and no fostering PRD needed. They even have the liberty to put Izuku and Hitoshi into their Koseki, family registry, the next day. Izuku will be known as Kayama Izuku and Hitoshi will become as Aizawa Hitoshi. It was easy for Hitoshi to change his last name since he didn't have any particular attachment to his biological parents who gave him up for adoption just because of his quirk. Izuku, on the other hand, felt conflicted. Midoriya is the only heritage his parents left him in this world and he is not sure if he wants to change his last name. As they finish the adoption process, now all of them are walking joyfully while carrying their belongings. Izuku looks how happy Hitoshi is and he decides to hide his feelings. Izuku is afraid that one day he will forget his parents. He is not sure if he is ready for a new beginning as he walks silently towards the train station. Nemuri looks at him with concern on her face, but she decides to give him some spaces. Shoyuta also seems to understand. They take a train from Kunitachi to Roppongi where they live. During the train journey, Izuku forces a smile while squeezing Hitoshi's hand tightly. Hitoshi looks at him worriedly and whispers, "What's wrong, Izu?" "Nothing, Hito-chan. Just excited for a new life." He sends him a fake smile. Hitoshi frowns. He doesn't like it when Izuku forces himself to smile. "Izu, you're lying." The smile falters a bit and Izuku looks down. "I'm scared. We will be separated and I don't know if I can sleep by myself tonight. I don't know if I'm ready to be adopted. I'm such a bad boy for being sad even though people are nice to me," he sobs quietly. Hizashi wants to open his mouth to ask what's wrong, but Nemuri put her hand on his mouth and sends a glare, telling him to leave it up to Hitoshi. "Izu." Hitoshi feels his heart break when he sees him crying. He didn't know that Izuku will be this sad. "It's okay, Izu. We will have many sleepovers and I will make sure to visit you often," he promises. Izuku stares at his eyes. "You promise?" Hitoshi chuckles as he ruffles his head. Yes, I promise. Namuri and Hizashi silent coo at how cute both of their new kids are. Show Yuta sighs while making face resembling a smile. Tokyo Midtown, Roppongi, near Kayama's residence. Hitoshi and his new parents said goodbye earlier as their house is a block away from his new house. Izuku felt better now after he talked to Hitoshi, but he feels unease now since he is practically alone with Namuri. To be honest, he doesn't know what he should do as he just silently follows her with both of their hands holding each other so he won't get lost. Namuri seems pretty happy judged on her expression. Contented. He wants to be like that someday. Just feel good about life without any baggage from the past or nightmares haunting him about the particular day when his life changed. Are you okay, Izuku? Namuri suddenly asks him. Izuku was surprised, but he just pretends to be okay. No, nothing. Just excited about your house. Our house, Izuku, she chuckles. Izuku somewhat feels some warmth in his chest. My new home sounds really nice. It was already 4 p.m. and the sky is getting redder in color. Seems like it is getting colder soon. Namuri tries to make a small talk. Izuku looks at her, don't know how to answer that. Goodness, he feels really awkward. I always like winter, but too bad the day ends quicker, she continues. Izuku nods, agreeing with the statements. I get sleepy when it gets cold, he admits. You do? Me too, she grins. The banter is pretty pointless, but it is nice. Izuku misses this type of banter he exchanges with his parents. Maybe we should buy a kotatsu, Japanese heated table, and we can throw a takoyaki party or nabe, stew, party with Hitoshi and his parents soon. Izuku smiles at the idea. Yes, it will be fun. I love nabe, Izuku agrees. Then it is decided. I will call them later and we can set a date. Izuku nods while sending a thumbs up. Thank you for the idea. My sweet and smart son. Izuku eyes widen when he heard the word son, but it is strangely feels nice. Namuri instantly panicked looking at his reaction. Izuku, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take your parents' place or anything. Geez, why parenting is so hard. Izuku blinks seeing her reaction before laughing. Haha, you're so weird, mama. Mama? Izuku eyes widen in surprise. Did he just say that? But, for some reasons he doesn't regret it at all. Namuri jaws gapped when she heard it, and soon Izuku was tackled with a mama bear hug while she cries loudly in the middle on the busy street. Izuku lets out an awkward laugh while rubbing his hand on her shoulders. Mom. Well, he called his birth mother Mom. Maybe she can call Namuri as Mama instead? He thinks he will go. With that, then it clicks all at once. Namuri is not replacing his parents. Nobody will replace them as they are so special for him. She is, however, another parental figure who he thinks and hopes will love him as much as his parents. Seeing how hard she is trying after only couple of hours after meeting him, Izuku would like to give her a chance. Even if his last name changed, he still got the gift from his parents that will never change. His first name. After all, what is important is all the memories he had with them. Mama. Izuku will become Kayama Izuku, and it doesn't sound bad at all. Namuri soon realized that she was crying in the middle of the street, and she hurriedly walked to her house's direction while profusely apologizing to the fellow pedestrians. Izuku finds it funny. Mama is so clumsy. They stop by the grocery store where Namuri asks Izuku what is his favorite food. Katsudon. Izuku beams at her. Namuri freezes in fear because cooking is not her forte and katsudon is way out of her comfort zone, but looking at his son's smile she can't help but agreeing. Shoot, I was hoping it would be curry rice since it is easy to make, but it can't be helped. I can't look like an incompetent fool in front of my son, she thought. Leave it to me. I will make the best katsudon in your life. She smiles widely, pretending that she knows what she is doing. Izuku looks at her with such an awe. Mama is so cool. Midnight then hurriedly search how to make katsudon with her smartphone and buys the needed ingredients. The sky is really red when they got out the grocery store. Izu looks. The sky is so beautiful, she says. You're right, it looks like an apple. An apple, she asks. Because it is red, he answers. Namuri can't hold back her laughter. Her son is so cute. You're too cute, son. Let's go home, she offers her hand and Izuku holds it as they walk to a tower mansion. Kayama Residence, Highbridge Tower Mansion, Roppongi, Tokyo. Namuri's penthouse is quite big in Tokyo's standard with 2 stories, 3 bedrooms, a living room, dining room connected to kitchen, bathroom and closet in each bedroom, and for some reason, there are room only for a jacuzzi. There is also a huge balcony in the living room overlooking Tokyo Tower that shines brightly at night. This is completely different from his old house in outskirt of Tokyo. Izuku is awed at the sight. I have prepared a room for you upstairs, she says. The furnitures are minimalist style and mostly in neutral colors. There is a gym, restaurants and swimming pool too, but it is public and for the residents of this tower mansions only, she explains. Gosh, heroes do make lots of money. Namuri then opens the oakwood door revealing a moderately sized room inside. Izuku's room is pretty plain now with a wardrobe, queen-sized bed and a desk for study. We can redecorate it later once you're settled. Maybe tomorrow? She hums. Mama, this is already cool, Izuku refuses. Izu, just let your poor mother spoil you a little. I won't accept any rejection, she playfully pouts. Izuku chuckles at the sight. Thank you for adopting me, Mama, Izuku says sincerely. Namuri feels really happy seeing his smile and they hug. They stay like that for a bit before unpacking Izuku's luggage. Later, Namuri tries to cook Izuku katsudon but she feels miserably as the katsudon tastes so bad. Namuri has a small breakdown for feeling like a failed mother in her first day. Izuku has to call Shoyuta who gives her a pep talk. Finally, they decide to order from takeaway. The next day, Izuku and Namuri go to the nearest mall to buy some furnitures and decorations for him room. He hesitates at first since he feels like the current furnitures are enough for him, but Namuri insists to buy him things. They end up buying some clothes for him, getting him a cute haircut, buying some wallpapers with sky and stars theme. While they are looking for furniture shop, Izuku stumbles upon a hero goods store. Want to check it out? Namuri offers. Izuku is hesitant since he is still traumatized by heroes, but he wants to buy something to commemorate that day. He nods and bravely enters the shop. The shopkeeper asks him what he is looking for. Welcome, little one. Is there anything you would like to buy? Izuku seems confused since he realized that he doesn't know his mama's hero name. Kayama Namuri, he answers. The shopkeeper seems confused before nodding. Ah, I see. R-rated hero, Midnight, huh? Aren't you too young for her goods? Huh? Izuku tilts his head in confusion. Looking at the scene, Namuri quickly enters the shop and bows profusely. I'm sorry, my son is not too well versed with heroes, she apologizes. Geez, who would have thought that Izuku is looking for her goods? It's okay, madam. We understand, she responds awkwardly. Mom, I'm sorry. Izuku begins to tear up. It's okay, Izu. I'm happy that you want to buy my goods. It's just. Many of it are not meant for children, she whispers. Oh, Izuku doesn't understand why, but he just nods. Can I have the safe for work one? She asks. I think we have one that is meant for children. Let me look for it, and she disappears into one of the rows. Soon, she appears with a figurine of Midnight with her whip. I'll take that one, she says. Thank you. That would be 8,000 yen. Namuri pays and give the box to Izuku who looks excited. Mama, you're so cool, he says. Midnight feels how proud she is to become a hero when she stares at her child's eyes. As they leave the store, suddenly she feels a poke from behind. Namuri, a familiar male voice can be heard. Namuri turns around to find out who just calls her and oh no. Fence it. How have you been, geez? Haven't heard from you in a while? He grins. Namuri blushes. Shoot, why he is here. I've been busy, she answers. Mama, who is this? Izuku asks curiously. Tensei suddenly looks at him surprised. Wait, Mama? Namuri, you have a son? His jaws gapped as he. Frantically pointing to both her and Izuku. Oh my, it will be a long story. T.O.B. Singing chapter text. Hero name, Turbo Hero, Ingenium. Real name, Ida Tensei. Age, 20 years old. Hero, Quirk, Engine. Status, single. Tensei came from long line of heroes, but he is more than his family legacy. Debuted 2 years ago, along with his fellow UA graduates such as Midnight and Present Mike, he quickly gained his fame from his outstanding portfolios. Blessed with a strong mutation quirk with versatile use and keen intellect, Tensei has been everywhere from solving crimes, doing rescue, espionage, even volunteering to clean parks and beaches. All-around nice guy and having an easygoing personality, he is very popular among young guys and girls. Last year, he even made out into top 10 most handsome young heroes and did a CC photo shoot on a magazine to commemorate that, which Nemuri bought one of the copies, but he doesn't know that. Tensei wears his heart on his sleeves, what you see is what you get, and he is a genuinely nice person. He does earn a lot from his hero works, but he spends probably more than 50% for charities. He also does volunteer works a lot during his free time. His brand of heroism is to being selfless and contribute as much as he can to society. Because of his immense popularity and his outstanding records, he has even reached rank 11 in Billboard Hero ranking last year, which is really significant for a newly debuted hero. Being a popular and handsome hero, he got many suitors, but Tensei only has one person in mind. Kayama Nemuri alias our rated hero, Midnight. He has been trying to woo her since high school, but for some reasons, Nemuri has been friend-zoning him. As much as he loves her, Tensei is pretty shy when it comes to love, and he is very subtle when he approaches Nemuri. Probably that is why Nemuri thinks he is not interested in her romantically. Stupid pining idiots. But with the presence of Izuku now, maybe things will change? Ida's residence, Azabu, Tokyo. Tensei is having a day off. After finishing a very difficult and stress-inducing mission in Hokkaido, finally he is back in Tokyo. His boss, aka his father, gave him a week off to rest unless there is an emergency that can't be ignored. Having a day off after working consecutively for a month is such a luxury, and Tensei can't wait to make it as productive as he can. Little does he know that this week holiday will change his life forever. It is started when he calls his friend. Hello, a tired voice can be heard from the phone. Yo, Eraser. How are you doing? I'm back in town. Tensei grins as he heard his grumpy friend's voice. It is good to be back. Too loud, he complains. He can also hear in the background Hisashi singing. Seem like Hisashi is cheerful, he teases. If you're implying that we had an NTR-CRS last night, the answer is no. He is singing with the sole purpose of annoying me, he deadpants. Tensei laughs loudly. Gosh, he misses his friends. Shoyuta. That is so mean. Hisashi voice seems displeased. Papa, what is NTR-CRS? A new voice that Tensei can't recognize can be heard also in the background. Tensei raises his eyebrows. It sounds like a child's voice. What? Zashi, you explain it to him. Wait, never mind. Don't. You'll definitely ruin it and he'll be damaged for life. Hitoshi, I'll explain it to you later after meal, Shoyuta continues with monotonously. Shoyuta, I'm capable enough to give our child Itzied. Papa, what is SEC? So, Hitoshi. When a bee finds a flower petal. No. Stop it. What are you thinking, Zashi? He is too young. And the call is suddenly turned off from Shoyuta part, leaving Tensei dumbfounded. He looks at his smartphone as if he just heard one of the biggest bombshells in his life ever. What happened to his friends when he was gone? He dials the number again. Sorry, Tensei, I need to punish 2 people in my house now. One is trying to teach a sec ed to 5 years old without my supervision, and the other one is sulking now because I'm giving the old one a timeout. I promise I will tell you all the stories you missed, but for now, it is not the time. Goodbye, and he hangs up the phone again. But. What the hell, he yells. The door to his room is opened and Tenya is there looking cute with his cheeks puffed up. Nizan. You just said a bad word, he screams. He put his head on his forehead and takes a deep sigh. What a morning. I'm sorry, Tenya. I'm just tired, he answers. Tenya tilts his head in confusion. But it's still morning, he says. Tensei chuckles as he ruffles his hair. You're right, it is such a nice to be wasted by being tired. Ha, Nizan. That tickles, Tenya laughs. I'm so glad to be back, Tenya. as he lifts up his baby brother and snuggles him. I missed you, he continues. I missed you too, Nizan. Tensei smiles at his 5-year-old brother. His brother always follows him around everywhere he goes, and it has been pretty lonely without him this past month. Come on, buddy. You'll be late to your kindergarten. He puts him down and ruffles his hair again. Okay, but what is your plan for today? Not sure. Maybe going to a mall to look for some stuffs? He puts his hand on his chin, trying to plan his day. Gosh, having a freedom after a month of stressful situation feels amazing. I'm jealous. I wish I can play with you all day, Tenya sulks. Tenya. I promise I will play with you on the weekend. He smiles at his brother. Tensei, I asked for a little brother to Mom, but she laughed at me instead. So he pouts. Oh my god. Tenya, why do you want to have a little brother? Am I not enough? He teases. Gosh, Tenya is so adorable. No, it is not like that. I just want to have someone who I can play with. Someone closer to my age, he continues. Well, if Mom has a child again, he will be a baby and you can't really play with him or her the same way you play with kids your age, he explains. I understand, but you guys are busy and I get lonely sometimes. Tenya looks down. That is why he is lonely. Both Tensei and his dad are pro-heroes while his mom is working in their agency. That is why Tenya usually is left with the housekeepers here. He must have been lonely, that is why he has been asking to have a little brother to their parents. Suddenly there is a knock on his room and one of the housekeepers calls Tenya from the other side of the door, telling him that the car is ready. See you later, sports. Bye, Niken. Tensei smiles while preparing for his small trip to Tokyo Midtown. Somewhat he has forgotten the bombshell that was dropped by Shoyuta. Tokyo Midtown, Akasaka, Tokyo. Just as he was strolling in the mall, Tensei saw a familiar face in front of the hero goods shop. He can feel butterflies fluttering inside his stomach as he walks closer to her. It was Nemuri, with her disguise. Tensei himself is disguising himself wearing a hat and a pair of glasses, which is kind of similar with what Nemuri is wearing. She is wearing a beanie instead. He pokes her shoulder and smiles widely when she turns around. God, she is as beautiful as always. How have you been, geez? Haven't heard from you in a while? He grins. Nemuri blushes. Is it because of the cold? Gosh, did she catch a cold? Maybe Tensei can ask her later. I've been busy, she answers. Mama, who is this? Tensei was too busy admiring Nemuri, not realizing that she has been holding a cute little boy's hand all this time. He was surprised when he heard him calling him Mama. Wait, Mama? Nemuri, you have a son. His jaws gapped as he frantically pointing to both her and the kids. Nemuri suddenly looks frantic. Shoot, Tensei, I can explain, she says while frantically moves her hands all over. Suddenly everything clicks. Shoyuta also mentioned about a son today on the phone. Could it be related with the kid there? Wait, I remember. I called Shoyuta earlier today and he mentioned a son. Did you guys adopt some kids or something? Tensei kind of felt betrayed that his best friends have been keeping a secret from him. No, it's not like that. I can explain it. Maybe not here. Have you had lunch? She asks. Tensei looks at the kid and he flinches while hiding himself behind Nemuri. Did he just accidentally scare this child? Tensei likes children. It pains him to see this kid is afraid of him. He squats and sending him a friendly smile. Hi, buddy. My name is Tensei. What is your name? The kid looks unsure as he looks at Nemuri, somewhat waiting for her suggestion. It's okay, Izu. This guy is good, she assures. Izu looks back at him and step up from his hiding. Still fidgeting, but it is considerably more relaxed than before. Hi, my name is Izuku, he introduces himself while offering a handshake. Tensei smiles widely as he reciprocates the handshake. Very nice to meet you, buddy. He stands up and says to Nemuri, I haven't had lunch. Wanna grab some grubs? He offers. Sure, Nemuri smiles. Back at him. Is there anything you want to eat, Izu-chan? Tensei asks. Izu seems not sure at first, still asking for suggesting from Nemuri by looking at her. It's okay, Izu. Mr. Tensei is my good friend, she has to assure him again. That hurts. Well, Tensei needs to put more efforts then to cross the friend's line. Katkatsudo.n, he answers. Good choice. I've been craving a katsudon too, he ruffles his hair. Izuku looks surprised but he blushes after that. Why, katsudon is good, he responds while sending him a shy smile. Gosh, he's so cute. Tenya would like this kid. Okay. I know a good katsudon place, let's go march in, as he makes a gesture of a sprinter, getting a laugh from both Nemuri and Izuku. Gosh, Tensei, you are as goofy as usual, she quips. Tensei is melting when he sees both their smiles. Tonkatsu, Azabu Juban, Tokyo. The place that Tensei chose is a tonkatsu, pork katsu, specialized restaurant with the main menu is katsudon. They chose the lunch set with katsudon, a potato salad, miso soup and cold green tea as a drink. They also got matcha ice cream as a dessert. Nemuri explains everything to Tensei about her dream of adopting a kid when he reaches top 20 ranking, how she met Izuku and Hitoshi, Hitoshi and Izuku's quirk, and finally how it ended up with Hitoshi being adopted by Eraser Mike and Izuku came to live with her. Wow, he reacts. I know, it may seem impulsive on my part but I regret nothing, she says as he ruffles Izuku's fluffy hair lovingly. When I first saw Izuku, I knew that I was destined to be his mother. The more I talk to him and learn about him, granted it has been only a day, I think I made the right decision. Izuku beams at her. Tensei lets out a sigh. He is really happy for her but yeah, 20 years old is too young to be a parent in his opinion. He is pretty sure that Nemuri is a good mother for Izuku, though. But can he become a good father for him? Wait, father? Gosh, how presumptuous of you, Tensei. Nemuri doesn't even think of you as a significant order. Thinking like this makes him depressed. Anyway, enough about me. How was the mission? She changes the topic. Well, let's just say it ended well. I can't really tell much about the details but the mafia has been on the move again. We managed to capture them after a month of constant surveillance, even Oboro came, he explains while eating his katsudon hungrily. Oh my Kami, Oboro came? How is he? Still studying criminal justice in Sendai? She asks. Yeah, we needed backup and his quirk is really useful. He is pretty stressed with his upcoming dissertation. Once he finished, he said that he'll go back to Tokyo and resumes being hero, he explains. Gosh, I missed that BSTRD. He never called me once. Next time I see him, I'll kick him in the butt. Nemuri frowns, not realizing that she just used profanities in front of Izuku. Nem. Tensei warns. Oops, sorry Izuku. You can't use the language I just used, okay? Promised? She holds her pinky. Izuku was enjoying his katsudon too much he didn't realize what just happened and he looks confused. He still locks his pinky finger to hers. I'm sorry. I don't really understand but I promise I won't use bad words, he says. Tensei catches that Izuku seems confused but Nemuri doesn't. It's okay Izuku. Good boy, he ruffles his head. Izuku smiles at him. Seems like he is not used to compliments, poor kid. Tensei will shower him with compliments because he is such a good kid. You have a good kid, Nem, he says. Nemuri looks at both of Tensei who looks at Izuku lovingly. How nice it is if we can become a real family, she thinks. Yes, I'm the luckiest mother, she says. After eating at the restaurant, Tensei decided to tag along with Nemuri and Izuku. They went to buy some furnitures and Tensei gave suggestions about color that Izuku might like. Tensei, Izuku seems conflicted, Nemuri worries looking at Izuku who seems conflicted in choosing his bedding. Tensei stands next to Izuku and pats his shoulders. What are you thinking about, buddy? Izuku looks at him hesitantly. I don't know what color to pick, he answers. What color caught your interest, he asks. It's either this or that. He points on light blue and viridian green. Which one do you prefer the most? The blue one, but is it okay for me to choose? I feel selfish for wanting even though I just got adopted. I don't want mama to send me back to the orphanage. Tensei lets out a sigh. Poor kid. He ruffles his hair lovingly. Nothing to worry about, kid. Nem loves you very much. We want you to be happy, kid. We? Gosh, he is getting ahead of himself. Are you sure? 100%. If Nemuri is angry, you can always come to my house. My brother always wanted a little brother. We will cherish you, he says cheekily. I see. Tensei-san, you're a hero like Mama, right? He asks. Yes. My hero name is Turbo Hero, Ingenium, as he poses. Izuku looks at him with twinkles in his eyes. So, cool, he mumbles. I used to be afraid of Hero, but Uncle Shoyuta, Uncle Zashi, Mama, and you are good? Tensei, who have heard about Izuku's story, feels his chest tightened with anger when he remembers the hero who accidentally killed his parents. The fact that Hero Commission didn't suspend his license and letting him go scotch-free just because he was high-ranking hero is disgusting. Looking at Izuku, it makes him determined to change the system. You are a brave kid. Trying to put a trust on heroes after being hurt in the past is something that I may not be able to do. You are more heroic than me, Aizu, he smiles. Izuku looks surprised when he heard it, but he smiles widely. I am here, he says quietly, but Tensei still heard it. Nice impersonation of All Might, son. Is he your favorite? He asks. It sounds weird, but I could never hate All Might. He gave us hope that even in the worst situation, we can always get through it with smile, he answers. Tensei hugs him tightly after that. He will protect this kid no matter what happened. And you will always have Nem, Shoyuta, Zashi and me, he says. Yes, Izuku nods happily. I made up my mind, I will go with the blue bed, he says. Nice choice, Aizu. Because it reminds me of your hair. He smiles adorably. Tensei wants to cry seeing how adorable it was. Nemuri, who is watching from the seat nearby, just chuckles happily. At a park near Kayama's residence, Roppongi, Tokyo, Izuku walks back to his home with Nemuri and Tensei. Both of them holding Izuku's hands and laughing at the silly story Tensei is telling about Hisashi. Suddenly they came across a park. Mama, can I play with the swings? He asks. Of course. Nemuri nods as she accompanies him to play with the swing. I'll help, Tensei says enthusiastically as he pushes the swings with Izuku sitting on it. Both are laughing. Higher, higher, he asks. Get ready, Aizu. Tensei seems enjoying his role as pseudo-father so much. Nemuri just laughs warmly seeing the scene. Be careful, Tensei. Don't drop him. I won't, he says as he continues pushing and laughing with Izuku. Excuse me, ma'am, says a spiky blonde female. I can't help but saying that your brat is adorable. You have a nice family, she continues. Thank you, Nemuri is pleasantly surprised. I haven't seen you guys around here, did you just move? She asks. Well, why yes, she doesn't know what to answer so she pretends that they just moved. Seems like this woman doesn't know she or Tensei is with their getup. I see, that's why I have never seen you guys here. Oh, how rude of me. The name's Bakugo Mitsuki, she introduces herself. Oh, I'm Kayama Nemuri, she answers. Both Nemuri and Mitsuki begin talking about random subject and surprisingly, they are getting along well. Turns out Mitsuki owns a fashion line with his husband and she also designed the clothes. She also lives in the same condominium as Nemuri. What a coincidence. Nemuri doesn't tell her that she is a hero. That's later if she can gain her trust. I have a brat too. Probably the same age as yours. We go here often, maybe next time we can set up a playdate, she offers. Oh, I would love to. Here, let me give you my contact. Both exchanges their contacts when suddenly Izuku tackles her in a hug. Mama, he yells. Izuku. Oh my, you are drenched in sweats. Not you too, Tensei, she shakes her head. Haha, it's okay, Kiyama-san. It's good to have son and father's bonding activity, she chuckles. Father and son? That does sound nice, Tensei thinks. Oh, look at the time. I should get going now, I need to prepare for dinner. See you later, Mr. and Mrs. Kayama, as she takes off. Mr. and Mrs. Kayama? There are some misunderstandings here, but it does sound nice. Well, both of them try to open a conversation at the same time. Realizing that both blushes and pauses. The lady thinks we are family, Izuku says. I like that. Mama and Papa, he beams. Both of them coo at how adorable he is. Tensei lets out some tears fall from his eyes. After hearing that, is it okay to call you Papa? He asks. Tensei lifts him up and hugs him. Of course, little one. Thank you, he says. Nemuri smiles at him. Anyway, you boys are stink. Come, let's go home and clean up. You too, Tensei, she says. Wait, what? You heard me. And let's buy some ingredients for tonight's dinner. Tensei will eat dinner with us. You have no objection, right? Oh, maybe we should invite Hitoshi and his dads too. Well, I have no objection. But I'll cook. No offense, but you're a terrible cook, he says. Yeah, whatever. What do you think, Izuku? Hooray! Hitoshi, Uncle Sho and Uncle Zashi will come. Papa will cook too. Leave it up to me. My hayashi rice is the best in Japan, as he flexes his biceps. We'll see then, Nemuri chuckles. Well, Tenya, it seems like your wish has been granted. 3 of them are holding hands with Izuku in the middle as they are walking to a supermarket. Tiobi Singing chapter text. Ida Tenya is the second son of the famous hero family, the Idas who owns the famous Idatan agency. Tenya loves his brother and he looks up to him as he is the ultimate role model for him. As personality-wise, both can't be more different as compared to the easygoing Tensei. Tenya is stiff and very much loves to enforce rules. In terms of intellect, Tenya probably surpassed Tenya when he was his age, as Tenya is very smart for his age. The teachers in his school even recommended him for acceleration program in which he can finish both kindergarten and elementary in 6 years, but their parents refused because they wanted Tenya to experience his childhood fully without any extra stresses. Tenya, however, finds school pretty boring. His stiff personality also makes him some sort of outcast, as many children think he will tattletale to teachers if he sees them breaking rules or making mistakes. He also happens to be the class leader because nobody wanted to be one. Tenya wants to have more friends, but he only has one in his school, another studious and prodigal child named Yaoyorozu Momo, who happens to be the vice leader for their class. Momo herself is pretty popular, but she is also pretty awkward when it comes to socializing, something Tenya shares. They tend to spend times together, but when they are together, they just read books without talking. Momo herself has other friends beside Tenya, and there is time when she leaves him to hang out with the girls. That is why Tenya is lonely. Tensei does play with him occasionally after he debuted 2 years ago, but most of the times, Tenya has nobody to play with. His direct and stiff personality plays a big part for his inability to make more friends, but also there is no children his age around his posh neighborhood to play with. His parents also don't know many colleagues or friends who have children who is in the same age as him to set a playdate with. They also really busy with their work and find it difficult to spare time to play with him. Tenya wasn't it. Planned PR Dinthwai, and they had him when their agency was getting more successful. Poor him. That is why he has been pestering his parents to either give him a little brother or adopt one, because he wants someone to play with. His parents said no, of course, since it is hard enough to spare time for him. That is why a phone call from Tensei that day made him really happy. Hi buddy, finished with your task? Tensei calls. Of course, I have finished all my to-do list for today perfectly on schedule, he answers it proudly. Good boy, what are you doing now? He asks. Just reading a book from Mom. Oh, what is the dinner for today? Tensei asks. Beef stew, my favorite. Hey, how's your day off so far? Now it is his turn to ask question. Ah, that's good buddy. My day off has been awesome so far. I'm currently at Nemuri's house and guess what? I'm fixing a dinner now. He erupts in laughter, somehow finding Tenya's love for beef stew amusing. So, are you going to court her yet? Tenya cheekily asks. Oh. You're 5 years old, how do you even know the word courting? Gosh, that is such an old-fashioned word. Nobody uses it anymore, we call it dating now. I read this. Okay, are you planning to date her soon? He continues, unhinged, with his teasing. Tensei shakes his head. Tenya, sometimes I wonder if you are an old man trapped in a child's body. You're just childish, Tenya teases. Hey, that is rude. Anyway, scrap your plan for dinner. Come here instead, he invites. Tenya raises his eyebrows, intrigued at the invitation. Tensei goes to Nemuri Nizan's place a lot since they are best friends, but never he invited him along to go there with him. Nemuri Nizan's has come to their house many times too, and she even had dinner with their parents last year. Both of his parents adore her and would love for him to gather his courage and ask her on a date, since it is clear that both of them like each other. Even Tenya can figure it out, and he is 5. Wow, you never invited me to her place before, he quips. Because you would be bored if I invited you. You know we usually talk about adult stuff. Sheet that came out wrong. Tenya rolls his eyes. He loves his brother, but sometimes he can be such a dork. Yeah, you are mooching and kissing each other. Also, you just used a bad word. I'm telling Mom, he deadpants. No. What are we, 5? Nisan, I'm 5 years old. He rolls his eyes so hard it hurts. Gosh, really, Nisan? You're right, gosh, I'm so stupid. He can hear a sound of Tensei slaps his own forehead. No, don't say that. Anyway, just come. I have a surprise for you and I'm making my world-famous Hayashi rice. Oh, Shoyuta and Zashi will come too, he announces. Tenya sighs. Alright, Nisan. I will ask Mom first. Good, see ya in an hour, champs. And he hangs up the phone. Tenya shakes his head, feeling tired after the conversation. He is glad to hear Tensei being so spirited and happy, though after a month of assignments in Hokkaido. Well, he needs to ask for permission to his mother now. Tenya stands up from his desk and carefully places his book on the shelves before leaving his room and knocks on his parents' door. Come in, his mother's voice can be heard from the opposite side. Tenya carefully opens the door and he sees his mother is typing on her laptop on her small office corner. I hope I don't disturb you, he says. No, not at all. How are you, sweetie? Is there something you want to ask me? She asks. Ni-san is having a dinner at Namuri Nisan's house. He asked me if I can join them. Well, that is most unusual. I thought they are together, she seems surprised. He said that Shuda-Nisan and Hizashi-Nisan will come too. Oh, that explains a lot. Tensei is too much a chicken to ask her out. I thought he asked you to come so he won't get too nervous to woo her or something. Then she realizes that she has been talking to a child. Woo. Tenya tilts his head in confusion. His mother looks mortified. Lord, please forget it, darling. Sometime I forgot that you were still 5 years old. Well, you can come if you want to. She tries to hide her embarrassment with a nervous chuckle. Tenya shrugs. Mother, I do think it is better for me to stay here since Nakamura-san has made beef stew for dinner. You can take it with you, she says as she cuts Tenya's word before he can finish it. But what will you eat? It's okay, darling. It will be rude not bring a present to people's house. Mommy can just ask Nakamura-san to cook me something. Daddy is still busy with work anyway. He won't eat at home. She sounds too happy. Tenya raises his eyebrows in confusion, but he decides to comply. Okay, I'll ask Nakamura-san to package it and I'll get ready, he bows. His mother waves at him as he leaves. She then checks if Tenya has left and grins widely. She runs to one of the drawers and opens it. There you are, a stash of instant noodles that she has been craving these past days. It was hard for her to eat unhealthy junk food these days due to Tenya's obsession with proper healthy homemade food, and as a good parent, she has to set a good example to her children. Tenya is so proper that it's hard for her to relax, unlike Tensei who are easier going, and she doesn't want to be judged by her younger son. That is why she keeps a secret stash of snacks and instant noodles for her enjoyment. Tenya's mother came from a normal middle-class family and she has intelligence quirk. She graduated from management course in UA before pursuing management degree in Keio University and graduated cum laude. She then started working for Idayton Agency shortly after graduation, met the successor of the agency and married him before having Tenya and Tensei. It was hard for her to adjust to such an old name, and even harder since Tenya is very much like his husband who are proper and stiff. She loves her family with all her heart, but she wishes Tenya can chill out more as she prepares her noodles. Enjoyment for a rare occurrence. Thank you, Tensei. Izuku likes Tensei. He is dorky, funny and nice. He never met any adult who resembles his late father more than Tensei, and Izuku secretly wishes that Tensei can become his real dad. It takes him a day, but he trusts his feelings that Tensei also likes him back. After having a nice time at grocery store and buying the ingredients needed for the dinner, they finally go back to Namuri's apartment. Izuku goes for a quick shower before going back to his room and carefully places his new figurines on his desk. All Might, Midnight and Ingenium. He got All Might and Ingenium after he bought the bed. He smiles at them, feeling warmth in his chest. Finally, he is loved again. Suddenly he hears a knock on his door. Why yes, he asks. It's me, Izuku-chan. Can I come in? Tensei asks. Oh, of course. The doors are opened and Tensei smiles widely at him. Nice room you have, he says as he enters Izuku's room. Izuku smiles sheepishly as he asks him to sit on his bed. Wow, nice figurines you have, he cheekily says. It's you, all might and mama, he says shyly. Tensei ruffles his hair lovingly and Izuku chuckles. Bunny, I need to tell you something, he says. Izuku is surprised to be called Bunny, but he doesn't dislike it. Okay, is it that you like my mama? He asks. Tensei suddenly blushes hard. What? How? He frantically asks with his reddened face. Izuku shows him a text from Hitoshi saying that Hizashi and Shoyuta has been talking about a pining idiot named Tensei. Are you angry at me? Izuku is afraid that Tensei will hate him. Looking how Izuku looks so sad, Tensei reaches out and hugs him. No, of course not. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you sad, Izu. I was just surprised. Geez, it seems like I'm being too obvious, he says. They talk some more with Tensei explaining that he does like his mother and would like to properly date her. How long have you been liking her? Izuku asks. Since I was first year at UA. Gosh, that has been 5 years then, huh? Same age as you. Izuku chuckles. That has been a long time. Have you tried telling her? He asks. I've been trying to tell her but not directly. I'm too scared that she will reject me and we can't be friends anymore. Why? Tensei looks at him as if Izuku just said something weird. Why you can't become friends if she rejects you? Tensei laughs at how innocent Izuku is. Bunny, it is complicated. Adults' relationships, I mean. Izuku nods in understanding. I don't want to become an adult then. Why is that? It's hard for me to make friends. I think it will be harder if I become an adult like you said. He stares at him intensely. Tensei sighs and ruffles his fluffy hair. I understand, Izu, but sadly, time is not something we can't change. You will become an adult whether you like it or not. Izuku tenses up. But remember this, you have people who love you and believe in you. You are not alone anymore, Izu. It's okay to be afraid. All of us are afraid. Hell, I even afraid, and I'm a hero who should be brave all the time to boost people's morale. We are all human, it is normal. He continues assuring him. However, I know that I'm not alone and I have people who have my back. You too, Izuku. You will become a great adult. I know you will, he smiles. Izuku nods while smiling and letting his tears fall. I'm such a crybaby, he says. It's okay, Izu. Like I said before, we are all human and we are entitled to our feelings. I promise to be always by your side to wipe away your tears, he says. Izuku looks at him and smiles. Thank you, Papa. No problem, Bunny, as he hugs his son. Oh, I almost forgot. I invited my brother to come for the dinner. Brother? Yes, he is the same age as you. Izuku looks down. He is not good making friends. Especially people his age. Tensei, who is good at reading people, somehow knows that Izuku is not happy. Is it too soon? He asks. Izuku says, I'm scared but I don't want to be scared anymore. Especially now that I have Papa and Mama. Are you sure, Bunny? You don't have to force yourself. I can ask him to come another day. It's okay, Papa. Soon, I will have to start school anyway. And he is a family, right? Tensei is proud of Izuku's determination to change. Okay, Bunny, but tell me if you are uncomfortable. Tenya can be pretty intense. Tell me more about your brother. He is a good kid. Very studious and disciplined but can be a bit stiff. Stiff? Like a log. Well, you can say that. Tensei laughs. He can be stubborn and not flexible with things, but he is a nice kid. He wants a little brother too. Maybe you can fill that role, he continues. Does he look like you? Izuku asks curiously. Tensei grabs his phone and begins scrolling through the pictures there. Ah, there he is, as he shows him the picture of him and Tenya smiling. He is handsome. He looks like you, Izuku comments. Thank you, Bunny. I bet he'd be happy if he heard it. I can't possibly say it in front of him. He says. Ah, of course. Tenya will blush so hard though if someone as cute as you tells it in front of him. Papa! Don't tease me. Izuku's face reddens like a ripe tomato now. Haha, sorry bunny, he laughs as he wonders if that's how a father feels when they tease their kid. Anyway, that's it for now. I will prepare to cook for the dinner. He stands up and ready to leave the room when suddenly Izuku grabs his shirt. Papa, if you marry Mama, we will become a family, right? He asks. Tensei is taken aback with the sudden question. He can only nod. Then I will help you to make Mama loves you. Tensei burst out a laugh. Izuku looks really confused as he widens his eyes in surprise. Ah, oh my god. Bunny, you're too pure for this world. He clenches his stomach. Don't worry. Papa will make sure that we will become a family. He ruffles his hair. Okay, Papa? Yes, Bunny? Maybe you should take a shower first before cooking. Mama will be angry if you don't. Ah shoot. Thanks, Izuku. I better get going, as he blasts himself out of the room. Izuku smiles at how different his life is now. He used to be scared living in this new place as she didn't know what will happen after he got adopted, but he is very grateful for both Mama and Papa who has helped him so much. He relaxes himself by laying on the bed and stares at the ceiling when he heard a scream. Tensei! I'm sorry, Nemuri. What happened? He thinks as he takes a peek outside and he sees Mama's face is flaring red like a red ruby. Mama? He calls. Nothing happened, baby. Mama will just stay in the study, as she wobbly walks to the study. What happened? Not long after that there was a sound played on the intercom. Izuku calls Nemuri, who was still hiding inside the study because he doesn't know how to use the intercom. Finally gained her composure, she went to the intercom and checked that Tenya has arrived with a pot of something. She pressed a button to allow him to enter the building. 5 minutes later, the bell rings. Come in, Nemuri responds as she opens the door. Greetings, Nemuri Nizan. I'm sorry for disturbing your rest, he greets. My, how polite. Mama seems amused. I'm sorry for not being able to bow since I'm carrying this beef stew. I hope it suits your taste, he continues like a robot. Izuku observes him carefully. He does look like Papa, the only difference is Papa has a relaxed atmosphere around him while he is more robotic. And he also wears glasses and taller than Izuku, but he has the signature blue hair that Papa has. Mama takes away the pot from him. Thank you so much, Tenya. Now please get in. Ojamashimisu, now he bows in a perfect 45 degrees angle. Mama puts the pot on the kitchen while Izuku sits on the couch. He feels a stare on his behind as he sees Tenya is looking at him from top to bottom. To say Izuku is nervous is an understatement. I heard the bell rang. Oh, you came, Tenya. Tensei suddenly appears from the bathroom with only a pair of sweatpants while carrying a white undershirt on his hand. Nemuri blushes hard in the background. Nisen, it is inappropriate to only wear a pair of sweatpants in other people's home, he scolds. Tensei sheepishly grins at him as he wears the white undershirt. Yeah, he says. Oh, I haven't introduced you to Izuku yet. Izuku, this is Tenya, my brother. Tenya, this is Izuku. Nemuri's child, he introduces. Tenya squints his eyes. Oh, I didn't know Nemuri Nizan has a child my age. He is adopted, just 2 days ago, he explains. Ah, that makes sense. Pleasure to make you acquaintance. My name is Ida Tenya. He bows again perfectly. Izuku doesn't know how to feel about him. He is proper but at the same time, blunt. He just bows back in response. And nice to meet you. I'm Kiyama Izuku. Izuku, why don't you play with Tenya in your room? I will prepare for the hayashi rice now, Papa says. Sorry for disturbing, Tenya says. Izuku awkwardly smiles as he leads him into his room. At his room, Tenya is observing his furniture, it seems. Please sit on my bed, he asks. Tenya nods and sits. Both of them sit on the bed and just stay that way. It is awkward. So, both of them start a conversation at the same time. Please go first. Tenya makes a weird up and down motion with his hand as he lets Izuku speak first. What? So, your I mean Tensei-sen's brother. Yes, he answers firmly. He said to me that he wants to have a little brother, he continues. I do. It gets lonely at home sometimes, but I manage to spend my time productively by reading books. It would be nice to have a little brother to play with. though, he answers. I see. You must be proud of your brother. He is a cool hero. Tenya suddenly lights up when Izuku said that. I do. Do you think he is cool too? He asks. Izuku sends him a soft smile while nodding. He is the coolest. He works for the people and he doesn't take all the money as he donates the rest for charity. He still does volunteer works too. I aspire to be like him when I grow up, Tenya beams as he explains how he admires his brother. Izuku finds it cute. I see. You must be proud of your mother too. He reached top 20 this year. I didn't know that. Izuku really didn't know anything about his mama's career. Tenya looks surprised. I thought you have an interest in heroes as you have their figurines over there. Why yeah, but I used to be afraid of heroes. Oh. And it seems like Tenya made the situation awkward again. Izuku is contemplating if he should tell him about him, but since he is a family, he figures he can be trusted. You can always rely on your family, right? A fire hero? Izuku starts. He accidentally killed my parents when he chased some villains, and he begins sobbing. It is heartbreaking to see the Izuku crying with his body trembles as he is trying to repress his emotion at the same time. Tenya, who is not familiar with this kind of situation, is panicking inside as his jaws gapped. Izuku looks at him with watery eyes and the taller boy automatically throws his arms around his shoulders. Shoo, it's alright, I'm here, as he rubs his backs. I'm so sorry, Izuku sobs. It's alright, Izuku. You're safe here, Tenya tries his best to. It was hard. I miss them every day. He says. It's okay, Izuku. He keeps on making circle on his backs, trying to make him relaxed. Tenya, I'm sorry, he says. Nothing to apologize for, Izuku. It's alright. They stay like that for a while until Izuku stops crying. Izuku, do you feel better? Oh. Tenya realizes that Izuku cries himself to sleep. He smiles softly as he carefully puts him on the bed. Sleep well, Utudo, little brother, as he gently pats his head. Hitoshi is excited to meet Izuku. It's only 2 days since they have been separated to live with their own parents, but he misses the greenette. These past 2 days for him has been eventful as he gets to know both of his parents who seriously considering marriage after they adopted him for some reasons. Anyway, that's adult stuff. The fun part is they allowed him to buy furniture and decoration for his own room that is much better than the room in his previous house and the one in orphanage. He also got a smartphone that he uses mainly to call and text Izuku. He also happened to heard many gossips from his loudmouth of a father, Hizashi, about Tensei and Namuri. It seems like both of them have been pining since high school, but they haven't passed friendship even until now since both are clueless. When Izuku told him about his new papa, Hitoshi decided to tell him about the gossip, and Izuku seems pretty delighted. He hopes that one day both of them will be together and become real family. Anywho, if Izuku is happy, Hitoshi is also happy. Finally, after a short walk, they arrived at the condominium unit and using the spare pass card, Shoyuta enters the house. Nam, we're here, he yells. Oh, hi guys. And a tall, muscular, blue-haired man wearing a pair of sweatpants and a white undershirt welcomes them in the foyer. Tensei. Hizashi enthusiastically launches himself for a hug. Zashi, long time no see, as he hugs back. I swear you guys are so dramatic. It has been only a month, Shoyuta deadpants. Ah, don't be shy, Unite all. I know you missed me, as he opens his arms for a hug. Shoyuta rolls his eyes, not a chance, but he reciprocates the hug, albeit briefly. The blue-haired man then looks at his direction and smiles. You must be Hitoshi. Hitoshi nods solemnly. Greetings, I'm Ida Tensei, as he offers his hand for a handshake. Hitoshi stares at him before shaking his hand. Ah, you came. Suddenly Namuri appears wearing a comfortable-looking red flannel pajama. Namuri, you look as lame as ever, Shoyuta jokes. Namuri grins. At least people voted me as the sexiest heroine for this year. Imagine if they see you with your casual getup, he teases. No, don't fight. Tensei raises both of his hands trying to defuse the situation even though for both Namuri and Shoyuta it was their casual banter. Gosh, you people are too dramatic, Zashi quips. Look who's talking, both Namuri and Shoyuta reply at the same time. Yeah, Zashi whines. Tensei, Hitoshi. Namuri and Shoyuta are mean to me, he continues. Served you right, Pop, Hitoshi jokes. No, my son is mean to me too. Shoyuta, this is your fault, he groans. Good boy, Shoyuta pats his shoulders. Ha, you got yourself a sassy kid, Tensei laughs. Gosh, Zashi, you're too loud, Namuri complains. Soon a tall boy with a blue hair and a pair of glasses walks from second floor to the living room with Izuku, who holds his hand. Hitoshi feels a surge of pain in his heart when he sees the scene. Izuku looks sleepy, but he brightens up when he sees Hitoshi as he runs and tackles him in a hug. Hito-chan, he says. Hitoshi's resting bored face slightly changes as his tip of lips quirks upward, resembling a smile. Missed you, he says. I miss you too, Izuku replies as he buries his face on his shoulders. Aw, Namuri squeals. Ah, I forgot to introduce you to Tenenai. Tenenai is Papa's brother, as he drags him in front of Tenya. Tenya bows deeply as he introduces himself, Ida Tenya. Nice to meet you, Hitoshi-kun. Hitoshi doesn't know what to feel about Tenya. Likewise, he replies, short and brief. He stares at him, observing him from top to bottom. Why he doesn't like this kid even though they just met. Alright, everyone, Tensei has served the dinner, Namuri announces as they move to the dining room. At the dining table, Izuku is sandwiched between Tenya and Hitoshi, even he feels some tensions among those two. The adults either purposely ignore it or they don't feel it. At any rate, Izuku will behave because it is his first family dinner after a long time and he has been looking forward to it. Not to mention, Tenya adorably asked him if he can be his little brother earlier. Izuku always wants a brother, although technically Tenya is his uncle if Tensei becomes his papa, but it would be weird since both of them are same age. Come to think of it, Izuku doesn't know exactly Tenya's age. Hitoshi is older than Izuku since he was born on 1st of July. Tenenai, when is your birthday? He asks. It is August 22nd, he answers. Oh, you are older than me then, Izuku seems happy with the answer. When is yours, Izu-chan? Zashi asks. December 25th, like our Lord and Savior, Hitoshi answers. Oh nice. So, you get double presents then, I'm jealous, Zashi says. Don't be childish, Zashi, Shoyuta teases. Geez, you're so annoying, Shoyuta. Not as annoying as you. Oh my god, guys, you are so annoying, Namuri rolls her eyes. Oh, by the way, I sent a picture of us earlier to Oboro. He said hi and we should throw another one once he is back in town, Tensei announces. That's a good idea. Missing that cloudy guy, like crazy, Zashi responds as he takes another sip on his clam chowder. Cloudy guy, how original. I doubt he misses you though, Shoyuta relentlessly teases Zashi. Dad, you just called Pops sunshine. This morning while hugging him from behind, Hitoshi teases. Son, you shouldn't tell them our little secret, Shoyuta deadpants. Everyone laughs at the table. Shoyuta is a grumpy cat, but he is secretly a cuddle monster in the morning. This time, Zashi is coming for a revenge. Shut up, Shoyuta hides his face in embarrassment. Shoyuta, you should be able to take it if you brave enough to dish it, Namuri teases. Oh, come on, Namuri. Tensei told me that you accidentally went inside the bathroom when he showered and ran away screaming. Shoyuta strikes back harder. Oh my goodness, that is so embarrassing. Tensei, you traitor. Mama's face becomes red now. In my defense, I was panicked. Papa says. Is that true, Izu-chan? Hitoshi asks. Izu just sheepishly laughs and nods. Again, the table erupts in laughter. Then Tensei serves both hayashi rice and beef stew as the main. Wow, this is amazing, Tensei. Zashi quips. You think so? Hee, thank you, as he rubs the back of his neck. It is true, this is exquisite, Shoyuta agrees. The beef stew is made by our chef though, Tenya says. Still, both of it amazing. You're so lucky, Tenenai, to be able to eat this food every day. Izuku hungrily grubs both hayashi rice and beef stew like there is no tomorrow. I guess I am. Oops, you should be careful when eating Izuku-kun, as he picks some rice on Izuku's face. Tensei smiles at the scene. He is happy to see Izuku being comfortable with Tenya and how Tenya takes the role of older brother seriously. There you go, he smiles. Thank you, Tenai. Izuku beams at him. Aw, how adorable, Nemuri quips. Hitoshi pouts as he sees the scene. He doesn't like Izuku being so comfortable with Tenya. Izuku, are you ready to enter school again? I'm thinking of enrolling Izuku to Tenya's school, Mama asks. Oh, that is a great choice. Tenya's school is pretty good and it has primary school all over until high school. It is also ranked pretty high. They also have a strict bullying and discrimination policy, Tensei explains. Interesting, I was thinking of enrolling Hitoshi in an online class, but it seems like Tenya's school can provide the protection he needs, Shoyuta nods. Fantastic, maybe we can enroll both our sons to Tenya's school on Monday, Mama says. Well, I need to do more research about the facility, but yes, if it comes to that, we can go together on Monday, Shoyuta. Hitoshi sighs. He doesn't like going to school, but at least Izuku will be with him. He really hopes the new school will be strict in enforcing no bullying and discrimination rules. Don't worry, Hitoshi-kun. We have quirk equality training every year and teacher does punish students who misbehaves in our school, Tenya assures. Thanks. Hitoshi tries to like Tenya, but seeing how close he is with Izuku in such a short amount of time, he doesn't like it. Then it is decided. Izuku, what do you think? Mama asks. Well, if there is no bullying, I would like to try. Tenai and Hito-chan will be with me too, he smiles. Papa ruffles his hair lovingly. Good boy, you are really brave, but if there is a kid who bullies you, you should tell us, okay? I will punish him or her myself, Tensei cheerfully says it with dark undertone at the end of the sentence. Ni-san. Tenya protests. I was joking, Tenya. But if they really are brave enough to bully Aizu. I get it, Ni-san. I will protect Aizu. I promise, Tenya says. Me too, Hitoshi quickly quips, doesn't want to lose to Tenya. Zashi and Shoyuta look at him with a meaningful look. Oh no. The rest of the dinner was really fun as they shared stories about the time when they were in UA. They also talked about a hero named Emi who are pretty close to them and how she became a teacher. Mama looks like she is contemplating to become one as she likes teaching, but maybe in few years to come, once Izuku is old enough to be left alone. The guests said their goodbyes, leaving Izuku and Nemuri to clean up the plate. What do you think of today, Aizu? Mama asks. Izuku cleans the plate, maybe they should just invest in dishwasher, and smiles. It was fun. A bit tiring but fun. I love Tenai, Papa, Hito-chan, Uncle Shoyuta and Uncle Zashi, he says. Mama smiles at him. Well, tomorrow we can take it easy then. I'm taking day off for 2 weeks so I can bond with you, she says. I promise to always be there for you, Aizu. Even when I start working, please contact me if there is a trouble, okay? Don't keep it upon yourself, Mama continues. I will, Mama. Good boy, now want to grab some ice cream? Yes. At the ride home from Roppongi Hills, Tenya seems really quiet. What is wrong, buddy? Tensei asks. I'm worried about Aizu, he says. What happened? Tensei turns his back around to get a good look on his brother. He seems pretty distraught when he told me about his past. How a hero killed his family, he explains. Yeah, I heard about it from Nem. He looks down sadly. What happened to the hero? He asks. He got his license suspended for a month, but that was it. In fact, he is still active and he is one of the top heroes. He grits his teeth at the injustice. The punishment was too lenient as the news was never made public. Their deaths are still unknown to public due to his PR agency's involvement. Wow, Tenya sighs in disbelief. I know, right? How awful. Aizu deserved better than this. No wonder he used to be afraid of heroes, Tenya nods. Ni-san, I will protect Aizu from now on. He is my little brother and I will never let him suffer anymore, he promises while making a stiff movement ups and down with his right arms. Tensei chuckles lightly. Me too, although technically you are his uncle. Ni-san, we're same age and you can only say it after you find the courage to ask Nemuri Ni-san out, he claps back. Geez, you don't have to be that savage, Tenya, he groans. Meanwhile, for Aizawa and Yamada family on the way home. Someone got jealous, Zashi teases. Who? Me? Hitoshi frowns. Who else? Not a chance, Shoyuta answers. Gosh, Shoyuta, that hurts. Now Zashi pouts. What do you mean by jealous? Hitoshi scowls. Wow, slow down chaps. Just telling. Zashi raises both his hands up. Shoyuta sighs. It's okay not to understand it now, kiddo. It's normal to feel jealous when you see someone you like being comfortable with other guy, he explains. Wait, I don't think that I'm jealous. Who made me jealous anyway, he frantically asks. Both his parents share a knowing look before shaking their head. Tenya. You are jealous to see Tenya being so close with Izuku. It is very obvious, kid, Shoyuta explains. Hitoshi tries to rebuttal, but he knows more than anyone that what Shoyuta said is true. Zashi chuckles as he ruffles his son's hair. Don't worry, Hitoshi, Pops have 1001 ideas on how to woo a guy. Please don't listen to him, Shoyuta quickly retorts. Hitoshi lets out a sigh. At his parents, who starts bickering. Seems like he likes Aizu more than a friend, huh? As they arrived in their apartment. They enter the apartment and welcomed by 3 cats. One for each of them. Oh, Lady B, one of it practically tackles Hitoshi as he grabs her and she purrs. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep, he says while holding his cat. Good night, son. Nighty-night, Hitoshi. Hitoshi enters his room and throws himself on the bed. Hey, Lady B. How do I make Aizu only looks at me? He asks. Lady B, a blue British short-hair, just tilts her head in confusion. He then pets her lovingly and she purrs happily in response. I'll introduce you to Aizu next time. I know you'll love him. That night in Kiyama residence, Roppongi Hills. Aizu, since we are free tomorrow, how about if I set you a playdate with Bakugo's kid? She asks. I guess. Izuku is shy, but he knows that he needs to get used to people his age since he will enter school soon. Perfect, I will text her now, and she sends a message to Mitsuki. Soon, Mitsuki replies her saying that they are free tomorrow and would love to have a playdate for Izuku and Katsuki, her son. Then it is decided, tomorrow at 10 a.m. and we'll be having a lunch together, she says happily. Izuku is secretly looking forward to meet Katsuki. T.O.B. Singing chapter text. The very next day, Nemuri wakes up pretty early because she needs to prepare for the playdate that she had set up with Bakugo Mitsuki. It is Saturday and they decided to meet at the park near her house before having a lunch together in a nearby cafe. They will also be having an impromptu dinner with the Idas later since Tenya is quite attached to Izuku and Tensei is excited to introduce Izuku to the rest of the family as he texted Nemuri that morning in order to invite her for the dinner, after a push from his mother. Nemuri said yes, part of it because of Izuku's sake and part of it because she wants to catch up with the family. She also needs to prepare for Izuku's enrollment to Tenya's school next Monday. She was initially a bit worried since Izuku seemed reluctant in starting school due to his fear of people his age, but seeing how he was determined to enter school and how both Tenya and Tensei promised him that they will protect him once he starts, kind of assured her that she probably made the right choice. However, she needs to see how the school's curriculum may work for her precious son. The school itself offer a one-day tryout for Izuku and Hitoshi so they can decide if they want to enroll to the school or not. Anyway, it is already morning and she needs to prepare for the playdate with Mitsuki. She gets up from her king-size velvet bed and wears her silk bathrobe, which is pretty on brand for her. Oh darn it, Izuku still doesn't know what image she portrays on the screen. Will her hero persona bite her in the butt once Izuku starts school? She never considered that in the first place since children don't really know her that well. But if their parents somehow find out, she wishes that it won't affect how the children view Izuku. She takes good look of herself in the mirror as she gives herself a pep talk. It's okay, Nemuri, you will do what you can to protect Izuku and you are a great mother. She caught her adoptive mother did that ritual every day when she first joined her household and it somewhat calmed her. She now does it every day to calm her anxiety down. She then goes to the bathroom to do her morning routine by taking quick shower, putting some skincare on her face because her face is one of her biggest investment as a spotlight heroine and dries her hair. She goes back from her ensuite bathroom to her vanity table in her bedroom to apply some light makeup and brush her long black mane. She stares at her reflection on the mirror. It's okay, you look plainer when you are not on your hero costume anyway, she tries to assure herself while panicking inside. She knows better than anyone that Nemuri's style is very much different that midnight and most people can't recognize her nerdy style in public. But if they look closer. Stop it, Nemuri. Nobody will find out that you are Midnight. Besides, what is so wrong being Midnight? You just ascended into top 20 ranked heroes and you gave inspiration for women out there to be proud for their own femininity and sexuality. You are a good role model for them and you will become a good role model, too, for Izuku. She lets out a sigh, wondering if she needs to make an appointment with her therapist soon. Motherhood is great, but she didn't realize that she would be this anxious mess because of it. Yes, maybe she needs that. She wants to be a great mother for Izuku and she doesn't want her anxiety to take turn for the worse. Speaking of Izuku, Tensei told her last night on a call that he was worried about his trauma. It is true that Izuku is getting better at his hero fear issue, but he is afraid that it might be deeper than that. Especially since Tenya caught him having a panic attack at the mention of his parents. It can be concluded that he is still grieving and he may not know how to process it healthily. Nemuri heart breaks for Izuku when she heard that. She felt bad for not noticing how fragile his son's mental health at the moment. She has vowed that she will be a great mother for her and she needs to solve this predicament. Yes, she needs to get help for him via professionals in the psychological field. Maybe her therapist knows an expert in child psychology who can help her as she types an email to her via her laptop in her adjacent study room. She probably needs to ask their opinion about Izuku's starting school this early. Who knows, maybe Izuku needs to be homeschooled until he is more ready, but let's see the school first and talk to the expert first. As she clicks the send button, Nemuri hurriedly changes her bathrobe into her casual getup. She then walks to Izuku's room and knocks. Izu honey, are you up? She asks. She checks the clock and it is still 7 a.m. They plan to meet at 10 a.m. in the park, so there is still plenty of time to prepare for the playdate. She smiles softly as she opens the door and sees her beloved bundle of joy is sleeping peacefully on his blue bed. It gives her a warm feeling when Tensei told her with teary eyes that Izuku chose the color because it looks like his hair color. Tensei is such a dork and Izuku is such a sweet kid, how she loves them both. And the sudden realization makes her blushes uncontrollably while she squeals in embarrassment. Not knowing that it wakes Izuku up. Izuku opens her heavily lit eyes and he rubs it. He sees his mama is standing next to his bed and making a high-pitched noise. Mama, he yawns. Nemuri squeals at the scene, seeing how adorable it was. Izuku looks really cute with his ingenium-themed pajama and his unruly green hair even more untamed. Nemuri sits next to him and rubs his head lovingly. Good morning, sunshine. How was your sleep? She asks as she plays with his curly hair. Tired, he replies while closing his eyes for more nap. Nemuri chuckles and she kisses his forehead. Sleep tight, my prince. I will wake you up in an hour, okay? We're meeting Katsuki today. Izuku quickly slips through his sleep. Katsu, Kaken, he mumbles. Nemuri wants to squeals there, but it will wake him up. So cute. She carefully leaves his room to cook some breakfast. She may not be a good cook, but she knows how to make a mean cereal. Well, she probably needs to take a cooking class soon to increase her repertoire. No, scratch that, to learn the basic cooking. The same tower mansion, Tokyo. Bakugo Katsuki is 5 years old. Last year, he got his quirk and it was awesome. Explosion really is a quirk suitable to become the #1 hero, and Katsuki expect nothing more for that. He will become a hero that surpass all might and nobody has the same caliber as him. It is obvious that in the society where having a strong quirk means everything, people will give him privileges that people with no strong quirks have. For example, people have begun praising him on daily basis, saying he will be #1 hero in the future. Even in the kindergarten, nobody reprimands him if he is being a bully to classmates with weaker quirk or if he is using his quirk on other kids. The teachers will just laugh and say, boys will be boys. Katsuki loves the attention and how the extras in his class are always following him as if he was a leader. Why extras? Because they mean nothing to him besides Pebble on the street who will value nothing once they grow up. Well, the adults basically are giving him free passes on everything he does. Should be true, right? Katsuki's rambunctious attitude problems are getting bigger and bigger these days as Mitsuki witnessed him shoving a kid on the park just because he wanted to be a hero despite his weak quirk. Katsuki was grounded for 2 weeks after that, but it does nothing to change his bad attitude. She may try her best, but when the society itself giving him a free pass and compliments just because of his quirk, Mitsuki's efforts were gone to waste. Katsuki! She yells as Katsuki is still fast asleep. Tease! Katsuki wakes up with a bad mood. He begrudgingly stomps his way out of his room and into the dining room as if he owns the place. Shut up, old hag. I'll come down when I want to, he yells back. Katsuki won't back down for a fight, even if it is his own mother. What did you just call me, you brat? Mitsuki herself won't chicken out as she stomps to his direction, ready to pinch him on his arms when Masaru walks in the middle looking tired. Now, let's have a nice weekend breakfast, he says. Both Mitsuki and Katsuki are sending deadly glares toward each other, but both of them respect Masaru. Huffed. Tee. And that's it, both of them eating silently on the dining table. Katsuki, don't forget that we'll be having a playdate with Izuku-chan today. Get ready after you eat, she says. I know, he replies. Izuku-chan, huh? Another extra, he thought. Little did he know that the meeting will turn his world upside down. At the playground, Katsuki is walking to the playground near their condominium with her mother on the side. It is in the middle of December and the weather is really chilly. That is why both of them are wearing thick coats. Ew, what a wacky weather, Mitsuki whines. Katsuki rolls his eyes. His mother is such a weakling. When they arrive, they see the long raven-haired woman and small green-haired child are already waiting near the bench. Mitsuki waves at them while smiling. Kiyama-san, sorry for the wait, she apologizes. The tall lady just waves back and smiles. No worry, we just arrived too. Katsuki just wanted to go home. The green-haired kid is playing in the sandbox, too busy making whatever. Oh, so this is your son. Katsuki-chan, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Kayama Nomuri, she introduces herself. Katsuki pouts. Katsuki, be nice, his mom warns him with a scary glare. Nice to meet you, old lady, he rudely responds and her mother automatically pinches his cheek, hard. So sorry for my stupid brat. He got his quirk last year and he thinks he ruled the world ever since, she says. Nomuri lightly chuckles. Haha, it's all right. What an active kid, she says. Mitsuki is so embarrassed. We will talk about this when we get home, she whispers a threat to Katsuki and she sees his face slightly pales. Maybe I should ground him for a month without a laptop, she thought. Is that Izuku-chan? She continues. Yes, he is making a sandcastle now. Katsuki-chan, maybe you can join him. Yeah, go introduce yourself, Katsuki, Mitsuki orders. Katsuki lets out a sigh and walks towards the smaller child. The greenette looks back at him and wow. Katsuki has heard about love and whatnot from the cheesy drama his mother likes to watch. Some of the extras in his class also sang sappy sheets like I like you. You're cute. And teachers just coo at them saying adorable blah blah blah. He really couldn't understand what is liking someone, but when he sees this green-haired guy, he feels like he understands what they say in those cheesy movies. Gosh, he is adorable. He is definitely more than an extra in his book. Hello? Even his voice is cute. Katsuki has to have him. And classic Katsuki style, the first thing he says is, I like you, while his foot is stepping on Izuku's sandcastle, destroying his hard work completely. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise while both Mitsuki and Nomuri's faces are shocked with both of their jaws gapped at the sight. Katsuki, his mother yells. The greenette looks at him with teary eyes as suddenly some vines begin to appear from the sand. Before he can react, the vines capture both of his feet and now he is hanging upside down. Hey! Let me go! He screams. Izuku's cries become louder as the vines begin to mimic his cry by jolting Katsuki upside down. Mitsuki is laughing her butt off while Nomuri is trying to comfort Izuku, asking him to stop. All the jolting makes Katsuki nauseous and in a second, he pukes on the sand. Let's just say after that everything was a chaos with the police came after some reports from their boisterous, posh and arrogant neighbors around the park with both Mitsuki and Nomuri apologizing profusely while Katsuki, who somehow is blushing hard, is comforting crying Izuku in his own way, barking "Don't cry, stupid," while hugging him. They ended up got banned from the park for a year because of the commotion. The lunch is pretty good, despite the rough start. Katsuki attentively tries to befriend Izuku with his style. "Oi, that's not how you use chopstick," he barks. "But, how do you use it correctly?" Izuku asks. "Teach can't be helped. See, this is how you use it," as he demonstrates how to eat with chopstick. "Ah, I see. Thank you, Kaken." And Izuku beams. "Shut up, Deku." He blushes so hard as he tries to read the kanji name of Izuku that is written on his shirt. "Oi, Katsuki. His name is Izuku. I'm sorry, Nomuri-san, for my stupid, ill-mannered son." Mitsuki is mortified. "Kaken can read kanji?" Izuku's eyes are twinkling with expectation. Of course I can." "Deku sounds like Dikairu, or you can do it anyway," he scoffs. Kaken is so smart. Izuku seems to really like Kaken. "Of course," he says proudly. Nomuri chuckles seeing how funny the interactions are. Seems like Izuku will break a lot of hearts in the future. The lunch goes on smoothly as both Katsuki and Izuku talk about All Might, and Katsuki, probably unintentionally, proposes to Izuku. "You should become my sidekick. I'll protect you and I'll treat you well forever," he says with a reddened face. "Really, Kaken? That seems fun." Izuku beams at him and Katsuki becomes even more red. "Or you can be my wife at home. I will work really hard so you can buy things you like," he continues confidently. "Don't work too hard, Kaken. You may get sick," Izuku pouts. "Hero doesn't get sick," he proclaims. "No, they do get sick," Mitsuki rolls her eyes. "Shut up, old hag." Katsuki barks. Nomuri sighs looking at the mother-son's antics. She really hopes this cafe won't ban her because of them. At the way home, Katsuki is willing to hold hand with his mother because he has such a good mood after meeting Izuku. His mother even schedules for another playdate with him, and Katsuki seems pretty happy to see Izuku again later. "So, you want to marry Izuku in the future?" she teases. What? Katsuki stutters. "Wait until your father hears it," she continues. "Shut up. Don't tell Oyaji," he begs as Mitsuki cackles like a Disney's villain. "Ah, today has been a good day." Finally, the day when Izuku and Hitoshi will explore the new school has come. Mama has told him that they will see a nice doctor who will help him with his nightmares and feelings. Izuku doesn't know much about it, but if the doctor can help him with his what's the word? Trauma? Then he is willing to get treated. The doctor may also help him decide if he is ready to go to school or if it is better for him to learn at home. Izuku is fine with both, but he wants to make more friends and conquer his fear. He takes a deep breath as he looks into Mama and Hito-chan. Hito-chan squeezes his hand to assure him. "Ready?" she asks. Izuku nods. "Let's go." Zashi yells at them and Hitoshi pouts. "Too loud," he whines. Nomuri laughs at the banter. "Come on guys, Tensei is already waiting in the principal office," she says. Somei Private Academy. A prestigious school spanning from primary school to high school with a link to all top 10 universities in Japan, with all the facilities included from indoor swimming pool, 2 Michelin stars cafeteria, Olympic standard gym, and so on. The school is famous for their DSPLN and anti-quirk discrimination policy. The school is also notorious for their super expensive tuition and the difficult enrollment test. Izuku and Hitoshi are enrolling for their kindergarten program, so there won't be test aside from recommendation, and Tensei is willing to give them both recommendations. Shoyuta has told them that he is not a fan of elite school with their prissy and entitled students, but even he acknowledges how serious this academy is handling the anti-quirk discrimination within their compound, which is very admirable. Shoyuta himself used to suffer from bullying during his school days because of his quirk deemed as villainous. He didn't even have friends until he entered UA and met Nomuri, Oboro, Hizashi, and Tensei. That is why he is willing to pay more so Hitoshi won't suffer like he was. Too bad Shoyuta has a mission today, so Hisashi will be the one who takes Hitoshi for his tryout and tour of the school. The school itself is really impressive. It kinds of remind them of UA but not as big, but maybe it is stupid to compare any school to UA since UA has more than one training ground with the same size as a small city, but the architecture and the facilities are impressive. The students seem pretty happy and some even say, "Good morning," to them while the others throw a polite smile to them. Seems like most of the students there are well-mannered. Finally, they have arrived at the kindergarten building and it is huge. The kindergarten are divided into 2 levels, small and big, and each level has 6 classes. Izuku and Hitoshi are 5 this year, so they will be in small level. As they are admiring the building, suddenly Tensei taps Namuri's shoulder. "Yo!" he greets with a wide grin. "Papa!" Izuku beams at him while raising his arms for a hug. Tensei picks him up and hugs him tightly. "How are you, Sonny? Are you behaving well for Mama?" he asks. Izuku nods and smiles. "I'm a good boy." "Yes, you are," as he kisses him on the cheeks. "Papa, that tickles." Izuku giggles adorably. "Hitoshi, do you want a hug and kisses?" Zashi offers while pouting his lips like a duck face. Hitoshi rolls his eyes. "You no need." Tense 3, "My son hates me," Zashi cries to Tensei. Hey, be careful. "I'm holding my son here," Tensei yells. Namuri laughs at the heartwarming scene. Gosh, Tensei really fits his role as a father. "Anyway, let's go to the office." Tensei leads them while holding Izuku on his shoulders. The principal is a jolly fellow. She coos at how cute Izuku and Hitoshi are and offers them an expensive cake as a snack. She then gives them a tour of the school, which doesn't impress them as much since all of them were graduated from UA that has more facilities than this place. Izuku and Hitoshi, however, who hasn't been to UA, finds the place really amazing. "Hito-chan, they have swimming pool and it is warm." "Izu, they have a huge garden. You can tend it like you used to in the orphanage." And they express their amazement towards this place during the tour until the time to join the class. They are standing in front of Sunflower class and all eyes are on them. Izuku feels overwhelmed. He tried to hide behind Hitoshi, but he doesn't want to disappoint Mama, so he braves himself and stands next to him. "Today we will be having 2 friends to join us. Come on, don't be shy," as the teacher, Miss Aiko, introduces them. "Aizawa Hitoshi, nice to meet you," typical Hito-chan. Simple and to the point, while Izuku is too shy to introduce himself. "And my name is Kakeyama." Izuku, as he looks down. Not long after that, the children were enthusiastically raising their hands. Izuku doesn't know why they do that. "Oh, seems like many of you want to ask some questions to Aizu-chan and Hitoshi-chan," she explains. "Okay, Tenya-kun," as she lets Tenya speaks. "Tenya?" Izuku looks up and he sees Tenenai there raising his hand. "Aiko-sensei, can Izuku and Hitoshi sit next to me for today?" he asks. Izuku smiles at Tenenai and Tenenai smiles back at him. Next to him, Hitoshi is sending a silent glare to Tenya. "Sensei, Kenai-han sits next to me," a buzz-cut boy with a loud voice suddenly yells at them. "Inesa-kun, I have asked Aiko-sensei first for them to sit next to me," Tenenai explains with his signature robotic hand. "Sorry, sensei. I didn't pay attention. Nice to meet you, Aizen and Hitoshi-chan. Aizen, you're very cute. I like you," as he bows profusely with a wide grin on his face. Then the barrage of questions keeps on coming for them. Some even only states that Izuku is cute. "What is your favorite song? What is your favorite color? Do you like All Might? Hitoshi-chan, did you sleep last night? Aizu-tan is so kawaii." Izuku is a blushing mess with many people calling him cute while Hitoshi seems angry because of his jealousy. "Hito-chan, it hurts." Izuku winces as the grips on his hand becomes too tight. Hitoshi realizes his mistake and apologizes. "Sorry." "It's okay, Hito-chan. I know you are nervous." Izuku sends an angelic smile to him and it only makes the class to be more enamored by his cuteness. It goes well, until one kid with pink hair and yellow pupils asks them a question. "What is your quirk?" Izuku and Hitoshi flinch when they hear it. They look at each other. The sensei seems understand. "Now Mei-chan, Remember that quirk is not everything. Every quirk is? Vodi, the class answers. And no quirk means? Also good. Izuku and Hitoshi look at each other. The children here seem nicer, maybe they will accept them easily, right? Izuku speaks first. Maybe I should just show you, as he shows them the palm of his hands and suddenly yellow roses begin to emerge from it. The children gasp at the sight seeing how beautiful his quirk is. Izuku picks the flower and give it to Tenai and Inasa first as a gratitude because they offered him to sit next to them. He also then gives it to the rest of the class. So beautiful. Izu-chan is so nice. I wanna be Izu-chan's friend. Hitoshi is nervous. He doesn't want to show his quirk, but seeing how people react really well to Izuku's quirk, he lets out a sigh. Izu, he says. Yes. And Izuku's eyes become stale. Make more flowers, this time tulips. And suddenly Izuku does as he says and tulips with different colors emerge from his hands. Stop, he says. Now, give it to the sensei and our classmates. Izuku does as he was ordered and the class are speechless before it erupts into amazement. What an interesting quirk, it will be great for spying, Tenai quips. Agree, this is very underground hero, though, a girl with long black ponytail replies. Amazing! You gave me so much ideas for my babies, the overly enthusiastic pink-haired girl squeals maniacally. Hitoshi is surprised to see the reception. They are nice, Izuku says. Yeah, Hitoshi nods while giving Izuku a weak smile. Namuri, Tensei and Zashi are watching them from outside of the classroom. All of them agree to enroll their kids to this class. Tobi Singing chapter text. Yurashi Inasa has always been hot-blooded and passionate. He says what he means and he means what he says. He also says it loudly to the point that his parents asked him to tone down his voice. It worked the first time, but since it is part of his personality, he just couldn't help it. At the end his parents gave up. Coming for a family with a connection to heroes, with his mother being an investor who invests mainly in either hero agency or hero support companies and a dad who is a doctor specialized with tending heroes-related injuries, it is natural that he wants to become a hero. His most favorite hero is Endeavor because his quirk is fiery and everything screams passion when he sees him. He has many of his goods and he also records every broadcasted fight that involves Endeavor. He wishes to be a hero like him in the future. He imagines himself living as a hero with a passion for his work, a big house and a cute wife or husband who is also a hero. You can blame the television that shows the successful heroes are the one who are both successful in their job and their family. Pest, he means Endeavor. Inasa himself is a smart lad who loves to study new things, and luckily any new information will be SCD completely into that big brain of his, but he always put 120% of his effort to study new things, and he does is enthusiastically. Today is no exception, and he is very much delighted to see that there are 2 new students joining the class. The first one seems pretty cool. He is pretty tall for a kindergartner with a purple, shoulder-length hair that is pretty flat. Shinsou hasn't learned the existence of hair gel yet. He wears a black t-shirt, blue denim and a brown sneaker. He looks really tired. Maybe Inasa can give him a massage to make him more comfortable? The second student, though, Inasa's heart skipped a beat when he saw him. There is one word that can express his impression: adorable. Even that is probably not enough to portray how cute Izuku is. Pale skin, fluffy green hair, skinny and short, big bright emerald eyes. Inasa watches enough movies to know that this is how the princes in Disney movies fall in love with the princess. Somehow Inasa can imagine him and Izuku becoming a hero duo, going home together, cook a dinner and watch movie in their living room afterwards. Inasa can't help it. He raises his hand to ask if Izu-chan can sit next to him, but sadly Tenya has beaten him for it. He is disappointed, but when Izuku gives him the rose, it cheers him up instantly. Thank you, Izu-kun, as he shakes Izu's hand furiously. Izu seems confused, but he quickly beams at him. No problem, Inasa-kun. You're so nice, he says. Inasa has decided. He will marry Izuku in the future. Hitoshi is not having a good time. Don't get him wrong, it is not like he dislikes the school per se. It is more like many of the students are being too nice to his Izu. Of course, he is happy that the people here seem like genuinely nice and wants to get to know both of them, but he doesn't like some of the students who blatantly shows their affection towards Izuku. Hitoshi completely understands that he is just being jealous, and for the sake of his friendship with Izuku, he will not show it. However, he will watch over Izuku like a hawk, not letting any of these predators to snatch him away from him. If Izuku will marry someone in the future, Hitoshi hopes it will be him. Gosh, children and their obsession with marriage. It is cute to see how naive some of them are. They are being seated with Izuku next to Tenya and Hitoshi next to Inasa now. Hito-chan, you can sit next to Inasa-kun and Izu-chan can sit with his brother, says Aiko-san, who has been informed about the Ida and Kayama dynamic. Ten-chan and Izu are siblings? I thought Ten-chan only have elder brother. They don't look alike. The children begin to murmur about the statement earlier. Aiko-san claps her hand to get the attention of the class. Attention, class. Maybe Tenya can explain it to the class, she asks. Tenya stands up straight and with an animated hand gestures he explains. Izu is the son of my brother's best friend. We are not related, but we are still brothers because my brother is his father's figure. He explains it with vocabularies that are too advanced for a kindergartner. What is father's figure? I don't understand. Ten-chan is so smart. Aiko-san lets out a sigh but quickly changes her expression to smile, but before she can explain, Tenya says, "It means that Izuku's mother will marry my brother. They both love each other," he practically yells to the class. Aiko-san slaps her own forehead. Meanwhile, at the corridor outside the class, both Namuri and Tensei's jaws gapped. Both of them are blushing hard and Hisashi are cackling like a madman while multitasking by sending barrage of messages to Shoyuta. Izuku lightly chuckles in response, saying, "I hope they will marry soon." Aiko-sensei tries to diffuse the situation by explaining to the class about family relations and how blood-related family members are not the default. Hitoshi is really tired and he has just arrived here for 3 hours. Seriously, dealing with people is not his forte, especially since his desk mate is an Energizer bunny who keeps on responding to the questions from the teacher. He also tries to strike a conversation with him despite his efforts to ward him off by purposely putting a resting beach face. He does respond politely though. Hitoshi is not an uncultured swine. The class then continues with the teacher teaching them about some songs from different prefectures in Japan. Some of the songs are related with Japanese folklore and the teacher patiently explains to the class about the folklore and the moral that we can learn from it. They learn the song from Mamatoro and Ishinbashi that day with the teacher showing a slideshow of a picture book in the screen depicting the story. It is pretty fun even though Hitoshi feels like his singing is not that good compared to Izuku, who has a beautiful voice. Gosh, can he be more whipped up than this? His deskmate is even worse. He sounds more like yelling instead of singing since his pitch is all over the place. Hitoshi doesn't know if he should be annoyed or amused since it is pretty funny on itself. Inasa doesn't seem to realize how out of tune his singing is. On that note, Hitoshi actually admires people who doesn't care about their shortcomings and instead keep on doing what they do. Maybe he is not a bonehead after all. Nice voice, Hito-chan. You should teach me next time how to sing. I love singing, but people say my voice is all over the place. Hitoshi chuckles at Inasa's expression. Even his expression is loud with his wide grin and widened eyes. You laugh. This is the first time I see you laugh. Nice, he seems amused. Gosh, he might be annoying, but he is a really nice guy, he thought. Yeah, maybe we can learn how to sing later, he responds, and Inasa looks even more happy. That's a promise, Hito-chan. Let's be the best in singing. I don't want to be the best in singing, but yeah, whatever works for you. He deadpans and Inasa laugh at his joke. Maybe this school is pretty nice after all. The teacher then shows some regional songs and she asks if anyone wants to sing a song from their hometown. To Hitoshi's surprise, Izuku raises his hand. Izu-chan. Wow, he must be a really good singer. Cute, beautiful quirk and can sing? I'm gonna marry him. Not in my watch buzz cut, Hitoshi quips. Hey, that wasn't nice, Inasa protested, but it was cut short when they see Izuku walks to the front of the class. Tenya rubs his shoulder to give him assurance before he walks. He looks really adorable as he is looking down and fiddling with his fingers, looking nervous. I'm going to sing a song from my mother's hometown, he says. Where is it, Izuku-chan? Can you tell it to your classmates? Aiko-sensei asks. My dad is from Hakodate in Hokkaido and my mother is from a little town called Minoyama in Toyama Prefecture, Izuku explains with the class begins to say oh and ah. Probably that explains the slight accent in Izuku's speech. Okay, Izuku-chan. Could you tell us about the song? The song is called Dragon Song. About a dragon who lives in Minoyama. The people want to welcome her by making a party and bonfire outside her cave, but it scares her so much that she can't go out until she dies. The song is to beg for her forgiveness and for her to rest in peace. The whole class looked down, many feel sad when they heard the story. What a sad story, let us learn from it. Though our intention may be good to others, without understanding their personality or thought, it can result in a terrible outcome. She hums to herself before reiterate it with a language that is easier to understand for the kids. Izuku-chan, you can sing now, as she lets Izuku to sing. Izuku looks at Tenai worriedly. Tenya gives him a thumbs up and a reassuring smile. Is he okay? Inasa asks worriedly looking at the fidgety Izuku. Don't worry. Izu is good at this, Hitoshi grins knowing full well how good Izuku is at singing. Izuku closes his eyes and takes a deep breath before singing. Sleep tonight, go and dream. Feel the comfort of our song, a piece missing, alone, frightened, and seeking home. Please forgive us for all we should have known. Different though we may be, we still can live here and be free. We all have hearts pounding strong. Hear the words of this song. The whole class gasp at how beautiful Izuku's voice is. It is higher than even young boys' range with a soothing timbre and each note deliver the exact feelings of the singer. The class can even imagine the scene when the villagers are partying outside the cave of the dragon while the dragon is trembling inside the cave, begging silently for them to leave her alone. Sleep tonight, go and dream. May your spirit find its peace. Let's let the flame of this spark drive away all the dark, as we joyously celebrate our home. Different though we all are, we're struggling with our truths thus far. Courageously we join hands, overcome, understand. And we welcome you with our humble song. Sleep tonight. Sleep tonight. So, you can dream peacefully. Izuku ends the song with a beautiful vibrato and no one is left with dry eyes in the class. Even Hitoshi, who has a stone heart, and Aiko-sensei, who has listened to thousands of children singing, can't hold back their tears. Izuku really has the gift in singing. Wow, Tensei gasped while letting tears flowing from his eyes. Hisashi is wailing as he struggles to hold his smartphone while he is recording Izuku. Namuri sends a beautiful smile, understanding the connection of the song with how Izuku perceives himself. He is the dragon in the story, always feeling out of place and alone after losing his parents and having a quirk that was misunderstood. But the difference is, Izuku learned that he is not alone and Namuri will remind him every day that he is loved and cared. The whole class erupts in applause. Izuku looks shocked at first before sending the most genuine smile, thanking them from the bottom of his heart. Finally, it is recess time and Hatsume is excited to befriend the turbo duo. She practically runs to Tenya's desk and grins maniacally. Hi Green Bean. Wanna eat together? Izuku jumps when she suddenly appears next to him. Tenya knows that Izuku seems uncomfortable with her enthusiasm and opts to tell her off. Hatsum-kun, you startled us. You should be more careful when you approach people, he reprimands while chopping the air with his hand. Oh, I didn't see you, the Sonic, she replies nonchalantly. The purple brainiac taps her on the shoulder. Leave him alone, you made him scared. Mei tilts her head in confusion. The purplet sighs. Izu-chan, may I eat with you too? Inasa now stands in front of Izuku. Of course. The more the merrier, and Mei goes by, ignoring Hitoshi who groans tiredly. Hey guys, let's not crowd Kiyama-san too much. He is still new here. A girl with ponytail walks to their direction and smiles. Gently. Greetings Kiyama-san, my name is Yaoyorozu Momo. I'm the vice leader of this class, she offers her hand. Izuku seems more relaxed seeing her friendly gesture as he shakes her hand. Nice to meet you too, he says. I'm sorry for Hatsum-san and Yarashi-san's conduct. I know they can be pretty intense but they mean well, she explains. Izuku actually impressed hearing Momo speaks with rich vocabularies for 5-year-old. Probably she is even more eloquent than Tenenai. It's okay, I was just being nervous, he chuckles. I'm glad to hear that you're not angry. Welcome to the class, and if you need anything, Ida-san and me will always be there for you. Tenenai nods next to him while Inesa and Mei adding some tables and seat from other desk for them to seat. Izuku feels belong in this place. Let's eat together, he offers. Despite the elite status, this school is not much different than any other kindergarten and elementary, as the students have the duty of bringing the foods from kitchen to the class and serve it per student. The one in charge of bringing the food and serving the food are changing each day. The menu for today is potato salad, curry rice, potato croquette and an orange juice. Wow, my favorite. Tenya looks so happy when he gets his pack of orange juice. I didn't know Tenenai likes orange juice, Izuku says. It's the source of my fuel. I plan to train my quirk later after school, he says. I see. Doctor told me that I need to drink more water and get exposed to sunlight more than normal people, Izuku answers while drinking her own orange juice. Oh, is it because you are a part plant? Mayas. Hatsum-sen, that is rude. Tenenai exclaims. What? Seeing his quirk, it is pretty obvious that it is related, Mei explains. Yes, Mei-chan. I need it because my body requires more water and sunlight due to my quirk is plant-related, but I'm not part plant. It is more like to power up my quirk. Wowzer, that is so interesting. I bet you'll be needing a baby to protect you from fire since that is your biggest weakness, she continues with her rambling. Actually every plant that I control and produce will be fireproof. That is most curious. May I presume that it is related with your parents' quirk? Momo asks. Yes, my dad could breathe fire, he replies. Wow, that is such a powerful quirk. Like Endeavor. Inesa quips. Izuku flinches at the mention of his name but nevertheless keeps quiet and eat. Hitoshi smacks Inesa on his shoulder. Hey, what was that for? He protests. Nothing, Hitoshi replies, knowing full well how the mention of Endeavor's name did upset Izuku. Tenya also knows it to some degree since he connected the dots together after he heard Izuku's story. Even worse, Izuku is not allowed to tell people freely about what Endeavor did since Hero Commission basically terrorized him and forced him to promise not to tell anyone about it. That is why Izuku always uses vague terms when he explains what happened to his parents. Even Nomuri doesn't know who was the hero who killed Izuku's parents, but she made a guess based on his quirk and how desperate Hero Commission tried to hide it. It is obvious that it was Endeavor. Well, I heard that the new hero ranking will be announced this month. Tenya tries to stir the conversation to other direction. Yeah. I hope All Might or Endeavor will top the number one. Inesa with his Endeavor worship, Izuku has had enough. I hope All Might will win, he smiles nicely at him but his eyes are glaring with venom and hatred. Inesa flinches at the sight as he awkwardly nods his head. Anyway, you guys want to be heroes? Hitoshi reads the room and tries to defuse the situation. Why? I have even made my hero name. Inesa answers. I don't want to be a hero. I want to make more babies for heroes. We will make so many babies together. Hatsum-san meant gadgets and inventions. Please don't take her word too literal, Momo shakes her head. Yaoyorozu-san, do you want to be a hero too? Tenya asks. I still don't know but hero is definitely on top of my list, she says. I see. In my case I want to be hero like my brother. Tenya looks at Izuku and gives her a warm smile. Izuku moods are getting better because of it. How about you, Izu-chan? Inesa asks. Izuku lets out a sigh. I don't know. Your quirk is powerful and can be used in different areas. It will help so much, he explains. For once, Izuku agrees with him. He used to be like other children, wanting to be a hero. In his case, it was All Might who inspired him. But after what happened, we are still young, Kiyama-sen. We can take it slowly and who knows? Maybe you can become one in the future. Number one even, Momo kindly assures him. Izuku smiles at her, feeling better with her words. Hitoshi also rubs his backs. He is glad that Izuku has friends like Yaoyorozu who are sharp and good at comforting him. He is also glad that Tenya is here in this class to help Izu with his nerves. He won't say it out loud though. While Inasa is loud and still live in a bubble where all heroes are good, he is not a bad fellow, albeit a little loud. He is one of his rivals for Izu, but even Hitoshi knows that he is formidable one. Once Izu and Inasa get through that endeavor thing, Inasa is actually pretty funny and Izu does laugh at his jokes. Something that Hitoshi finds it hard to apply. He probably needs to learn how to make a joke. Mei, on the other hand, is a complete nutcase, but she is unapologetically herself. She is quirky, clearly a genius, and loud. Izuku can learn about self-esteem from her. In conclusion, Hitoshi is glad that they met this group. Maybe Izuku can get out of his shell and shine after befriending these people. Maybe Hitoshi can overcome his fear too. Izu-chan, if you become a hero, let's make a team together. Then we can get married and live happily ever after. Inasa just don't know when to stop. Absolutely not, both Hitoshi and Tenya answers in unison. Everyone laughs at how in sync they are, even Tenya and Hitoshi seem surprised. Inasa pouts but cheered up instantly when he sees Izuku laughs at Hitoshi and Tenya. The lunch goes by peacefully after that. Meanwhile at the cafeteria, Hizashi left Namuri and Tensei to eat together as he allegedly said that Shoyuta called him. He disappeared soon after that. It is quite awkward as both of them heard how Tenya basically revealed to the whole class that they have been pining. Hi. About what, Tenya? They tried to speak but ended up speaking at the same time. Both are really embarrassed. Go on, Namuri shyly lets Tensei speaks first. Tensei's face has been pretty red the whole time. It is actually quite cute. He clears his throat. Well, about what Tenya said? It is the truth, he continues. Huh. Namuri's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden confession. I like you, Namuri. Always have since we were in high school, he confesses. That long? But why me? There are many more beautiful and capable women out there, she confuses. Nem, don't sell yourself short. You are the strongest woman I know, besides my mother, of course, who has a heart full of compassion and love. I don't care about other women out there, none of them are as good as you, he explains with eyes full of determination. Namuri has never seen Tensei this serious. I'm glad, but Tensei, I have a kid, she continues. So what? Nem, you know better than anyone that Izuku is my kid too. He may not share the same bloodline, but he is my child nonetheless, and I love him with all my heart. But, you deserve to be with someone better than me. Someone who you can start fresh. She still refuses to look him straight. Namuri, look at me. What are you afraid of? Namuri raises her head. I don't want to ruin your image, she says. What? Tensei, I'm not family friendly. You, on the other hand, is very loved by people of all ages. Imagine how the tabloid will react once they find out. I can't let Izuku see how much hate I get because of it. Tensei laughs loudly at that. Hey, she protests. Haha, sorry. Oh my god, I'm so relieved. I thought you don't like me. Of course, I love you. Namuri frantically stands as her emotions are overflowing, but soon, she realizes what she said and she slumps on her chair once more, covering her face with her hands, embarrassed. Oh Kami, what have I done, she groans. Tensei keeps on laughing. Sorry Nem. It's too funny. He clears his throat once more. I promise to protect you and Izuku. I will not let any bad press or any bad things happen to both of you. I love you both and I want to continue our relationship to the next stage, he says. Next stage as? Going steady with the clear goal of marriage, he says with a straight face. Namuri is speechless, but she knows what she has to do. She bows deeply. I'll be in your care. And there you go, Tensei and Namuri are officially a couple. Not knowing a loud blonde is hiding nearby while recording everything with his phone. Shoyuta, you'll die when you see it, he cackles. To be continued. R.I.P. Yamada Hizashi. He was found dead near the entrance of Somei Private Academy's cafeteria with bruises all over his body indicating that the cause of death was blunt force trauma. Later during the autopsy, it was also found that he was put to sleep with a certain sleep-inducing gas before being brutally punched all over his body using either speed or strength enhancer-based quirk. He was survived by his adopted son, Hitoshi, and his long-suffering boyfriend, who both look relieved when they heard about his passing. Sykes, Hisashi survived. He was caught recording the NTMT moment when Tensei confessed to Nemuri, but since both of them were on cloud 9 and walking together while holding hands like a teenage couple, ain't nobody got that to be angry. Right? Hisashi, what are you doing? Nemuri asks him with an overly sweet tone. Congratulations, guys, he squeals in delight when he realizes that both of them are standing in front of the decorative plant where he hides. But I believe we haven't told you anything about what happened. Tensei continues with an atypical monotonous tone that is not befitting his sweet image. His eyes are cold. Hisashi shudders at the sight, seeing both of his friends are smiling but using eerie tone on their voices. He is sweat dropping while frantically trying to explain the excitement. I am just so excited that you guys finally got together after a long time. I figured if I hide and record it, I can send it to you for your wedding collage. Please don't be mad at me. Both Tensei and Nemuri look at each other before laughing out loudly. Tensei is clenching his stomach as he can't contain his laugh, and Nemuri just lets out a roar of laughter inhibited. Huh. Hisashi puts both of his hands on his cheeks, confused at the reaction. Ha. Oh my god, Hisashi. You should look at your face just now. Tensei says. Surprised. You're on candid camera. Nemuri shows him the video that she recorded, showing how fearful Zashi was when they confronted him. It was an acting, suddenly it clicks. Both of his trolling friends still have the audacity to keep on laughing at his dumbfounded expression. Such betrayal. From now on, we'll cut ties, as he dramatically stomps away pouting. Zash. Haha. Both are chasing him while still laughing, clearly not buying Zashi's overdramatic acting. Suddenly he stops on his way and looks at his phone. There is a new video message from Shoyuta and he clicks it. Haha. Served you right. And it was Shoyuta recording himself laughing after seeing the video Nemuri sent to him. The video of Hisashi got trolled earlier. Shuda ea. And he wails from the embarrassment. Suddenly a classroom door is opened from inside and a stern-looking teacher sends him a glare. Do you mind to keep yourself quiet? We're trying to educate children here, she tells him off before closing the door. Hisashi's jaws gapped at what just happened and he could only whisper, sorry. Nemuri and Tensei arrived not long after that. They saw what happened from afar. Tensei pats him on his shoulder. Come on, buddy. Let's pick up our children, he says. Sorry for earlier. Hisashi mumbles. No problem, Zashi. We were just messing with you. Send me the video later, okay? Nemuri winks at him and Hisashi smiles. Relieved that they aren't mad at him for taking their video without their consent. Ugh, just don't show it to Tenya, Hitoshi, and Izuku. It's kind of embarrassing. Tensei scratches the back of his head. Suddenly a light bulb is shining on top of Hisashi's head. He got himself an idea to extort a free lunch from this couple. Only if you buy me a lunch tomorrow, he cheekily grins. Then I will show them the video of you cowering in fear. Nemuri jabs him with her words and Hisashi looks apologetic. Ugh, sorry guys, he says. Anyway, we will treat all you guys after this since today is such a good day, Nemuri joyfully says. Nem, I haven't heard anything about treating the children and Zashi, Tensei complains. Ah, come on Tensei. It will be fun. Nemuri looks at her with puppy eyes and Tensei sighs. You're right, but remember that we have a dinner today at my place, he says as he holds her hand. Nemuri blushes. Should we announce our relationship at that time? Nemuri asks. She is worried that Idas won't accept their relationship since Tensei came from such a respectable long-line family of heroes. Compared to her, who is an adopted daughter of a nurse. She really wishes her adopted mom would still be alive these days. She would definitely loves Izuku and cherishes him like she does. Tensei looks at her with a gentle glint on his eyes. To be honest, I would love to make our relationship public, but I won't force you if you're uncomfortable, he says. I see. This is very new to me and it feels like a dream. A dream that I don't want to wake up from, she says. Me neither, Me neither. I would love to wake up next to you for the remaining of my life, Tensei smoothly says with a cheeky smile. Gosh, why can he be so smooth? Nemuri smacks him on his arms in embarrassment. Ouch, Nem, he groans, but he stops when he sees her face as red as a tomato. You look cute, Nem. Red does suit you, he teases while lightly giggles. Don't tease me. Nemuri pouts. Hisashi rolls his eyes at the scene of them flirting shamelessly in the school corridor and secretly praying that one of the strict teachers will catch them and tell them off. He desperately wishes Shoyuta could be as sweet as Tensei in public. He does love him with all his heart, but Shoyuta is so shy that he doesn't want to hold hands in public. Suddenly one of the teachers are heading their way. Hisashi grins. They teacher look at them and smile. Good day to you. You two looks lovely, she says to Nemuri and Tensei, who laugh awkwardly at her. Yikes, he got scolded and they got praised. Life is not fair. As the teacher goes back to her office, Tensei sends him a playful smirk. Seems like the teacher love us, he teases. Yeah, I know, he pouts. Zashie, don't sulk. Nemuri throws her arms on his shoulders. They talk about the cafe that they will visit after the school, and Hisashi suggests a new cat cafe that just opened a week ago. He texts Shoyuta if he can join later, and he replies with just a simple yes. As they're standing in front of the classroom while the teacher is preparing for sending the children home, Tensei asks Nemuri about the announcement. Nem, you haven't answered my question about announcing our relationship, he says. Nemuri looks reluctant. I think we should keep it among our closest circle first. Tenya and Izuku and then your family. Catching the nervous tone in her voice, Tensei asks, you don't look too sure. Nervous? Izuku and Tenya will be overjoyed, I'm sure, but I don't know about your family, she explains. What do you mean by that? Tensei, we live in a different world. You were born in a respectable family while I was just an orphan kid who got adopted by a nurse, she grimaces. She loves her late mother and she is fiercely proud of her middle-class background, but knowing how the upper echelon of established hero family act among the heroes, she is afraid. Looking on how the Todorokis who won't give you the time and day unless you came from a long line of established hero family or within top 10 is enough proof for her. Nemuri, you know that everyone in my family adores you. He holds her shoulder and looks straight into her eyes. Really? Her eyes widened in surprise as if she just realized that the Idas are not looking down on her. Yes, they always ask me when we will become official, he chuckles. I didn't know that. Nemuri blushes. Well, you know now. What do you say about telling them tonight? Let me think about it. I'm still scared if they reject me and Izuku. Nemuri looks down. It is one thing to reject her, but if they won't accept their relationship because she has a child. Nemuri knows who to choose. She will choose Izuku over Tensei any time of the day. Nem, they can't wait to meet Izuku. I'm not supposed to tell you this, but Mother has been excited to welcome him tonight. She even cooked a chocolate cake for him after asking me what is Izuku's most favorite dessert, he says. Wow, that's amazing. I'm so sorry for the trouble. No, Nem. It is not a trouble at all. Tenya has been telling Mother and Dad how much he adores Izuku, and looking at their reaction, I think they want to put him on their will, he continues. What? She jumps in surprise. Ahas, that was an exaggeration, but they adore him even before meeting him. I believe they will think of him as their own grandchild once they meet, he assures. I see, Nemuri gulps. Nem, I assure you they won't think of you less because you have a child. Or the image you portray in public or your economical background. They have known you ever since we were at UA and they like you. Scratch that, they are really fond of you, maybe more than me. But I will respect your decision. Just let me know before tonight, okay? Okay, she looks down. Tensei smiles as he steals a quick kiss on her cheek. Tensei, her face becomes red again. Tensei grins widely and Hisashi shakes his head fondly. Lovebirds, he mutters. Not long after that the classroom door is opened and the children begin to go out from there. Ni-san. Tanya greets while holding hand with Izuku protectively. Hitoshi is holding Izuku's other hand. Mama. Izuku runs and leaps for a hug. Aizu. Nemuri fondly hugs him back. How was your day, buddy? Tensei ruffles his brother hair lovingly. Tenya looks annoyed. Ni-san, you're ruining my hair, he pouts. Hitoshi rolls his eyes as he walks towards his dad. Hi, Hitoshi. How was your day? He asks loudly. So, Hitoshi answers. Come on. You can say more than that. Hisashi smiles widely, seeing his son is not as moody as this morning. It wasn't bad, he mumbles. Great. It is decided then. Hisashi looks happy seeing Hitoshi doesn't hate this school. He can tell Shoyuta about today's class and how was Hitoshi's reaction. He is sure Shoyuta will agree to enroll him here. Suddenly a big kid with a constant smiling face and black, short buzz-cut hair approaches them. Izu-chan. Hito-chan, he greets. Ine-sakuen. Izuku leaves Nemuri's hug in order to hug him, and both are jumping on the floor while hugging now. Wow, are we jumping? I love jumping. This is fun, he yells excitedly. Nemuri can see how Hitoshi is silently fuming, and Tenya shakes his head in disappointment. Wow, what is happening? Can I join? Exclaims one girl with pink hair who hugs both of them and jumps along. Oh, Hatsum-sen, a girl with black hair tight into ponytail size next to them. Oh, Momo-chan. Tensei waves at her excitedly. Momo looks at him and she waves back gracefully. Tensei-san, good day to you, she greets politely. Nemuri instantly realizes that this girl must be raised in a rich household. How's your parents? It has been a while since we meet them, he continues while Izuku grabs Hitoshi's and Tenya's wrist, forcing them into a group hug in the background while Hisashi excitedly takes picture of them. Mother and father are as busy as ever. Mother is currently expanding our new clothing line to UK this year, and father is currently in negotiation with an up-and-coming hero support gear company for a joint ventures project, she eloquently explains, and Nemuri is awed seeing how she can explain those things despite of being 5 years old. Diamen, rich people. She eyes Nemuri curiously before gasping in excitement. You're Midnight, she squeals. I am, young lady, she replies politely, pleasantly surprised that a kid her age knows her since she is R-rated. My mother is a big fan of yours. She said you gave her lots of confidence as a woman. She continues with her eyes still twinkling in amazement as if she just met her hero. That's the least I can do. It is my mission to empower women, she smiles while patting her head kindly. Oh my God, this is so exciting. I've never seen your fight, but my mother always told me that you are a great role model for girls. I don't know what I want to do for my future yet, but if I become hero, I want to be a hero like you in the future, she says. Nemuri chuckles nervously, knowing really well that she is not meant to ever watch her fights or photo books since it is only for adults. It is rare to find a heroine who can raise to top 20 since it is a male-dominated industry, and when I watch your interview with my mother, I was so inspired when you said that the future is woman, she continues to compliment her, making Nemuri harder to maintain her hero persona, and Tensei grins cheekily next to her. Can I take a picture with you? And an autograph for me and my mother? She'd be really happy, she asks. Midnight sends a loving chuckles and nods, of course, anything for my supporters. They take some pictures after that with Tensei, who holds the camera and takes the pictures for them while Izuku and the rest are having a joyful conversation in the background. Here you go, as she gives her back her notebook with a message and an autograph for both Momo and her mother. For my future hero, the next beacon of woman empowerment, Momo gasps at the message. She can read at this age, what a genius. And she throws her a hug while crying happily. There, Nemuri comforts her by rubbing circles on her back, a trick she learned from her late mother. Thank you so much. It means so much to me, she hiccups. Just remember not to watch some of my early fight, she reminds her, as her early costume was not for children's consumption, to say it politely. Her current is no better. Momo-chan. Izuku calls. I haven't introduced you to my mother, Izuku continues as Momo tilts her head in confusion. Hi Momo-chan, I am Izuku's mother, Nemuri mischievously grins. Momo eyes are widen in surprise when she realized that Izuku is Midnight's child. Wow, this is such an amazing coincidence, she squeals. Mama, I thought I was going to introduce you first, he pouts adorably. Nemuri playfully pinches his cheek and smiles. Momo-chan, you can always visit us for playdate. Here, let me give you my number. Maybe your mother and me can set up a playdate when we have the time, as she hands over her business card to Momo. Momo looks at the card in disbelief. Thank you, she bows politely, then she gets a call on the phone. Sorry everyone. I need to go now. My driver has arrived, she says. See ya, Momo-chan. May waves. See you tomorrow. Inesa gives a salute. See you tomorrow, Toroskin. Tenya moves her hand ups and downs. Bye, Momnin. Izuku waves while smiling and Hitoshi just nods. Bye, everyone. Thank you, Midnight-sen, she waves while leaving the school ground. Mama, let me introduce you to all my friends. Izuku grabs her hands to introduce her to Inesa and Mei, who are both excited to meet her. Inesa is very loud and cheerful, kind of reminds her of Hisashi, only blunter. Mei, on the other hand, is very eccentric, and she is surprised to learn that she has been tinkering since she was 3 years old. She also knows both of the children's parents since Inesa's father has a share in her agency and Mei's mother is the one who designed her costume. After being bombarded with questions from both enthusiastic children about her quirk and her career as a hero, finally all of them go to the newly opened cat cafe where Izuku, Tenya and Hitoshi play with the cat and the adults talk about what happened earlier. Sadly, Shoyuta can't join because he needs to finish more paperwork. Hisashi put a reminder on his phone to make Shuta's favorite dinner today as a token of appreciation for his hard work. Namuri also made up her mind about announcing their relationship. I think I will tell them, she says. Are you sure about that? Tensei asks. Yes, if we are going out, I want to do it formally by greetings your parents first. Then we can go to my family grave later to tell my mom, she says. Tensei smiles as he fondly drapes his arms on her shoulders. We will, he says. Ida Residence, Azabu, Tokyo. After getting some coffee and desserts in the cafe, Izuku and Namuri went home for a bit to prepare for the dinner with the Idas. Namuri is nervous to see Tensei's parents since she hasn't visited in a long time. She used to visit Tensei's house when they were in high school and their parents were always been very nice to them, especially his mother, who are free-spirited. Namuri tries to impress them by wearing a black cocktail dress with short sleeve. She tries for a more conservative look tonight since she has Izuku now, who looks adorable with his maroon suit. Mama, why you look nervous? Izuku asks her as they are sitting at the back of the cab on the way to Ida's residence. Namuri is startled with the sudden question as she pats his head lovingly. It has been a while since I met Tensei's parents, she explains. Izuku nods, but he seems not satisfied with her answer. The rest of ride is pretty silent, and when they arrive, Tensei is the one who welcomes them to his house. Papa! Izuku runs to him. Aizu! Tensei lifts him up and hugs him tightly. You look sharp, buddy, he says. Mama picked this one for me, he grins. Your mama has a good taste, says an unfamiliar voice behind him. There she is, Shoko Ida, the matriarch of Ida family. She wears a beige Chanel blazer and a pair of glasses. Her hair is jet black and she looks like her 50s. You must be Izuku, she says with a sweet tone. Aizu cowers at first, but he braves himself. He answers. She sends him a really nice smile. Come on, give your grandma a hug. She offers him a hug and Izuku looks at Tensei with an unsure expression. Tensei gives him a reassuring smile and nods. Izuku walks towards her and leaps into a hug. Shoko looks really happy to finally meet Izuku. I've been wanting to meet you, she says. Your papa's mother, Izuku mumbles. Yes, I am. That makes me your grandma, she says. Grandma? Izuku looks confused. Shoko lets go of the hug and looks at Izuku's gently. Yes, you'll be my grandson. You are part of my family now, she rubs his hair lovingly. Izuku smiles adorably at her and nods. See? I told you so, Tensei whispers at Namuri, who are surprised on how accepting Tensei's mother is. Namuri-chan. Now she directs her attention to Namuri as she walks towards her while holding Izuku's hand. It is incredible to see Izuku warms up to her quickly. The only people who can do that may be the children his age like Tenya and his schoolmates. It took Namuri a while before Izuku warmed up to her. Shoko-san, it has been a while, she smiles. Shoko hugs her. I heard what happened with Sumika-san. My deepest condolences, she says. Thank you, Shoko-san. Nemuri sincerely thanks her. Well, maybe we can get inside while waiting for the dinner to be ready, as she leads them inside the house. Ida residence is really big. It has 3 stories with a classic decoration, reminding Nemuri of French chateau. There is a grand staircase in the middle of the house with most of the floor are covered with Italian marbles, and there is a huge crystal chandelier in the middle of the living room. At the center of the grand staircase, there is a picture of Ida family. Oh, Izuku is awed at the interior. It looks like a palace. What's wrong, Izuku? Shoko asks. There is Tenya there, as he points to the picture. Shoko looks at the picture and chuckles. Ah, yes. We took it when Tenya was 3. He looks cute, isn't it? Tenai is the best. Izuku beams at her. Well, Tenai will be happy if he heard it, Shoko responds with a gentle smile as she leads them to the sitting room where Tenya is waiting with his father. Tenya is reading a book when they arrived and he looks up seeing Izuku there with his mother. He instantly beams up. Izuku, he calls. Tenai. Izuku rushes to hug him. Izuku loves hugging. I miss you, he says. Silly, we just met today at school. Tenya lovingly ruffles his hair. But I want to see you every day. Izuku becomes so attached with Tenya. It is really cute actually. I know, he smiles back. Well, Zuku, you can always come here. This is your home too, you know, Shoko offers. Of course, Nemuri-san is more than welcome to visit us more often, she winks at Tensei. Oh, if only she knew. Nemuri just awkwardly chuckles. Oh, I almost forget. This is my husband Ida Shozo. You can call him Grandpa Izuku. She introduces a stern-looking man with big buffed body, black hair, and he is wearing a black tailored suit. He looks at Izuku with an intimidating look which makes Izuku hides behind Shoko. In fear, realizing how uncomfortable Izuku is, she karate chops his husband in his stomach, making him groan in pain. Mother! Tenya yelps. I told you to smile in front of a child, she sighs while both Nemuri and Tensei gasped in panic. He quickly recovers while attempting to smile, but instead it looks like a creepy grin. How do I look? He asks innocently. Terrible, Shoko face palms looking at her husband's failed attempt to look friendly. Surprisingly, Izuku laughs at that. Grandpa looks like Totoro. And everyone just burst into laughter. At the dinner is amazing. Knowing each of the guests' favorite, Shoko has ordered the cook to make variety of foods that suit each of everyone's taste buds. The entree is a French onion soup with a baguette and Gruyere cheese on top of it. It is finger-liking good, not literally, and Tenya patiently explains to Izuku about the origin of the food. The main course is an English Sunday roast, complete with Yorkshire pudding and gravy. Everyone loves it and Shoko gives Nemuri the recipe for perfectly cooked roast beef. Tensei warns her to cook it only if he is around since she has the penchant to start off her fire alarm. The conversation around the table is also really fun with Shozo opens up to Izuku about his work. I used to be hero but I have retired, now I'm just managing the agency, he explains. What is managing? Izuku asks. It's a boring stuff, Izu. You know, giving instruction, making sure that we pay out tax on time, PR work and stuff, Tensei says. Wow, Grandpa must be really powerful. Izuku beams. Everyone chuckles at how innocent and adorable he is. Shoko then shows them the picture of baby Tenya and Tensei, which makes both of them extremely embarrassed. She keeps on continuing with embarrassing story when Tensei was a child. Just normal stuff. Until dessert comes, when Izuku is very excited to see his favorite dessert being presented. Tensei then stand up with Nemuri. Everyone, may I have your attention, he says, and all eyes on them looking confused. Me and Nemuri have an announcement to make, he continues as both of them hold hands. Shoko's eyes are widened in excitement. We're in a relationship with the intention of getting married, she says while looking down, not wanting to see the people's reaction. After a PRGNT silence, suddenly there is a roar of surprise from all of them. Oh my god! Shozo! Tensei is getting married. Not yet. We're just started. Oh my god, we need to plan everything. Thank you so much, Namuri-sen. Thank you for accepting my beloved son, Shoko cries happily as she hugs Namuri, who looks dumbfounded. Izu. We'll be a real family. Tenya hugs Izuku tightly, looking so happy. Izuku doesn't really understand what happened, but he just goes along. Shozo pats Tensei's shoulders. Treat her well, son. She's a gem. I will, Dad, he smiles. Ida household is really lively that night, with Shoko excitedly gives Namuri the contact numbers of wedding planners and caterings for the wedding reception. Seems like they are being accepted well by the Idas. Meanwhile, at Saint and Church in Roppongi, a little girl with a long black hair is praying silently. She makes the sign of cross after she done praying as she lights up a candle in front of the statue of Mary while writing a note. She puts the note in the box there and takes a last look before leaving the church to go back to her room nearby. I pray that Izuku and Hitoshi are happy and healthy. I also pray that we will meet again someday. Shimura Hana. Little does she know, they will meet again sooner than she expected. Todoroki Compound, Mizudafu City, Shizuoka Prefecture. Meanwhile in Mizudafu, it is almost midnight in the quiet area within the suburb of Mizudafu. A row of magnificent houses is standing tall within the premises, symbolizing an affluent neighborhood. This area is well known as the abodes of the rich and famous. Many heroes are living there, and since Mizudafu is known as the holy ground of heroism, since the best hero school in the country, UA, is located there. It is no secret that becoming a hero in Mizudafu is a privilege and maybe even more prestigious than working as a hero in Tokyo. One of the abodes is a traditional Japanese-style compound located in the center of the neighborhood. The Todoroki Compound. The Todorokis go way back to the emergence of Quirk, when one of their ancestors became the first generation of heroes with his powerful fire-based quirk. It is only natural that his offspring followed his footstep and many became high-ranked heroes. After years of climbing the system, they have accumulated enough wealth to build a big compound in the most expensive area in Mizudafu, and ever since then, all Todorokis have been living in this big house. Besides wealthy and possessing immense influence within the hero industry, Todorokis are notoriously known as being a quirk supremacist. They hold a belief that quirk determines people's value, and becoming a hero is the ultimate goal everyone should strive, if they have the right quirk. No wonder many of them practiced questionable and downright immoral conduct in order to preserve their bloodline purity. It is mandatory for Todorokis to marry someone with a powerful quirk in order to produce progenies with even more powerful quirk, and they will go to great length to attain it. The first Todoroki who became a hero even kidnapped and forced a woman with a powerful telekinesis quirk to marry him in order to produce a child with a perfect pyrokinetic skill. Then it evolved into the practice of quirk marriage, where they will forge alliance or basically just buy a son or daughter from some obscure family with powerful quirk to be married off to their heir. Such a heartless and cruel practice, but the Todorokis only pick the bride or groom depending on the heir's sexuality. And yes, they might be quirk supremacist, but they are not homophobic, since it has been hundreds of years after Marriage Equality Act in Japan was signed. Also, one of the reasons why the Todorokis have no problem marrying off their heir within the same SEC marriage was the discovery of PRGN-CY quirk. It is quite common to find OBGYN with a quirk that may help same SEC couple to have a biological child. Still, it doesn't excuse their quirk supremacist view and how it destroyed many of their children's life. It was rare to find a Todoroki with a loving and happy marriage, since most of them, not just heir, ended up forced into quirk marriage. Some of them were lucky not to be forced, as they found a partner or more who had powerful quirks, so they got the permission to marry, but if you're the heir, there is no escaping. Todoroki Enji is the heir of Todoroki family, and he suffered from it. His sufferings reflected badly on how he treated his family and how he lives his life. Inko, what are you doing here? Get away fast. Enji? Enji, did you see my husband and my child? I'm sorry. Oh my God, I lost them. Enji, where are them? I'm sorry, Inko. Suddenly Inko was snatched away by one of the villains. Leave or I will kill this beach, he screams. Not on my watch. And he wakes up drenched in sweats. He finds it hard to breathe after witnessing the nightmare he has been suffering from for the past year. Inko, he mutters before sobbing quietly. T.O.B. singing chapter text. Days gone by fast after the dinner with the Idas at the end of November. Izuku and Namuri has been frequenting the Ida's residence even more after that, with Tenya, who grows even more protective towards Izuku, and he even fights with Hitoshi when he thinks that Hitoshi is being too possessive. Hitoshi is not happy at all, but secretly glad that Izuku has someone else who cares about his well-being. He only wishes that Izuku will rely more on him. Both of them also had an interesting meeting with Kaken during another playdate when both of them were having a sleepover at Izuku's house, which is happening more often since Tensei and Namuri began their relationship. Tenya wants to spend time as much as possible with Izuku while doesn't want to let Izuku alone with Hitoshi. Hitoshi might be acting possessive, but he is suspecting that Tenya might like Izuku in that way, but too dense to figure it out. He wouldn't just give up, especially Izuku told him once that Tenai is so cool, I want to marry him in the future, which set him off big time. Then again, Izuku also told him that he wanted to marry Tensei because Papa is so strong and reliable, or a stranger named Kaken, because he promised him that he will become a #1 hero for him. It's hard to have a crush on an innocent kid. Hitoshi laments how he is more matured than the rest of his friends group. If he was more innocent, he could just be as dense as Tenya and live his life without too much jealousy towards guys who approaches Izuku. While he acknowledges that Tenya is a good influence for Izuku, Kaken is different. He's an angry Pomeranian who are spoilt and loved by anyone because of his strong quirk. He totally hates him. Can't be helped since both of them can't be more different. The first time they met, Kaken basically called both of them extras, and not even bothered to learn their names, which slide a chord with both of them. Get lost, extras. Izu-chan is mine. As he shoved away Hitoshi. Izuku gasped, Kaken, that's so mean. You can't do that to Hito-chan. Shut up, nerd. You're mine and these extras are worthless. He glares at them while scowling. Tenya, who are mostly level-headed in any type of situation, got really angry. Kaken-san. I agree, you have no right to treat us like that. The least you can do is to learn our name, he demands while making a chopping motion with his hands. Tisich, you are not worth my time. Let's play Izu, as he drags Izu to play a Lego, leaving both of them growling at the sight. Hitoshi and Tenya know when to pick their fight, and seeing how upset Izuku was, they just couldn't make a scene at that time. Izuku, however, was really upset and cried when Kaken dragged him. Kaken. It hurts, he screams. Tease, you're so weak. He clicked his tongue as he loosened his grip. Both Tenya and Hitoshi left to call Mitsuki, who came with a vengeance. Katsuki. I told you to get along with others. You dumb brat, she yelled. Shut up, Egg. I don't want to get along with these losers, he yelled back. Tenya cringed hard at the scene. Never in his life he watched anyone would yell profanities as much as Katsuki and Mitsuki. Let's just say that they don't really get along well. Thank the higher power that Katsuki goes to different school from them, or Izuku may curse like Sailor from his influence. They wished he wouldn't curse, but one day. Sheet. Mama forgot to put a sauce on my croquette. Izuku groans when he opened his bento box during a picnic trip with the whole class. Momo seemed taken aback with the sudden, uncharacteristic profanity that came out from Izuku's mouth. Both Mei and Inesa gasped while Tenya and Hitoshi sighed disapprovingly. Darn that Katsuki. Inesa was probably the only one who recovered quickly from the shock. Izuku. That was trendy. I think I should start using bad words too, he yelled. Needless to say, both of their parents got a call from Aiko-sensei, and Izuku was scolded by Tensei for being rude. He cried, of course, and Tensei ended up apologizing for scolding him, which in turn made Namuri scolded him back for being too soft on Izuku. She then confiscated his game consoles from his room, along with his smartphone, for a week. She gave him a retro flip phone without camera as a substitute since she needs to monitor him. Plus, a long lecture on why he is forbidden to use bad words. Izuku is a good kid. He cried and sulked at first, but he listened and apologized sincerely afterwards. Though she may not look like it, Namuri is pretty strict. She usually plays the devil's advocate since Tensei is too nice. And he tends to spoil Izuku too much. Izuku owns so many consoles and handhelds because Tensei loves to buy him things. If she lets him shopping with Izuku alone in the mall, she wouldn't be surprised if they bring home huge collections of hero goods. That is why she has to come along with them, so there will be someone who will say no. She won't raise a spoiled brat. She also talked to Mitsuki about Izuku cursing at school, and she asked him to tell Katsuki not to use curse words in front of Izuku. She also asked her to refrain using profanities in front of Izuku. Mitsuki was so embarrassed she couldn't stop apologizing to her. Namuri felt bad for making her apologize so much, but she accepted her apologies and asked her if they could talk about this issue directly. They met the next day during weekend as she asked Tensei to watch over Izuku. Mitsuki lowered her head and apologized, which made things awkward at first, but Namuri accepted her apology once more. Mitsuki then shared about her fear of Katsuki growing up to be a quirk supremacist, since in his current school everyone pampers him due to his strong quirk. They were feeding him the ideas that he was on top of the pyramid chain, and Mitsuki tried her best to de-escalate him, but with the current environment, it seemed impossible. Namuri can't help but sympathized with her. The society is fed up, and Hero Commission perpetuates the notion that strong quirk individuals are the best in society, which in returns justify bullying and discrimination towards weak quirk and villainous quirk. Don't even talk about quirkless people, it is deplorable how people treat them. Namuri grimaces every time she remembers how the teachers treated the only quirkless student in her middle school. She ended up withdrawing from school and opened a successful restaurant, but the fact that she couldn't continue her education due to bullying that was encouraged by the teachers left a sour taste in her mouth. She told Mitsuki that maybe she could move Katsuki to other school that is stricter and have no discrimination policy. Since Mitsuki and her husband both are fashion designer and pretty well off, she suggested Izuku's school. Mitsuki said she'd discuss it with her husband, but she really wanted to move Katsuki away from the bad influence he is getting from his peers. The rest of the conversation went well, but Mitsuki dropped a bombshell about Izuku. "You know, when I first saw you and Izuku in the park, I thought he looked familiar," she says. "What do you mean?" Namuri puts down her teacup and squinted her eyes. "The reason why I approached you was to get a closer look at Izuku. Sorry, not meaning to be a creep. I swear I'm not a pedophile. None taken. Izu is cute." "Well, that is good to hear, and yes, I agree. Izu is absolute angel, but the real reason is he resembles my late best friend," she continues. Namuri's eyes widen in surprise when she heard it. "Really?" "Yeah, it was kind of weird since I haven't contacted her for a long time," as she continued sipping her tea. "Oh," Namuri tried not to pry, but she was curious. "Could you tell me more about it?" she asked. "Why do you want to know?" She raised her eyebrows. "I'm sorry, I don't mean to pry, but Izu is actually my adopted son." "Oh, that explains a lot," she nodded in understanding. "Yes, the orphanage didn't give us much details about his parents apart from a hero accidentally killed them during a villain attack. Izu told me that the hero has a fire quirk, but even he doesn't know his name. It seems like part of his memory is blocked. Me and my boyfriend assumed it was Endeavor, but we have no proof," Namuri explained. "Oh my goodness," Mitsuki looked surprised. "This is bonkers," she continued. "You're telling me that Inko might have died?" Namuri looked at her with her saddened eyes. She took a deep breath. "If you meant that Inko's surname was Midoriya, then yes. Izuku's former surname was Midoriya." Mitsuki's jaws gapped when she heard that. "Holy shit!" She covered her face with her hand, trying to even out her breath. "Gosh, I never thought that it was the last time when I met her. She looked so happy when she introduced me her husband via letter." "Oh God," Mitsuki sniffled. Not long after that, Mitsuki told the story about her past. She and Inko grew up together in a small town in Toyama Prefecture as they attended the same church there, and Inko's grandmother was the vicar. They had a big dream and never were a fan of living in a countryside. When they turned 18, Mitsuki left first to continue her education in Esma Japan in Tokyo. Inko left a year later to pursue her career as a musician after a fight with her parents, who wanted her either becoming a clergywoman like her grandmother, who was the vicar of her local parish of Japanese Anglican church there, or to continue her father's footstep inherit their family farm. Inko rebelled and ran away to Tokyo. It was tough for her at first since she went to Tokyo without much money and she had to stay with Mitsuki until she got a part-time job in a night bar as a hostess. Mitsuki supported her all the way until she moved up from her apartment. Later Inko got a deal to record an album when a producer found her singing on a street. They were so happy at that time, Inko even treated her in a cheap ramen shop. They had so much hope for the future, but sadly reality was really cruel for her. The album didn't do well sales-wise since the record company didn't promote it well and they decided to part ways. Inko had to start for the bottom again and she got dumped by her own boyfriend at the same time. Mitsuki, on the other hand, graduated and got accepted into an apprenticeship program with a famous designer where she thrived and gained many loyal fans before meeting Masaru, a fellow up-and-coming fashion designer. They opened their first collection the next year. Because of the differences in their life, they stopped contacting each other with Mitsuki was busy with her company and Inko with doing whatever to survive. Until one day when Inko proudly called her to say that she was now the owner of the snack bar she worked at. Mitsuki and Masaru came that day and three of them had a lovely time talking, eating and drinking. Inko proudly gave them a tour of her establishment and she also told them about her new dream of becoming the best in the industry. It was fun, but they grew apart after that since both of them were really busy with their new life, but they still kept contact occasionally. Inko was even her bridesmaid during her wedding with Masaru. Then one day, Inko gave her a call telling her that she has sold her shop and moving to Hokkaido. Mitsuki was surprised and angry because Inko didn't tell her anything before that and she called from the airport, ready to go. "Mike-chan, I can't live in the city where I had so many memories of that guy," she said. Yes, Inko used to be in a very serious relationship but she always refused to introduce him to Mitsuki, saying that they came from vastly different social standing and he was a great hero. Mitsuki never liked that guy because he forced Inko to hide in the darkness for the sake of his reputation. Mitsuki even suspected that he might have a family already. 2 years after that, Inko sent her a letter with a picture of her with a guy named Midoriya Hisashi. Both of them were in the church with a caption saying, "Just married." That was the last time Inko ever contacted her. "I'm sorry for bearing bad news," she said sympathetically. "It's okay, Kiyama-san. It is better to hear it now than not knowing," she sniffed. Namuri gave her handkerchief. "Does she have a family at her hometown? Maybe I should contact them about their daughter," she asked. "No, they have passed. Her grandmother passed a year after she went to Tokyo, while her parents passed in an accident couple of years ago when she first got married. She doesn't have any family left besides Izuku. I don't know about Hisashi, though." "I see. Kiyama-san, thank you for telling me the story. Do you know, by any chance, where they were buried?" she asked. "No, I have to ask the Hero Commission for that since they were the one who arranged for their funeral. Or so I heard. But they were buried in Christian tradition according to the Sister Noriko," she explained. "Sister Noriko? You mean Sister Mary Magdalene Noriko from the Order of Saint Anne?" "Yes?" "I'm not too familiar with Christianity," she said. "Yes, must have been the same person. I'm attending the church nearby and she was transferred there a week ago. Maybe I can ask her about Inko since we go way back," she chuckled. "Wait, you both know her?" "Yes, we used to attend a church in Takadanobaba when I lived there with Inko. She used to be stationed there and we got along really well. I stopped going to church for many years but I'm trying to go regularly now after I have Katsuki." "Oh, interesting. Maybe I should go too, since Izuku used to attend church." They then made a plan to visit the church in the next Sunday. Sunday Mass, St. Anne's Anglican Church, Roppongi, Tokyo. The Mystery of Midoriya Inko. Tensei has heard the story from Namuri after the meeting Mitsuki. It was such a coincidence to think that a person who personally knew the history of Izuku's biological mother lives so close to them. Later he learned that Katsuki has been transferred from his school to Izuku's school but in different class. The first day was interesting. During the recess, Katsuki stomped to Izuku's class as if he owned the place. "Deku!" he yelled. Izuku, who was talking with his cliques, turned around and found Kaken was glaring at his direction. "Kaken!" He ran to him and gave him a hug. "Tis, sappy as always," he groaned while sending evil eyes to all kids who were talking to him. "What are you looking at, extras?" he barked. Inesa, Tenya and Hitoshi looked like they were ready to murder him while Mei pouted and Momo looked offended. You again, huh? Angry Pomeranian, Hitoshi sneered. The F, you just called me mind freak? He grew angrier. Kaken. Stop. Izuku tried to defuse the situation by standing in the middle of them, but if looks could kill, both of them would be dead by that time. Bakugo-kun, it is inappropriate to use that type of language here, Tenya reprimanded him. Agreed, it is unacceptable, Momo firmly stated. Hey Boom Boom Boy. What is your quirk? Mei just jumped out and tried to touch Katsuki, but he swatted her hand. Hey, you don't need to be mean to her. Inasa yelled. Like I care. Come on, let's leave these losers, he demanded, but Izuku didn't budge. Let's just play together? Can we? Izuku looked at him with puppy eyes, but it didn't really work with him. Tisich, why should I play with these extras? And don't forget that you are mine, Deku. You should obey me, as he dragged Izu, who whimpered in pain. It hurts, he cried. Katsuki stopped and was surprised to see a bruise on his hand. What is happening here? Aiko-sensei came to the class after she heard what happened from Momo, who went to get her. She saw that Izuku was crying in pain with Tenya hugging him and Hitoshi patting his shoulders. Inasa was exchanging insults with Katsuki, and Mei tried to cheer Izuku up with jokes. She took a deep breath. Katsuki, I need to talk to you, she said. Katsuki looked guilty as he followed her. Later they called Mitsuki and they agreed to put him in an anger management. She also said that she would join the program since she also had some issues with her anger and she afraid that it may affect how Katsuki behaved. Katsuki later apologized to Izuku, but he was still a firecracker, albeit getting better day by day. He still exchanged insults with Tenya, Inasa and Hitoshi, although nothing escalated into physical. Tensei himself is not comfortable to let Izuku alone with Katsuki after he caught him swearing one time. He secretly cried after that in the bathroom and since then started to harbor a bit of resentment towards the Bakugas for corrupting his innocent son. However, since Izuku is so fond of Katsuki, he doesn't have the heart to discourage him playing with Katsuki. They are now sitting inside the church, waiting the service to start. Izuku is wearing a gray fleece coat, button-up green, long-sleeve dress shirt, long black pants and red sneakers. Namuri wears a brown Burberry coat with long white dress. She also wears her glasses and tied her long hair in an elegant bun. Tensei himself wears a sporty puffed-up blue coat with simple white dress shirt and long black pants. The church is quite big. The compound itself hosts a seminary, an abbey and a high school. The church is decorated in classic, Renaissance style. It has a beautiful altar decorated with stained glass and a huge cross made from driftwood. Nem, I've never been to church. Do you know how to act during Mass? He asks. I've attended services when I was a child. My mom worked in a missionary hospital and she liked attending services there. She was a Buddhist though. Great, you can give me some pointers then. He lets out a relieved sigh. Okay, wait. Namuri opened the pamphlet for the today's service and her eyes widened in surprise. Oh no, I've never been to Anglican church. The one I went to was a Methodist one and it was more modern. Of course, because we are Anglo-Catholic, says a girl with long black hair wearing a vestment for altar girl who stands near their seat. She smiles at them before taking a glance at Izuku, who looks sleepy. Izu-chan. Izuku looks at her and his expression changes into surprise one. Hanane. Tensei and Namuri look at each other, confused. Izuku leaps off the seat and tackles her into a hug. Hanane. I miss you, he says. I miss you too, Izu. I pray every day that you'd be happy and healthy. I'm really glad that we meet again. Hana-chan, what's wrong? Suddenly a nun with a Franciscan habit walks towards them after having a conversation with the vicar on the staff room. Oh my, Izu? She looks happy. Sister Noriko? Just the person Namuri was looking for. Oh my, Kiyama-san. How have you been? She greets her politely. Noriko-chan, and Mitsuki arrives at the same time with Katsuki, who grumbles saying it is too early to go out. After the awkward encounter, Mitsuki and Namuri agree to talk with Sister Noriko after the service and she even offers them to talk in her office. The girl's name is Shimura Hana, An orphan, and she used to live in the same orphanage as Izuku and Hitoshi. She volunteers to help Namuri and Tensei during the mass, as Izuku will go to Sunday school and will be back at the end of the mass. Izuku! Momo greets him when she arrives at the church along with her parents. Momo-chan. Izu greets her back by hugging her. Mom's parents are pleasantly surprised to see Midnight and Ingenium in the church. Oh, Ida-san. Good day, her father greets. Good day to you too, Hiroshi. Politely bows. I didn't know Midnight and Ingenium attend church, Momo says. Momo, that's not polite, her mother tells her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Momo apologizes. It's okay, Momo-chan. It's true, both of us are not Christians. We're just accompanying our child, Namuri replies. Oh, I see. By the way, thank you very much for the autograph. I'm such a big fan. Her mother is starstruck to see Namuri in flesh. Turns out, the Yaoyorisis are the patron of the church and they have been donating a lot of money for the constructions. Momo herself later introduces Izuku to Ibra-chan, who also attends the church and the same school as them. Tisi, you again, ponytail, Katsuki jeers. God, I didn't know that you attend this church, Katsuki. I thought you live in hell where you belong. Momo throws an insult. The F, you said, ponytail? Katsuki, please refrain to use bad words in the house of our Lord, Ibra warns. Izuku chuckles at the reaction. Izuku later enthusiastically asks Ibra about her quirk since he can also control Vine. He tries to control hers and it works. Wow, that is amazing. Ibra is amazed to see her hairs are floating and some make a heart shape. Not bad, nerd. Katsuki seems rather pleased. Izu, don't use your quirk in the church, Hana warns. Sorry, Hanane. Izuku looks down. Hana pats his head softly. It's okay, Izu. Just be careful, next time. Yes, Izuku nods. Let's catch up after service, she says as she goes to prepare herself for the mass. Soon the mass is started. The children are guided into a classroom for Sunday school and Hana sits next to both Tensei and Namuri to help them understanding the mass. The mass goes on normally with the today's sermon about loving all types of quirk. Somewhat it is heartwarming to see how people are so accepting here. As the mass is finished, Izuku and the other children soon join the mass at the end. Namuri asks Tensei to watch over Izuku while she and Mitsuki dig some information about his biological parents. Please sit down, Sister Nariko offers them a seat. So, you must be wanting to ask about Inko, she continues. T.O.B. Singing chapter text. Saint and Nippon Saikokai, Japanese Anglican, Church, Roppongi, Tokyo. So, you must be wanting to ask about Inko, Sister Nariko goes to the back of the office, looking for some things. Geez, Nori-chan. It sounds like you know more skeleton in the closets than me. Mitsuki throws her hands on the air while whining. Sister Nariko turns at their direction while carrying a hardcover book, alongside some documents. She carefully lays the documents and book on the table and sits on her armchair. So, what do you think about this book? She asks. Mitsuki raises her shoulders. Beats me, she says. No, sister. I have no idea. It is locked. Namuri touches the book and realizes that there is a lock there. Indeed, it is locked. Can you guess what kind of book that people usually put a lock on it? She asks. A diary? Namuri guesses. Correct. This is the diary of Midoriya Inko, or formerly known as Takami Inko, she explains. What? Inko wrote diary? I didn't know that. Mitsuki crosses her arms. Nobody seems to know, but I have checked it and it is 100% her handwriting, she explains. But how did you get her possession? Mitsuki asks. When she passed, the Hero Public Safety Commission did a cleanup of her possessions and they sent me these documents plus her diary, she explains. Both Mitsuki and Namuri look at each other. They had a hunch that a high-profile hero must be related with her demise, and seeing how the Hero Commission went as far as recovering their belongings, it must have been correct. Looking at the high-ranking heroes with fire quirk, there is only one name. Endeavor. So Endeavor killed them, Mitsuki growls. Not so fast, Mary Therese, Sister Nariko warns. Pfft, that is your Christian name? Mary Therese. Namuri is amused to hear Mitsuki has an uncharacteristically cute and feminine Christian name. Shut it, Midnight. What do you mean not so fast? And I told you not to call me with my baptismal name, Mitsuki barks. Like mother, like son. You were too loud. Calm down, Mary, Sister Noriko teases. Haha, Nemuri can't hold back her laughter. This is frustrating and we haven't heard anything yet, Mitsuki and Mary is sulking now. Sorry, Mike-chan. It's just too funny. Anyway, yes, a fire hero was involved with their untimely demise, but he wasn't the sole reason why both Hisashi and Inko died, she continues. Then who it is? Nemuri asks. The answer is not so simple, and before we go there, I think I should tell you first about the content of the diary. Inko actually told me once that if something bad ever happened to her, she wants her story to be told. Especially to Mitsuki, her best friend, and her son, Izuku, when he is ready. By extension, Kiyama-san should know too since she is his legal guardian, she explains. Yes, I have the key and I have read the books. Many contain secrets that I know already and some that I wasn't aware of. It is really a powerful information and it may be dangerous if ever found out by a wrong person, she continues. Wow, that's a lot to take in, Nemuri says. Geez, I bet I have known most of it, Mitsuki jeers. Sadly, no Mitsuki. You will be up for a big surprise here. Now, I feel like I'm gonna piss on my pants. Please, don't do that. There's a toilet there. I didn't mean it that way. Nemuri lightly chuckles, but she is curious how big the secrets are, and how sister will tell them. Before we continue, I need to tell you about my quirk. The name is simple, it is called memory molding, and I can copy and take away people's memories with a physical touch and a consent from them. I can also visualize it and manifest the memory as if you're watching a movie, she explains. Oh, I see. That's a pretty neat quirk. It will be very beneficial for investigation work, Nemuri mutters. Yeah, too bad I'm not a fan of heroic work, sister. Noriko says. Both of Nemuri and Mitsuki look at her with widened eyes. It is rare to find people who are not a fan of heroes in this day and age. That's a story for another time, she continues cheekily. Are you ready? It will be quite intense, she asks. Both Mitsuki and Nemuri nod. They are determined to find out about Inko's secrets and the mystery of her death. Buckle up, ladies, she says while her eyes suddenly glow and the office transported into different location. Minoyama, Toyama Prefecture, Japan. Mitsuki and Nemuri suddenly are standing in a riverbank in an unknown location. Both of them are surprised to see what just happened. What the heck? Wait, I know this place. Mitsuki screams in bewilderment. What just happened? Nemuri is dumbfounded since she was teleported without a prior warning. Familiar, isn't it? I have told you to buckle up, Sister Noriko teases. I thought it would be like watching movie on screen. Didn't know that it would be 4D Mitsuki deadpans. Wow, where it is? Nemuri asks. Mike-chan, you know this place, don't you? Sister Noriko confirms. Yes, this is Inko's and my hometown. Bunny Hickville called Minoyama, she groans. Welcome to the first part of Midoriya Inko's tale. The childhood, Sister Noriko opens her arms dramatically. Mitsuki gasps in anger while Nemuri are still shocked to see her quirk. Well, let's just see how it plays out. She really hopes that it won't be too bad. Part 1. Childhood and Adolescent. Minoyama, Toyama Prefecture, Japan. Takami Inko was born into a prominent family in a little town of Minoyama in Toyama Prefecture. The Takami is an old family who owns many lands in the area, with most of it are used for farming. Her father was called Genzaburo, a farmer with the rejuvenation quirk. He can rejuvenate any withered plants, and it has come in handy since he is a farmer. Her family owns a big farming fields, and the family has been taking care of it generations to generations. Her grandmother was called Saori, or mostly known as Reverend Cynthia. She was a vicar in her local parish and was quite famous for her beautiful singing voice, her gentle heart, and her cooking. Every festivals or local events, Saori's cooking were always there and people enjoyed it so much. She used to be a mayor for 2 tenures before retiring and becoming a vicar. Saori was so close with Inko. She was the only one who supported her dream of becoming a successful singer in Tokyo. She has a growing quirk where she can fasten a plant's grow. Her mother was called Shiori. She came from Shinomiya family who also owned many farming lands, and she was very traditional. She believed that her way of life is the best, and she wasn't keen with how Inko wanted to do with her life. However, she was very gentle and nice. Her quirk is telekinesis, and Inko inherited her quirk. She worked at Minoyama Tourism Board. Being an only child in a busy household, Inko found herself alone most of the times, and since many young people in the town moved away once they graduated high school, the population was shrinking at a rapid speed. It ended up with shrinking numbers of children in her town, and Inko had to take a train to attend her elementary school in the Yao area in Toyama City because the one in her town got shut down due to the shrinking number of attendants. None of the children were in the same age as her. As her friends were mostly lived in other city, and having strict parents mean she couldn't play with them unless they had a group work, she felt lonely. A girl appeared on the road from the distance. She has a familiar long wavy green hair, short, a pair of green eyes, and she was wearing long sleeve shirt with flowers picture, long black pants, and a pair of pink sneakers. She was walking home from school and she came across a riverbed. Wow, she really looks like Izuku, Namuri says. Wait until you see her when she became a teenager. Heartbreaker alert, Mitsuki scoffs. Were you jealous of her? Namuri teases. Me? Not a chance. She may be prettier, but her drawing was terrible. She raises her chest proudly. Namuri rolls her eyes. Anyway, why is she alone? Mitsuki asks. Seems like she doesn't have any friends around her age, Sister Nariko answers. Poor her, Namuri comments as she is seeing young Inko walks on the way home via riverbank after arriving in Minoyama using train. Gosh, this must be the time before I moved in, Mitsuki replies. Oh, I thought you were born and raised there? Namuri seems surprised since Mitsuki speaks with a slight country twang. Well, I moved there when I think she was 8 in this movie? Mitsuku squints her eyes. Correct, we will witness her background here and an event when she met one guy who had significant meaning in her life later, Sister Nariko narrates. Is it a documentary? Namuri jokes. More like her hobby, Mitsuki rolls her eyes. Let's just continue watching, shall we? Sister Nariko sternly asks. Okay, both nods half-heartedly. Inko kept on walking while looking down. She glanced at the sky. It was almost winter, so the day was short and it has begun to redden. She took a deep sigh. She really didn't want to go home. Even if she went home directly, nobody would be there to play with her. She then stood there and began skimming stone on the river, finding herself getting more excited as her throw got better and better. She then used her quirk to pull the stones back to her before throwing it again in the river, trying to make it skip on the water. She smiled. Finding a simple joy in her mundane life didn't sound so bad for her as she continued using her quirk to play, and she forgot about the time and it was already 6 p.m. Inko-chan. Suddenly a stern voice called her from behind. Inko looked back and see a medium-height woman with long brunette hair being tied in a bun, pair of pink glasses, long beige skirt, black turtleneck and light brown coat looking at her displeased. Mother! She screamed in surprise before, realizing that some of the stones that she pulled using her quirk were suddenly hitting her. Inko! Shirori hurriedly ran to her from the stairs that connecting the riverbed with the road. Mother! She sniffed as the stones hit her in her back, legs and arms. Let me check, she demanded, and Inko showed her arms and legs. Oh my! It will bruise. Let's go home now. We need to treat those bruises, as she offers her hand and Inko reluctantly takes it. Both are walking back to their house. Inko's house was decorated in Japanese traditional style with most of the furnitures were made of wood. There was a garden in the middle of the building and the building itself was pretty big with 2 stories, a shed and a garage. Shirori asked Inko to take a bath and after that she began treating her bruises. She gave her a long lecture about responsibility and how a schoolgirl should go home straight after school. Inko silently listened to her lecture, but she didn't agree with what she said about going home straight when there was nobody home to greet her or play with her. After that, Inko went upstairs to her room and did her homework. The dinner was mostly uneventful with both of her parents discussing their work that day, and they started their meal by her grandma blessing the food and saying graces. Her grandma, a beautiful woman in her 60s, attentively listened to the conversation while affectionately rubbed her shoulders. Inko liked her grandma. She was the only one in her house who really listened to her. By the way, when I went home today, I met Inko still playing in the riverbed despite it was already 6 p.m., Shiroori whined. Inko, we have told you countless of times that it could be dangerous for you to play alone? Genzaburo reprimanded her. Inko still looked down. Don't be too harsh on her, Inko was just bored. Isn't it right, princess? Saori asked gently. Inko smiled at her and nodded. Still, it is not an excuse for her to play unsupervised. She played with her quirk and she ended up hurting herself at the end, Shiroori continued. It wouldn't happen if you didn't startle me, Inko clapped back. Shiroori looked astonished at how Inko raised her voice on her. Inko, that's not the way you talk to your mother. Apologize this instant. Genzaburo ordered. Inko gritted her teeth. I could have used my quirk better if you would teach me, she continued. Inko, enough with the disrespect. Genzaburo yelled. Enough. Everyone in the table looked at Saori who yelled. Inko, you shouldn't raise your voice to your mother. She is worried about your well-being, something that all of us share. However, I think you should listen to Inko more. She doesn't have any friends who are in the same age brackets as her. It is natural for her for being bored. You should give her suggestion on how she should spend her time positively, she said. The parents looked down, disappointed in themselves. Since none of you have any suggestion, how about you come to the church? There are free singing class there. You can learn classical singing and folk songs, she offered. I love singing. I would love to, Button, she beamed. Good girl, as she patted her head lovingly. Both of her parents smiled at the scene. They finally agreed to let Inko learning folk and classical singing alongside organ, piano and shamisen in the church every day besides exam week, and she had to promise that she will keep her grades up. The scenes then changed to when Inko learned how to sing correctly from her grandma who has a beautiful voice herself. She was trained in gospel, minyu, Japanese folk, and classical music repertoires. She also began learning English, French, Spanish, German and Italian to complement her elocution and pronunciation of Western operas. Time goes by in the illusion with Inko grew up from an 8-year-old child into a 15-year-old maiden. She now sings as the main singer of her church's choir as well as the one who teaches vocals for the children there. Wow, she was gorgeous, Namuri comments. I've told you. Inko could easily become a model, Mitsuki says it proudly. Too bad she was so focused with becoming a singer, she continues sadly. The next scene they see is when Inko sang as the main vocalist for the famous Owarakaze no Bon festival. Note, reference https www.youtube.com watch. VTJ2IOTP sand T33 sand _channel %E5% AF% 8C% E5% B1% B1% E5% B8% 82% E5% BA% 83% E5% A0% B1% E8% AA% B2. Wow, I remember this, Mitsuki quips. Is that you? Namuri points up to a blonde woman who looks like younger version of Mitsuki who dances with a hat that covers her face with a matching red kimono. Yes, the dance is not too hard, you know? You need lots of patience since the movement is so slow, she groans. Next to her there is a man who dances really well. That's my future husband, by the way, she points that out. Oh, that is your husband? Namuri is surprised to hear that Mitsuki met her husband so early. Yeah. He is from Toyama City. We went to the same high school together, she explains. Nice, my current boyfriend also went to same school as me. His seat was next to mine. Namuri reminisces the look of Tensei who tried to concentrate on the teacher's explanation despite his fatigue. She chuckled at that memory. Anyway, she does have an angelic voice, doesn't she? Mitsuki looks at how happy Inko looks there with her beautiful red yuka. She was. It was such a precious gift, Sister Noriko replies with a sad expression on her face. Anyway, let's continue, she says. The next scene is when Inko walked home from her high school. Inko, wanna grab some grubs before your singing lesson? Mitsuki ran from behind her trying to catch up with her. Mike-chan, I told you I have eaten, She took a sigh looking at how persistent her friends could be. But you're too skinny. Come on, girl. We need to put some pounds into your bony butt, Mitsuki joked. You're lucky my mom isn't here. She will chase you for using such a vulgar language, she lightly chuckled. Be med with it. Geez, the old people in this town always judging the youngsters saying in my old age blah 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 or young people these days are so rude yada yada. I think they're just jealous of our youth and theirs will soon expire, she groaned. Mike-chan. That was a low blow. Ba-chan isn't like that. Your ba-chan is hip but the rest of them can go to whatever fresh hell they came from, Mitsuki scowled. Mike-chan, we need to be patient, 3 more years before we leave this place, she reminded her. You're right, let's just hope that we can convince our parents to let us fly this cage. Inko nodded at that. Later, Mitsuki left her to have a date with Masaru in the next city. Inko sometimes felt jealous on how much freedom Mitsuki got from her parents. She wished her parents would be more chill. As she continued walking and past the town garden, she saw a young man with a flaming red hair is currently sitting near Sakura tree, looking at the pond. Must be a newcomer or a tourist. But who would have come to this godforsaken area in Toyama Prefecture? Inko nodded at him and he nodded back. Maybe he needed a company? Not to brag but Inko was well known to be the cutest and prettiest girl of Minoyama. Sure, the bar wasn't that high since there weren't that many young people there in the first place but at least it meant something. Inko stood next to him. Gosh, this guy is so handsome. Piercing turquoise eyes, nice muscled body and tall. He also wore suits that must have been custom-made. A newbie, she greeted. Nah, he answered. They stood there for some minutes, enjoying the beautiful spring scenery with sakura petals falling and cool breeze. Not much of a talker, aren't ya? She teased. The guy took a glance and his eyes widened in surprise. Despite his stern expression, Inko could see that his cheeks were flushing. Nah, just visiting a relative, he answered. Oh, I see, she nodded. May I sit next to you? She asked. Suits yourself, he scoffed. Inko lightly chuckled seeing his reaction. What was funny? He looked at her with an intense stare. Nothing, I just thought you're incredibly awkward. That's all, she shrugged. The guy raised his eyebrows. The name's Inko by the way. Takami Inko, she said. Why did you give me your full name? He asked, befuddled. It's a basic manner, she dismissed his rudeness. The guys titled his head in confusion. He had never met anyone who wasn't turned off by his rudeness or being intimidated by his stature. Do you know who I am? He asked. No, she shook her head. Should I? She teased. He took a long breath. Todoroki Enji, he finally introduced himself. Inko knew the Todorokis who owned a large estate in the area and she later found out that Enji came to this town with his father to sell the properties to a third party after the death of the patriarch of Todoroki family. She frankly didn't care about his status. Inko just bored and needed friends. Enji, who never had a friend or allowed to have one, was intrigued by the free-spirited Inko who were blunt to the point of almost rude but he felt sense of familiarity with her. They later made a routine of talking in park without any prior appointment as they kept running on each other. It was cute really. Enji left the next week after they first met since he needed to attend his prestigious high school. Inko later found out that Enji was a student of UA. She muttered as she was trying to finish her homework in her room. Seems like we are different like the sky and the earth, she chuckled. Little did she know that the meeting left a deep impression on Enji. He could never forget his first friend as he felt some sense of fondness towards the cute greenette. Part 2. Early Adulthood. Wow, that was unexpected, Namuri commented seeing how familiar Inko was with Enji. That beach never told me anything about meeting flaming dumpster fire, Mitsuki barks. Well, Inko was always having this secretive streak, Sister Nariko says. Probably to protect their friendship. Todorokis weren't that loved by the townspeople. They were arrogant and selfish, Mitsuki explained. Some things never changed, huh? Namuri sighs. Okay, let's go to part 2. Sister Nariko opens another chapter of the book and the scene changes. Both Mitsuki and Inko looked so happy with their graduation certificate. They took lots of pictures with their classmates and family during the graduation before went back home to have party with their own family. Mitsuki had been accepted to ESMA Japan along with Masaru. They would be studying fashion design in Tokyo and Inko was so happy for them. However, Inko didn't plan on continuing her education. Her parents were giving her a cold treatment for refusing to study theology in Toyama City or continuing her family business. They cooked some foods for her as a celebration, but none of them talk. It may sound so sad, but that's okay, because Inko had saved enough money to live in Tokyo. She also had sent many applications to different agencies there. Her grandma had been helping her with making audition tape and training her vocals. She really hoped that one of the agencies would accept her. Day went by and finally it was the day both Mitsuki and Masaru left for Tokyo. They had a tearful farewell in the station with both of them promising to make it big there. Later, a week after their departure, shit hit the fan. Her father found the audition tapes in her room and was furious. Both her parents ambushed her when she got back from her part-time job at her home and they screamed at each other. Her father forced her to look at some of the candidates for her marriage since he thought she was too lazy to work either as a priest or a farmer, so he arranged a matchmaker to find her a rich husband. Inko refused to look at any of the pictures and she threw it on the garden, which made her parents even more furious. Her mother had had enough and she slapped her hard. Inko looked at her with rage in her eyes while her mother stared at her hand in disbelief. Before she could apologize, Inko just stormed off her house, leaving her mom crying and her dad looking down in extreme disappointment. She called her grandma and explained everything to her. Her grandma later took some of her belongings from her house and gave it to her. She hugged her tightly, saying that she would always support her. She gave her the money that she had been saving from her pension for her. Inko refused at first, but her grandma insisted. She then boarded a train to Tokyo after kissing her grandma's face while crying profusely. This would be the last time Inko would ever set foot in her hometown, and the last time she would see her beloved grandma. She also didn't know that one of her suitors was no other than the newly graduated and newbie hero, Endeavor alias Todoroki Enji. Enji heart broke when he heard that Inko refused the engagement and ran away from her home. Because of that, he was forced to marry a girl with an ice-related quirk who he barely knew. He silently cried that night on his bed while muttering prayer that Inko would be safe and sound wherever she was. Takadanobaba, Tokyo. Inko arrived in front of Mitsuki's apartment with just a suitcase. Mitsuki was surprised when she saw her, but she let her in and listened to her story. Later they became roommates. Inko later got a job as a hostess in a snack bar around Ginza. The manager, or mama, of the bar was a stern, no-nonsense woman called Ujiko Otos. I don't give a flying F about your credentials or your past. I just don't want no funny business in my shop. As long as you're willing to work your butt off, you're in. She basically looked at with a mix of judgment and boredom from top to bottom. I promise you that I will do my best, she responded. Yeah, we'll see, she shrugged. Basically, only two of us who will be working here. Jesus, what was I thinking when I bought this shop? Granted, I was shit-faced drunk at that time, but holly bejazzled. Well, nothing I can do for now. I'm broke and we have to do everything here from cooking, serving customers, accounting, cleaning, paperwork and bartending. Can you do that? She warned. I'm a quick learner, she assured. Let's put that into practice then, pretty face. Now, memorize all these menus. She basically threw her a set of menus. Inko was a quick learner and soon became quite popular in the establishment with her hospitable personality, her bluntness and her voice. She still attends auditions and sending her tapes to agencies. One day during her shift, two peculiar people entered the shop. One looked like a grumpy old man with a buffed-up body and the other one was a handsome man around her age who was extremely tall with blonde hair, blue eyes and big muscles. Get lost, Torino. How dare you show your face around my shop, Otos yelled. Tiki, shut up you old hag. I thought you had kicked the bucket a long time ago, he playfully teased her. No chance you arsehat. I still want to leech off from your effing alimony so I can SEK dry your remaining money you got from your pathetic her work. Otos took another sip of her cigarette. Joke's on you. I'm broke as if now. Are they always like this? Inko asked him. Oh yeah. They used to be married couple, he replied, looking pleased at the scene. Oh yeah, what should I get for you? She asked. Just a water please, I'm still underage. He nervously rubbed the back of his head. Really? I thought you're more than how old are you? She asked. 18, just graduated from high school, he replied awkwardly. Oh, I see. We're the same age then, she chuckled. Inko. 1 beer for the big oaf, Otos ordered. Coming. Inko hurriedly prepared the order. You didn't tell me you got a new but here. What's your name, lass? He asked. Are you deaf? I clearly called her Inko earlier, you dumb gremlin, she threw another insult. And both of them began bickering like brats. Sometimes I wonder if they do hate each other, but he always comes here on Thursday night, he chuckled, looking amused. Inko just nodded as she put a glass of beer in front of Torino Guy, and to her horror, he chugged it off instantly and asked for another glass. She filled up the glass and served a glass of water to the blonde guy. Thank you, he said, trying to remember her name. Inko, just call me Inko. Inko beamed at him and he blushed at her beautiful smile. Well, Inko, this is the best water I have ever drank. He tried to flirt but fell flat. Inko chuckled hearing how lame the flirt was, but she found herself grew fond of this weirdo. Geez, Toshinori. Your flirting game is lame as F-. You didn't even give her your name. Nice to meet you, lass. The name's Sorahiko, but people know me better as Gran Torino. He introduced himself while telling off Toshinori at the same time, ignoring how embarrassed Toshinori looked. Nice to meet you too, Gran Torino-san. Although I haven't heard your name before, she replied. Trust me, Inko. Nobody has. Otos rolled her eyes. Shut up, you old hag. Hurry up and kick the bucket, will ya? He yelled back at her. And it begins. Inko looks at Toshinori while smiling. Toshinori smiled back at her. Hey, maybe we can start over? He asked. Sure, Inko shrugged. My name is Toshinori Yagi. I'm currently training to be a hero and my hero alias is All Might. He offers her his hand for a shake. Nice to meet you, Yagi-san. I'm Takami Inko and according to my best friend my alias is Man-Eater, she joked while shaking their hands. Oh please, don't eat me, he joked. Maybe I should wait until you ripen. Clearly you are a Ziki now and there is no fun in eating a Ziki, she replied. This was the start of a beautiful relationship in which Toshinori confessed a week later. They began to go steady but he asked her to keep it secret since he wasn't allowed to have a relationship. Inko respected his wish. Her career also went better than she expected. Finally got an offer to record an album after a producer was impressed with her voice after seeing her singing on the street one day when she was walking home. She recorded the mini-album with only 3 songs. Depending on the sales, she may be promoted to record a full album. Sadly, the first album's genre was enka. Not jazz as she wanted, but beggar couldn't be chooser. Everything went well until one fateful day when Inko got a call from Toshi. Inko, he said. Hey, how are you? Are you coming today? I'm planning to put Katsudon as today's special. What do you think? She nonchalantly asked without knowing how unusual his tone was. Well that seems nice, he answered. Great, you're coming today, right? Inko. Toshi, what's wrong? Inko began to realize that something was not right. I'm sorry, he screamed. Toshi, what happened? She began to worry. Inko. I think it might be the last time we talk. What? She raised her voice. I'm sorry. I'm leaving in an hour to USA. Toshi, why you didn't tell me? She became desperate now. Really disappointed with Toshinori. I'm sorry. You know that I'm not allowed to date because, well, I can't tell you the reason, but you better off without me. I don't think that is for you to decide, she said bitterly. I'm really sorry, Inko, but it is for your own safety. Toshi, what are we? Are you mocking me all this time? No. I genuinely love you. Then why you don't want to work with our relationship? I'm fine with long-distance relationship. We can make this work, she begged. I'm sorry, Inko. I've made up my mind. I can't risk putting you in danger. Inko swallowed her saliva. She couldn't believe that the sunshine in her life, Toshinori, decided to leave her suddenly without telling her beforehand. I see, I understand. That's how little you view our relationship. How stupid I am for loving you all this time while you're not considering my feelings, one bit. Goodbye, and she hung up the phone. After years of keeping herself together, Inko broke that day. She began drinking, having NTRCRs with random men she met in the bar and coming late or even cancelled her recording and promotional schedules. It made many people angry, especially Mitsuki. Mitsuki basically had to punch her to make her understand that she was throwing her life away. Inko herself knew that she was self-destructing herself, but it was too painful for her to function. Until one day when she's supposed to be sober and had to record a new single. It went on smoothly at first until she had a morning sickness. Puking at the slight bit of smell everywhere. Inko had her suspicion, but she needed to prove it. She bought a PRGN-CY test pack and she used it once she got home. She had moved out from Mitsuki's once she got a job. When she looked at the result, her eyes widened. She began sobbing. It was positive. And there she was, an up-and-coming singer in her 19s, PRGN-T from someone she couldn't remember. TOB singing chapter text. Walked back home after consulted with an OBGYN about her PRGN-CY. Mitsuki was walking alongside her. She made sure Inko didn't hit any lamp or people since she looked really absent-minded. In the end, she forced her to move out of her apartment by Mitsuki to her apartment so she could watch over her. Making sure she wouldn't do anything stupid. Oto-san was surprisingly understanding about her situation as she gave her a week off, saying that kids will grow up to be ungrateful brats but you just couldn't stop loving them. Wait, you knew about this? Namuri smacks Mitsuki's back in fury. Mitsuki looked down, clearly ashamed for not telling Namuri about it sooner. This is really private and I just knew about what happened to her a couple of days ago. Do you think I would tell a stranger about the biggest secret of my best friend? She grimaces. This is a lot to take in. Oh my Kami, I feel really bad for her. Namuri covers her face, trying to relax herself. I hope I could say anything to make you better, but I'm at loss too. But this is not the worst, yet. Mitsuki gives her another cryptic warning. Oh, I don't think I can watch it anymore, she groans. You have to. Maybe you can actually help her last wish, Sister Noriko says. Inko decided to keep her baby. She kept on working in the bar and promoting her mini-album which charted really well for a newcomer. The record producer offered her a contract to record a full album, but Inko needed to come clean about something. When she mentioned to them that she was PRGN-T, they weren't really pleased. They even had the audacity to tell her that she would be better off giving up her child for an adoption because she wouldn't be popular if she had a child. Inko was furious, but she grew even more enraged when he gave her an ultimatum to abandon her baby or they would cancel her contract. Inko decided that becoming a singer wasn't worth it if she had to leave her child. Then she walked off the building with a heavy heart. Becoming a singer was always been a dream, but she couldn't just abandon her baby. She'd rather die than doing that, and strangely, she was already attached with her unborn child even though she was only 2 months PRGN-T. She then concentrated on giving her child a better future by taking classes to be an accountant while working in Oto-san's place. On her second trimester, a miracle came. Oto-san decided to retire to her beloved Hokkaido and she gave her the bar. Inko, who got her certification as an accountant, was having a dilemma, but then one day when she was strolling around the neighborhood, she came across a church. When she went inside to pray, she met Sister Noriko and Father John Brown, who greeted her with a friendly hug. Inko then prayed for a bit before drinking tea with them. She told them the story and her dilemma while both of them were listening attentively. Sister Noriko offered to take care of her kid when she went to work in morning as an accountant for a small business as she had moved out from Mitsuki's place. It was such a strange feeling to trust them with her life stories. Hell, even Mitsuki, who knew her most of her life, didn't know all of her secrets. Probably these two people gave her the sense of security, something that made her able to trust them easily. Also, both of them were the servants of God. It was normal to trust them, right? Time went by quickly after that. Days changed into months, and before they knew it, Inko was in labor. It was a difficult one. Both Masaru and Mitsuki were there to hold her hands while Inko screamed in pain. It continued for more than 18 hours. Inko thought she would die from the pain, but once she heard the baby cried, she felt like all of the pains were worth it. Inko-chan, look. Such a handsome baby. Mao held the baby first while smiling peacefully while Mitsuki cried in joy. You did your best, Inko-chan, she sniffled. Inko felt tears began to fall from her eyes as she held her baby boy. It was the most beautiful baby she had ever seen, and she felt blessed to be a mother to her newborn son. He had a beautiful curly blonde hair and a pair of golden eyes with 2 little black triangles just below his tear ducts. Such a charmer. Inko-chan, there is something on his back. Mitsuki looked confused. On his back? What do you mean? Inko carefully checked and she saw a pair of petite red wings sprouted from his back. You really are an angel, she chuckled. Wonder if he could fly, Mitsuki quipped. I guess we'll find out later once he is older, Masaru replied. 3 of them are overjoyed with the birth of Inko's son. Inko herself decided to name him Kigo, and he was baptized by Father John a week after that. Both Masaru and Mitsuki were chosen to be his godparents. Inko worked even harder after Kigo's birth, and she enjoyed every moment she spent with him. She usually brought her to Sister Noriko in the morning when she had to work in a firm as an accountant. Later, she would pick him up in the afternoon and she would spend time with him until nighttime. She moved to the 2nd story of the bar and she hired a part-timer to help her with the shop while she took care of Kigo. Kigo himself was a really healthy and smart kid. He wasn't a brat at all and was really easy to be taken care. They lived relatively happy for the next 4 years until the day his quirk manifested. Kigo was born with his quirk since it was a mutation one, but he could never use it until he turned 4, and it was triggered with a traumatic experience too. There was a villain fight in the shopping street when he and Inko were there to shop for groceries. Like a normal person, they hid in one of the alleys while the heroes were capturing the villain. Until he saw the villain took a hostage of a child. Suddenly Kigo able to fly, and he used his feathers to incapacitate the villains while he swiftly saved the kid from above. Inko was super happy to see his powerful quirk. Suddenly, one of the heroes looked at her and his eyes widened in surprise. Inko, he said. Enji. Inko was even more surprised to see her old friend there strutting as a hero. For the first time in more than 7 years, both of them met. Inko was surprised to see him here since she thought he would be in Mizudafu since he was stationed there and his family had been living there for a long time now. Enji couldn't talk for more since he had to do cleanup, but he gave him his number to Inko and promised to catch up later. Mama, who is that guy? Kigo asked. He's the good friend. Inko gave him a nostalgic smile. Kei-chan, I'm proud of you. You know that, right? She continued. Kigo beamed at him hearing her compliment. However, that was really reckless. I thought my heart will stop when I saw you flew there. Her voice sounded darker now as she stared at him with an intense gaze. Kigo got the message and he began to tear up. Inko hugged her tightly. Thank God you're okay? I was so scared, Kigo. Promise me you won't do such a reckless thing anymore, she cried. I promise, Mom. Kigo hugged her back tightly. I was so scared, he admitted. Inko kept rubbing circles on his back while she herself cried. It's okay, honey. You're safe now, she assured. Both of them then retreated from the scene after giving testament to the police by walking hand in hand. Little did they know that the happiness would be short-lived. A month after the incident, Inko received some unexpected visitors. Welcome, her smile faltered when she saw the men in black suits. Greetings, we are from Hero Safety Public Commission, they greeted. I have told you over and over that I won't put my son into your hero program, she said sternly. We understand, but we must ask you to think it over. It will be great for his future and we can provide him with the best facilities and teachings to make him a great hero in the future, they offered. I have told you that my son will be the one who decide his own future. He is just 4, for Christ's sakes. Who would be in the right mind to force their kid to join a career program at 4 years old? She raised her voice. With all due respect, Miss Takami, what is better than becoming a hero? Many people wanted to be one, but not all can due to their quirk or financial status. Your son was born with a powerful and heroic quirk. We can help with the financial part and you both will be secured for life, he bragged. Inko was enraged as she slammed the table. How dare you insinuating that we need money from you corrupted government official? How dare you mocking me in my own establishment? We are perfectly fine on our own, and if Kigo wants to be a hero in the future, I will work my butt off to pay for the tuition. Don't you dare looking down on me just because I'm a single parent. The fact that you want to take my child's custody and trains him is the same as grooming a child soldier, and frankly, that is disgusting. Now if you leave my place. You government dog. As she swung her knife in front of those goons. Their bewildered expression was priceless. You will regret this, Miss Takami. Now I bid you farewell, he bowed while spitting a passive-aggressive tone. Get out! She yelled as she used her quirk to throw the knife next to the goon's head. He looked scared at first before hurriedly running away, followed by his long-suffering partner. Mama? Suddenly Kigo appeared behind her. He looked sleepy. Did I wake you up, darling? She picked him up and him. Don't worry, Kigo. Mama will always protect you, she whispered. That night, there was an arson in the neighborhood and her bar was one of the collateral damages. Kigo used his quirk once more to aid the rescue despite of Inko's warning and had to be taken into custody for an illegal quirk usage. It was outrageous, but clearly it was a tactic from Hero Commission to get him away from her. They didn't care if they had to play dirty. At morning, Inko ended up alone and without a home. Last part. The end. Din, Nemuri sighs. I saw how devastated it was, but seeing it one more time, it is just... Mitsuki leaves them into the corner as she sat and envelopes herself with her arms. I need a time to cool down, she says. I know they are corrupted, but I never knew that they would stoop so low. Nemuri grits her teeth in frustration. She is ashamed to be a hero now since all heroes are under Hero Commission's jurisdiction. They have always been like this. The arson was original, but it was pretty tame compared to what they have done in the past, Sister Nariko grimaces. You know a lot about Hero Commission for a nun. Nemuri squints her eyes in suspicion. You still not in the level to unlock my tragic backstory, she teases. Okay, I'm ready, Mitsuki says as she sits next to Inko. Are you sure? Sister Nariko asks. Yep, she nods. Okay, and she uses her quirk once more. Inko tried her best. She really did. She tried to sue the Hero Commission for kidnapping her child, but no lawyers were willing to take her case. Police dismissed her inquiry, deeming her silly. Nobody wanted to help until one day when NG called her to meet up in a cafe. You look terrible, he commented. I just lost my child, NG, she growled. I'm joking, but his eyes didn't look like he was. It wasn't funny, she pointed out. How's the search so far? He tried to steer the conversation. She shook her head. Nobody wanted to help me. Hero Commission is that powerful. I figured as he sipped his tea. What do you want, NG? I'm not in the mood for an idle banter. I need to find a way to get my son back, she glared. I have an offer to make, he said. And what is that? Inko, I want you to marry me, he said. What? Inko raised her eyebrows in disbelief. NG was married, what did he mean by that? I want you to marry me, he replayed. I heard it the first time. Are nuts? You're married. And you have a twin, she raised her voice. Calm down, he calmly said. How can I be calm after I heard that silly proposition? Are you trolling with me now, ready to leave the place? Hey, don't leave. At least hear my story first, he said. Inko glared at him but decided to stay longer. But, well, you know I had an arranged marriage, but I never loved that woman. I've always been in love with you, Inko, he confessed. Inko's jaws gapped at the sudden confession. Well, that was new. Since when? She asked. Probably after we talked under the cherry blossom tree. I even sent you a marriage proposal once, but you ran away from home shortly, he explained. Oh, that made sense. Inko never saw any of the candidates as she was furious. But you already have a family, NG. And why you suddenly asked me to marry you? She asked. I'm a hero with a long-standing heritage of top heroes behind me. I'm also climbing the ranking faster than any hero, except maybe All Might. I can help you get your son back, he explained. That's... Inko looked really unsure now. I never liked that woman. She isn't you, Inko. I don't care if I have to divorce her, he growled. Inko didn't like how he described his wife as if she could be easily replaced. Besides, NG already had children. She couldn't just destroy their family. As much as she pitted him, she couldn't bring herself to destroy his family. I'm sorry, NG, but I don't think I can accept the arrangement, she said while feeling guilty. Why? He asked with a voice as cold as ice. I'm in love with someone else, she simply said as she took her purse. His name is Yagi Tashinori, the love of my life. We are not meant to go be together, but I can never forget him. She smiled at him before bowing politely and left, leaving an enraged Enji by himself. Not knowing that she had planted even more seeds of hatred inside his heart, but that would be for later. Inko decided to sell the property and move to Hokkaido, where Oto-sen offered her a job to manage a flower shop there. Inko later told Mitsuki that she got married to a guy named Midoriya Hisashi who worked as a CEO in Sapporo, Hokkaido, and a nephew of Oto-sen. Inko told her that she didn't love him, but he assured her that he would help him getting back his son. Mitsuki wasn't pleased with her reason since she knew Inko was still in love with a hero she used to be in a relationship with, but she couldn't do anything since Inko had changed her number. Everything was just fishy and she didn't like it. I still find it hard to believe that she was in a serious relationship with All Might, Namuri says. Not just you, hon. I've been hearing about this guy forever, yet I never able to connect the dots. Damn it, Mitsuki whines. Sister Noriko took a deep breath, then she clears her throat. Sorry, the next scene is not from the diary because Inko left to Hokkaido and for an unknown reason, she stopped writing her diary. This was taken with her permission on her deathbed, she explains. Both Mitsuki and Namuri don't know how to respond to that. It will unveil the biggest mystery of who killed her, but there is one thing I want to make sure. Do you really want to know the truth? Because once you see it, you can't unsee it. I have to warn you, it will give you more questions instead of answers, she warns. That bad, huh? Mitsuki sighs. We made a commitment, now we should see it through, Namuri says. I guess, you're right, Mitsuki shrugs. Very well, as Sister Noriko opens another scene. Muzudafu Shopping Street, Muzudafu, Shizuoka. Inko was captured by a villain and there was a knife shoved in front of her throat. I guess this is it, she thought. Let her go. Endeavor screamed at them, but the villain ignored him. He taunted him instead by making a small cut on her neck, careful not to hit any arteries. Endeavor growled in frustration. You should be happy, your husband got attacked by this foolish hero earlier and died. Another collateral damage. Wonder why you became number 2, huh? He continued the taunt. Inko's eyes widened in surprise, but she didn't know how to react to the bombshell. Something about Hisashi these past months didn't sit well with her, and she actually tried to get away from him by bringing Izuku to Muzudafu to meet Mitsuki and her family, but that man just followed her and appeared in their hotel the next day. Hisashi was acting really weird, and she had a hunch that it was something more sinister. Not to mention the disappearance of Otosen. Ujiko Otos wasn't even her real name. Her real name was Garaki Otos instead of Ujiko Otos. This family, Midoriya and Garaki, were keeping many secrets and Inko creeped out by it. Good grief, then he died. Suddenly he saw a flash of green and Izuku was staring at her with his eyes full of fear. Oka-san, he screamed. No. Stay back. And during that time Izuku's quirk manifested. As it was manifested during such a traumatic event, it went ballistic. Sharp vines appeared from all directions, heading towards the villain and her. Inko and the villain screamed while Enji sent some fires towards the vines. Sadly, the vines were fireproof and the fire got to both villain and Inko. It didn't kill her though, but suddenly the vines made their way and pierced the villain from all directions, killing him instantly. Inko got pierced in her stomach. She slumped onto the street and groaned in pain. Izuku, she looked at his direction and she saw Izuku was mortified. He suddenly collapsed from presumably quirk exhaustion. Her vision became blurry, but she could see Endeavor ran towards her with tears on his eyes. At the corner, she saw a familiar man. He looked charred from the fire, but he seemed perfectly able to stand. He grinned at her evilly before disappearing. Hisa, sure. She gritted her teeth before losing her consciousness. Inko was in coma for the next 3 days. Father John and Sister Noriko came to the hospital after being told that she wouldn't make it. They came to administer the last rite. As they proceed with the rites, suddenly Inko opened her eyes and she tried her best to communicate. Father John called the nurse, but she told him no by shaking her head. She threw a gaze on Sister Noriko, telling her with a weak voice that she wasn't mad at Izuku and she loved both of her sons. So, please, tell Izu and Kei, I love them, she said before convulsing. Father John called the nurse while administering last rite. The nurse came along with the doctor, but there weren't so much that they could do until suddenly the convulsing stopped and Inko took the last breath. There were no dry eyes in the room as Father John closed her eyes and prayed. Sister Noriko sang Amazing Grace for her soul while the doctor and nurses cried alongside them. Then, Sister, Namuri couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Mitsuki is crying her heart out, asking forgiveness from not being able to be there at Inko's last moment. Sister Noriko opens her drawers and puts some things on the table. There are the mementos from Inko, her recipe book, her mini-album, a photo album full of Kigo and Izuku's pictures, and of course her diaries. These documents are Kigo's baptismal and birth certificate and Izuku's baptismal and birth certificate, she says. I think it will be best if you keep it, she continues. Sister, Namuri sniffles. You can tell the full story once he is ready. In case you're wondering, I did take her memory of that tragedy. Nobody except Endeavor and Hero Commission knew about what happened. Izuku was too young to live with such a burden, and I have made sure that both Hero Commission and Endeavor won't talk about this matter, in case Izuku wants to be a hero in the future to avoid any potential scandal, she explains. Sister, what are you? Mitsuki asks. Sister Noriko gives her a cheeky smirk. Someone who knows more about hero industry more than you all. That's all I can say, she closes. Both Namuri and Mitsuki are still processing about what they just watched. It was a lot to take in. They got the address to Inko's grave and plan to visit it next week before Christmas. As they return to the main hall, they hear a beautiful voice from the children's choir. Angels we have heard on high, sweetly singing o'er the plains and the mountains in reply, echoing their joyous strains. Gloria in excelsis Deo. Gloria in excelsis Deo. There they are, singing together with all the children, and all of them seem so happy. The grumpy Katsuki even smiles while singing. Tensei is recording them with a fond expression on his face. As they finish the song, Izuku beams at Namuri when he realized that she has returned. Mama, did you hear our song? How was it? He asks. Namuri smiles at him while ruffling his fluffy hair. It was marvelous, my prince, she compliments him, and Izuku smiles even wider. We will sing on Christmas charity concert next week. Can I participate? He asks. Of course, when is it? December 23, 2020, Hannah politely answers. Oh, perfect. We have a hero gala dinner at December 25th, and how about we have a Christmas dinner after Mass? Namuri asks. Dinner? That sounds fun. Can I invite Momo-chan, Ibra-chan, Kaken, Inesa-kun, Hito-chan, Mei-chan and Tenanai? He asks with puppy eyes. Of course, she says. Oh, hell no. No way I'm going to a dinner with those extras, Katsuki whines, and Mitsuki sends him a glare. Katsuki, behave, she warns. He clicks his tongue. Namuri suddenly hugs Izuku tightly while snobbing. Nem, what happened? Tensei worriedly asks. I won't let you down ever. I will protect you and make sure you will be happy because you deserve all the happiness in the world, she says. Mama. Izuku hugs her back with a smile on his face. He feels really warm inside. Mitsuki mimics her and hugs her son, but Katsuki tried his best to get away. No saps. Somebody please help. You are stuck with me, Katsuki, she teases, and Katsuki groans. Everyone laughs at their antics with Father John and Sister Noriko watch over them with smiles on their face. Later, Namuri tells Tensei. We need to talk. About Izuku, she says. That sounds serious, what's up? He asks. He has a brother. T.O.B. singing chapter text. What? That's the only reaction that Tensei can muster when Namuri dropped a sudden bombshell about Izuku's sibling. Sure, let's talk tonight when Izuku is asleep, she says. Tensei looks dumbfounded. Well, he certainly hasn't heard anything about Izuku's past apart from his parents' demise and how he got bullied for having one aspect of his quirk to be misconstrued as villainous by other children his age. He never thought that his past might be even more complicated than that. Alright, You owe me a big jug of beer though, and maybe after that. He smirks. Namuri grins at his boyfriend's naughty invitation. Cheeky, aren't cha? Remember we're in the House of Lords, she teases. Tensei looks absolutely flustered when she said that, but he is happy to know that there might be a quality time with Namuri later tonight. He just hopes that the talk won't reveal anything too bad about his son. Mama, Papa, Ibra-chan invited us to eat lunch with her at her house. Izuku runs towards them and leaps into Tensei's strong feet. Ah, my little hero is making friends. Do you like it here? As he carries him on his back. Izuku giggles adorably and he looks excited to be carried like that. Hiya, Dad. Yes, I love it here. Kaken, Ibra-chan and Momo-chan are so nice. He throws his hands on the air while beaming all over, making Kaken looks like a blushy mess looking at him while sending glares to Tensei, who can hold Izuku's without any trouble. Mitsuki playfully smacks him on the head while grinning like a madwoman. God, she loves teasing her young son. Young love. What was that about, old hag? That hurts like sheet, he yells. You're going straight to hell, Katsuki, if you keep cursing in church. Katsuki, no more cursing. Please. Kaken yells some profanities in return and both Ibra-chan and Hananichan are quick to reprimand him. Mitsuki laughs her butt off seeing her own son being put on his place. Poor Kaken, Izuku giggles looking at Katsuki's adorable pout. He might be a firecracker, but he might not be that bad, Tensei looks at his son lovingly. He is thankful that Izuku has so many protective friends. Of course, he knew that Katsuki has been glaring at him. It was pretty obvious. Well, what do you think, Nem? Should we attend this church regularly every Sunday? Izuku can attend Sunday school with his friends and learn to sing in the choir. Maybe I can bring Tenya here too, he asks. Can we? Please, Mama. I promise I will finish all my dinner if Tenai can join too. He looks at her with his puppy eyes. Namuri chuckles at the sight. Even without the puppy eyes, she would love to let Izuku attend the church. Church has been part of his life ever since he was born, and his mother used to bring him there too. Of course, you can, my love. Mommy will learn too, Namuri pats his head gently. Izuku runs happily towards Momo and Ibra, who were talking with Hana, to tell them that he will be attending the Sunday school and join the choir from now on. Namuri smiles seeing how happy Izuku is. By the way, where is Hitoshi-kun? Hana asks. Oopsie, we forgot to invite Hitoshi and his dads. Namuri face palms. That night, after Izuku fell asleep, Namuri fixes a plate of nachos for her and Tensei to snack in as she needs to tell him the story of what happened during the talk with both Mitsuki and Sister Nariko. Tensei listens attentively while eating the nachos on the side. So, turns out Hero Commission has the custody of Izuku's biological brother. She ends her explanation. Wow, man. That was unexpected. He nods in understanding. Izuku's mother must have been one of a kind to be able to steal both All Might's and Endeavor's hearts, he continues. Namuri smacks him. Hey, that was uncalled for, he yelps. Well, apparently you don't know the gravity of the situation. Sister Nariko has assured that those people will not bother us ever, but I still have my doubt. Tensei puts her head on his wide shoulders as she lovingly rubs her head. Well, if that's what she told us, I think we should take her words. But, Nem, she has a very powerful quirk, and the way she explained everything feels like she knows a lot about hero industry. If I were you, I will be more careful, he warns. Namuri looks down, contemplating the thing he said just now. Tensei might look like a happy-go-lucky idiot, but he is very observant. Why, yeah, I think she has a bone to pick with the commission, and she has something that will make them bend their knees to her. However, it is not powerful enough to secure Kigo's independence from them, Tensei cuts. Correct. Geez, I forgot how smart you are since you act like a himbo most of the time, she teases. Ouch, that was painful, as he playfully touches his heart pretending to be shot. I just don't know how to help. Our kid, she sighs. I'm sure something will come up. Anyway, we're planning to come clean to the public about our relationship during the Hero Gala after Christmas, right? How's your agency been dealing with the PR fiasco? He grins. Nothing much. They will probably market me as more family-friendly after this, but I don't care. I want to be a hero to save people, not to be a sex symbol. It was fun while it lasts, she shrugs. Haha, for the record I did buy your Playboy spread. Gosh, Tensei, how long have you been pining for me, she teases. You have no idea, he grins, trying to kiss her, but she put a finger on his lip before they can kiss. You know, I have a confession to make. Tensei raises one of his eyebrows. And what would that be? I have been toning down by dramatic personality ever since he started to date. She grins widely as she releases their embrace while she is walking towards the old gramophone near her jukebox. Gosh, I need to redecorate this house. This looks more like a single flirty woman's house than a mother. She lets out a chuckle while checking 2 records. Tensei walks towards her and hugs her waist. For your info, I've always loved your dramatic personality. Hell, I love every part of you, as he kisses her neck. I'm ticklish. I know, he grins. Wait, we can continue later on the bed, but I want you to listen to this one first, as she lets go of his hug while he groans in disagreement. Nemuri looks at the cover fondly and she shows him the old record. During the retro movement when we were in UA, many record companies released songs in this format. This one was recommended by Sister Nariko. It is a cover with a long green-haired woman wearing a simple white formal dress. She holds a mic and her expression looks melancholic. She reminds him of Izuku and she is breathtakingly beautiful. She reminds him of classical beauties of pre-Quirk eras, and he now understands why Izuku is so popular among children his age. This is his biological mother and she is a vixen. The title of the record is Inko Takami Sings, French Chansons. Wanna listen before going to bed? She offers. Fine with me, he shrugs. As the melody of a hymn à l'amour plays, https www.youtube.com watch. Veen CQS 9A8 and _channel percent E3% 82% AB% E3% 83% B4% E3% 82% A1% E3% 83% BC% E5% A4% A9% E5% 9B% BD. Both of them are dancing together enjoying the melody, accompanied by the beautiful voice of the late Takami Inko. Izuku is really happy. Both of his loving parents have allowed him to learn singing in the church via joining the choir, and he got the soloist position for the song Sanctus. Hito-chan wasn't really happy when he heard that Izuku didn't invite him to go to the church together last Sunday, but after Izuku apologized with his puppy eyes, he couldn't be angry. They ended up attending the same church with Shoyuto whining about waking up early in the Sunday, despite he usually works during weekend. Hitoshi also joined the choir just to PSS. Katsuki and both of them always fight during their practice. Tenai himself joins the mass, but he only observes. He is not confident with his singing voice, so he plays tambourine instead. The day goes by and it is finally the day. The church is packed with people. Not all of them are the regular attendants, some of them only come during Christmas and Easter, albeit rare. Some came to enjoy the concert and some just to learn more about Christianity. Nemuri waves to some of her fellow discerning class members, or catechism in Catholicism. She decided that she wanted to get baptized in the next Easter after attending the masses and therefore join the classes in order to get baptized. One of her biggest reasons is because she wants to give Izuku the same upbringing that Inko had given Izuku, and Inko was pretty devout. Tensei also joined the class because of Nemuri, and maybe getting married in the church seems pretty rad for him. Sister Nariko is busy with greetings the congregations, and one of them particularly takes her interest. Mara Gregory Yokumura, you have been a bad boy, she grins. Mara profusely apologizes for not attending the church due to his schedules. He has been grilling me these past months. I wish you were still their chief, he says. Shoo, I told you not to call me chief here. Oops, my biggest apologies, he bows. Oh Lord, I have cleaned my hands not to be part of that organization for a long time, she sighs. Anyway, how are you, Nathaniel? As she cups the smiling kid next to Mara, who has a pair of red small wings. I'm good, sister. Can't wait to see my beloved brother, he grins. Good boy, but be careful. Don't let other people from commission find out about today, she warns. Roger, as he salutes her. Now get some seats, as she guides them into their seat, far away from Nemuri and Tensei. I can't wait, have been missing Izuku ever since he got adopted, as he rocks his body back and forth on the seat. Yeah, you used to play with him when he was in Kunitachi. Disguising yourself as Angel, Mara smiles gently at the boy. He is the caretaker appointed by the commission. He always thought that I wasn't real though. I wish I can introduce myself properly, he sighs sadly. Don't worry, kid. You will one day. I promise, he says. Thanks, as he grins widely and the children begin to assemble at the stage. Shoot, I forgot to ask Sister Noriko to let these kids singing on the gala. Haha, you can do it later before midnight mass. Sure, Madam next to Mara tells them off and both of them apologizes. Ladies, gentlemen and non-binary friends. Welcome to St. Anne's annual Christmas concert. Today we will celebrate the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ with songs of praises. You are free to leave up donations in the box near the entrance and all the proceeds will be used for charities. Let us begin, as Father John welcomes the audiences with a thick Kansai accent which brings out laugh from them since Father John is a blonde Australian. The concert is amazing. The children sings really well and the refreshments are also delicious. It is a beautiful night and finally the closing song is Sanctus, https www.youtube.com watch v_3xedk2c8 and ub_channel libera topic, with Izuku belts at the end of the song which makes the audiences gasp. Namuri sobs during the performance. The voices did touch her heart deeply while Tensei record the video. Even Shoyuta looks really impressed. After the concert, Mara approaches both Father John and Sister Noriko to ask if they can have the children singing for the gala and he wants to give a solo performance for Izuku himself. Mara, are you sure it is safe? You know the commission is kind of obsessed with Inko's sons, she sighs. I'm 100% sure they won't mess with him, especially knowing that 2 pro heroes are having his custody. 1. Tensei is yet married to Namuri, Father John quips. If they have, I will be the one who facilitates, he continues with a grin. Of course, Father, but the point is, after what you did to the current head of commission. Nobody in commission will do the things they did to Kei, he assures. I did make sure that Izuku will be saved from those vultures, but having in within 5 miles perimeter from them is too close for my comfort, she says. Now sister, let's not just blatantly refuse his offer. I heard from Kei that Izuku wants to be a hero. Sooner or later, he has to face those people. At least now, we can watch his back. Besides, Mara will be our ears and eyes as usual, Father John tries to reason. Correct, I have to say that commission won't have the time to do anything to Izuku as we are having a budget cut and lack of officers after some fiasco and scandals that we tried to cover up on certain a hero, he grimaces. Serves them right, Sister Noriko spits a venom yet her expression looks sad. Well, you can ask their parents themselves, Sister Noriko guides him to Izuku and his parents who are currently taking pictures together. Good luck. Father John sends a thumbs up. Yeah, like Namuri will agree on this. I refuse, instantly that was her answer after they explained the details. I don't want my son to have any association whatsoever with Hero Commission. I'm actually thinking of not letting him to attend the gala, she sternly refuses. But Miss Kiyama? Enough, no means no. Mama, suddenly Izuku runs towards them. Momo said that we will sing for the gala. I'm so excited, he says. Namuri has a pained expression on her face. Tensei takes a deep breath. Most of the times, Izuku is a nervous wreck yet he looked really comfortable in the stage today. Aizu, do you love singing on the stage? He asks while ruffling his hair lovingly. Izuku tilts his head in confusion before beaming brightly. Yes. Would you sing by yourself in front of heroes during the gala? He asks. Izuku whimpers at the possibility of singing in front of many heroes, but he smiles instantly after that. Can make heroes to be happy with my voice, he says. Namuri and Tensei look at each other. Okay, we will give him the permission to sing. Anyway, why do you pick us? It's not like the commission can't afford to pay popular singer, she asks. It is kind of embarrassing, but I forgot to book the singer since we are underhanded at the moment. Both of Namuri and Tensei shake their head off in disappointment. Don't worry. We have got the song ready. We just need little Izuku tomorrow to learn the song. If it will make you comfortable, Sister Noriko can come to observe. Well, if sister goes along then. Then, it is decided, as he goes to sister who glances at Namuri giving her a tired look. After the midnight mass, all the congregations have left the building and Sister Noriko is cleaning the floor before leaving the church to her own quarter when she hears someone enters the building. "Oh my, this is most unexpected," she says. The big, bulky hero then take a knee and pray in one of the seats. After he finishes his quick prayer, he looks at her with a conflicted emotion. "Mother. Long time no see," he says. Tiobi Singing chapter text. Todoroki Abode, Mizudafu, Shizuoka Prefecture. It was late at night when Shudo opened his eyes. He suddenly felt the urge to pee, but knowing he knew he had to do it silently or he might anger his sleeping father. Is it worth it to anger his dad? Is it better if he just holds it back all night? He contemplated, but the urge was too strong for the 5-year-old to endure. Shudo then quietly opened his sliding door while checking left and right if there was anyone in sight. He let out a sigh when he realized that there was nobody there. He then tiptoed until he reached the toilet and hurriedly used it. As he relieved himself, he failed to notice the sound of car entering the compound. Shudo finished his business as he washed his hands on the basin, and when it was over, he exited the door where he was welcomed by a raging Endeavor. "Father?" he startled. Enji looked at him with a displeased expression, clearly not happy seeing him. "Shudo, how many times I have told you not to wake up in the middle of the night?" he asked with an intimidating tone. Shudo's body began to fidget as he muttered his response, I needed to pee, father." "Then you shouldn't have drunk so much water before sleeping. How many times I have told you that? Use your brain for once," he reprimanded him with soft voice but laced with venom. "I'm so sorry." Shudo began to sniffle. He couldn't let his tears fall, father would get angrier. "What a crybaby. Your mother has failed to educate you to be a decent child. You will be punished tomorrow. Now, go back to your room," he ordered. Shudo stumbled on his way and fell, but he hurriedly ran to his room when someone basically yanked him inside one of the rooms. "Humph." He tried to scream, but his mouth was covered with someone's hand. "Shoo, it's okay. It's me," he recognized that. Shudo looked back and saw a teen holding him inside his room. "What happened?" he asked carefully. "Tuyanai." Shudo couldn't help but crying on his elder brother's shoulder. "Shoo, it's okay." Tuya rubbed circles on his back as he guided him to lay down on his bed. "That BSRD, he gritted his teeth. "I swear, Shudo, he will pay someday and we will get mothers out from the hospital," as he landed a kiss on his forehead. "I miss mother," Shudo sobbed. Tuya couldn't help but taking a glance at Shudo's scar. It had been 2 months since the fateful day when Rei lost her mind and threw boiling water to Shudo's face after years of abuse from his SPRM donor. "Me too, bro, me too." Tuya tried to hold back his tears, but he just couldn't help it. "I wish she is still here," he continued. "It's my fault." Shudo looked down while crying. Tuya felt his heart crushed when he saw his expression. Number 5 years old should be as sad as Shudo. "No, it is not. You did nothing wrong, Sho. It was father's fault." "But it's true. Mom called my left sight unsightly before she poured the water. Now Netsunai is angry at me and Fune cries every day." As his cries became more uncontrollable, Tuya couldn't hold back his tears as they sobbed together. "I promise you, Sho. I will protect you. I won't let you down ever again," he vowed. Meanwhile at the church. "It was all your fault, mother. I still blame you for everything." Enji looked at her with eyes full of hatred. "Enji, I hope you're happy. Inko is dead, Rei has scarred my masterpiece, and Dad committed suicide. All of those are your fault." He gritted his teeth while refusing to look at her. Sister Noriko aka Todoroki Noriko could only stare at him with eyes full of regrets. "You can fool everyone, pretending to be pious, innocent sister, but you won't fool me. I know who you are and what you did. Or what you capable of. Enji, I won't forgive you," he said sternly as he stood up and left. "Don't you ever come near any of my children or trying to visit Rei. If you do that, I will stop protecting that winged boy from the cruelty of Hero Commission," he said before leaving the church. Sister Noriko walks slowly to her room where she takes off her veil, revealing her flaming red hair. Her turquoise eyes stare at the reflection on the mirror. Meeting her only son brings her back memories that she had been suppressing for such a long time. Her only son. Her beloved son who she loves wholeheartedly. Came here after such a long time just to say that he hates her. After living for more than 50 years, she had to admit that those words cut her deep. She did expect him to hate her after what she did as his mother, but hearing it directly just feels 100 times worse. She then changes into pajamas when she felt some pressures on her chest. Cough, cough. Sister. Suddenly Hana barges into her room and quickly helps her to lay down. Where is the meds, darn it, as she searches for her medicines in her cabinet. Note a cough, bad word. It's too late for that, sister. Ah, I found it. She quickly hands over the medicine while sprinting to kitchen to bring her a glass of water. Here, drink it, she says. Sister takes the medicine and drinks it with the water. She continues to lay down on her bed while coughing. Gosh, I told you not to get too tired. Hana looks really worried at her condition as she stays there, holding her hands. 30 minutes passed and finally her cough has stopped. She looks really exhausted after that and it worries Hana. Hee, no need to worry. My old body still can withstand any storm coming my way. She jokes but immediately stops when she sees Hana's eyes that are full of tears. You idiot! I thought I was going to lose you, she quietly yells. Sister Noriko lets out a sigh. Come here, as she opens her arms and Hana reciprocates it by hugging her while crying on her chest. Please, sister, I can't lose you, not after I lost my family, she cries. Sister Noriko rubs circles on her back. I will bring you to the hospital for a checkup, she says. Hana-chan, you know that. That you hate hospital, yes. But this is unacceptable, sister. You should get your heart checked. Sister rolls her eyes seeing Hana's determination. She has no choice but relents. Gosh, why people are cutting me off today? I can't even finish one whole sentence, she laments. Huh. No worries, just get back to your room and sleep, she kindly orders. Hana lets out a sigh as she heads out. Just call me if you feel unwell, she says. Yeah. I mean it, sister, she repeats it with sterner voice. I will make sure to do that, promise. Good night, sister. Good night, Hana, she replies as Hana closes the door. Again, she lets out a relieved sigh while looking at Holy Mother's icon. Mother Mary, did I make the right choice? Am I a coward for running away from my family? Has my sins been forgiven? She asks. If I have my last wish, I hope Hana can meet a good family who will shower her with love. And that someday she will be reunited with her brother, she prays. The gala itself is postponed from December 25th to January 4th. Which is fine because Hero Commission basically gave every heroes in top 100 rankings day off that day so they can attend it. The sudden change of schedule was attributed to how disastrous the preparation was due to lack of personnel. After huge scandal involving civilians' death at the hand of a hero, Hero Commission was bashed by the public and the budget for hiring personnel was cut dramatically. The training budget was increased as a counter of the new quality over quantity policy. Mara himself has been working non-stop ever since Christmas and he still had to watch over Kigo and oversaw his training. Now, he is also in charge of inspecting the chorus and Izuku's vocal training. The sudden change also means that the kids can't celebrate New Year with their family and it is SCKS. Nemuri had promised him to visit his hometown, along with Tensei and Tenya for the New Year where they will eat seafood and visits her mother's graveyard. At the end, Izuku has to settle with a simple dinner at Ida's mansion. It was fun but he wanted to go to Onamichi, Hiroshima where Nemuri is from. Sadly, he couldn't do strict schedules as he needs to practice for the gala. It was sad, but Nemuri promised that they will go during spring break instead. This will be the last spring break before Izuku enters elementary school and he plans to continue in Somei with Tenya. So, Izuku, what kind of songs that they teach you? Shoko asks him. For the choir they just want us to sing Sanctus while I had to learn some new songs. There is one called Tsubasa wa Kudasai, Please Give Me Wings, and Terio Matsuri, Festival of Good Catch. Izuku explains to the Ida's matriarch. Yes, Izuku will sing solo for the last two songs and Terio Matsuri is an Enka song, Japanese traditional song. Tenya continues. Impressive, Enka songs are really hard. Shozo nods his head in amazement. Izu sings really well. Even the trainer was surprised when he opened his mouth to sing. Tenya says it proudly. Izuku blushes. No, I still need many practices and I still forget the lyrics. Don't worry, Izu. You'll do great, Namuri assures him with a smile, and Izuku smiles back at her, looking more relaxed. I agree, Izu sings like an angel. I still remember when he belts during the Christmas concert. Tensei grins. Oh my, did you record it? Shoko asks. Of course. Nii-san, you weren't supposed to record it. It is forbidden, Tenya gasps. Oh, lighten up, Tenten. I bet you just don't want to look at yourself in the video, he teases. Nii-san. Tenya grimaces on how out of tune he was during the performance. Oh, I want to see it. Shoko squeals. Me too, Shozo nods. Let's go to the living room, guys. The rest of the evening is spent by complimenting the blushing mess of Izuku and teasing Tenya on how he needs to learn more about singing if he doesn't want to embarrass himself on the gala. During the practice, on the next day, Izuku, Mara-san calls as he sits next to Izuku during recess. Oh, Mara-san, he beams. You're not playing with your friends? He asks. No, I need to memorize the lyrics. I still forget some of it, he pouts. Mara smiles at him while ruffling his curls. You'll do great. Don't worry, he says. But I'm worried. Everyone says that, but I still can't memorize. Tell you what. If you give a great performance, I will give you this book. He shows him a notebook. What is this? Izuku asks. A songbook. The songs you'll be singing for the gala is from this book. Wow. Izuku looks amazed at the book, but he can't read well. However, there is something that catches his interest. Red feather? He points out to the red feather on the book. Oh yeah, the owner of this book has a red wing and he was the one who asked to tell you that if you do great, he'll hand over the book. Angel said. That angel exists? Not just my dream, he gasps. Yes, Mara smiles. I will do great. Izuku beams at him, eyes full of determination. Good boy, Mara once again ruffles his curls lovingly. Hitoshi, on the other hand, eyeing him suspiciously from afar. What the heck? Thinks. To be continued.